The Natural Empire of the Sea Dragon. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 The Deadly Power of Faith. It's not that the old naughty boy likes to take advantage of the younger generation, but mainly because this kind of storm eagle can be trained to produce soul-calming bun stably. Among the 8 elemental materials selected by Attilan, the storm eagle claw is indeed the most suitable for the theme. Taishan does not have high-quality ingredients such as the storm eagle, but he is envious of the effect of elemental body tempering, so he can only come to Attilan and ask with a smile and full of expectation, "Attilan, you know me. My biggest wish in this life is to train an indestructible body. It's rare that the old naughty boy is willing to guide the younger generation. I also want to try the old naughty boy's 7-fold elemental body tempering secret technique. What do you think?" The 7-fold elemental body tempering secret technique. It was the first time Attilan heard the name of the unique secret technique mastered by the old naughty boy. Is it useful? Of course. If the 7-element body tempering is not useful, how can Leopard Girl master how to control the shadow element, transform into Shadow Leopard, and travel through the shadow plane in just 1 month? You don't really think she is a genius with affinity for shadow elements? Attilan blinked. If Leopard Girl, who is not affinity for shadow elements, can master shadow elements in just 1 month, then to what extent will the ocean dragon with affinity for water elements grow under the effect of the 7-element body tempering? His eyes rolled, and he immediately assured Taishan, "Don't worry, since the old naughty boy agreed to the request of Leopard Girl and Eagle King, whether it is driving one sheep or a group of sheep, I will discuss the issue of the 4 Gods Mountain and Sea Treasure's soul-calming bun with the old naughty boy tomorrow. I think this is an opportunity. You should ask all the druids who want to try the 7-element body tempering secret technique to come together. The most important thing is that you must call the flower girl and the wine girl. The wine girl's fine wine and the flower girl's fairy magic are the key to convincing the old naughty boy." Taishan's eyes widened with sudden realization. "This is the honey trap you mentioned." Attilan looked Tarzan up and down and said with emotion, "Although I am very pleased that you can think of the honey trap, Tarzan, what do you think of using the honey trap on a man who is hundreds of years old? Although the old naughty boy is definitely okay, he probably doesn't have such worldly desires anymore. The key is to use fine wine and fairy magic to magnify the old naughty boy's joy. As long as people are happy, some things are not impossible to agree to. The problem with the old naughty boy is that he thinks it is troublesome to guide us in our practice." Seeing Tarzan's eyes that seemed to understand, Attilan waved his hand. "Forget it, it won't make sense even if I tell you. I will just take you to practice." He walked straight to the old naughty boy. "It is not easy for you to guide Leopard Girl and Eagle King in the practice. You can completely hand over some tedious auxiliary work in the practice to our Thunder Mutual Aid Association. This way they can practice with peace of mind, and you will feel more comfortable guiding them. Senior, of course it is good to have someone to help, but the old naughty boy does not think that Attilan is such a selfless dragon. If someone is too attentive without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. The old naughty boy does not know the saying, but he knows the reason behind it very well. You want to train together, that's true, but don't rush. Wait until Leopard Girl and Eagle King finish their training. I heard that the senior's 7-element body tempering secret technique has a miraculous effect on improving element control," the old naughty boy said indifferently. "It has a miraculous effect on ordinary people like them, but it has little effect on you, an ocean dragon. Besides, your natural ability to control water elements is already strong enough, right?" Attilan smiled and said, "It's true that ocean dragons have a strong talent for controlling water elements, but because of this, isn't it more meaningful to improve my natural talent for water elements?" This is indeed the truth, but if Attilan wants to achieve the same training effect, the old naughty boy needs to exert 10 times the strength when assisting Leopard Girl. The old naughty boy is most afraid of trouble, especially this kind of trouble that is time-consuming and laborious and may not be effective. If I train you, I won't have time to train them. I'm not in a hurry. I can just follow you and learn how to manipulate the elements. You are the great druid of the elemental school. Even my master's ability to manipulate the elements is not necessarily better than yours." Although the bear man was concentrating on dealing with the death blade and the resentful soul in the blood-stained body, it didn't mean that he didn't have the energy to pay attention to what Attilan was doing. Hearing that Attilan was arranging things without telling him, The bear man just smiled and didn't say anything, but he was already thinking about how to train Attilan. In fact, what Attilan didn't know was that the bear man also knew the sevenfold elemental body tempering secret technique, and his attainments in this secret technique were no worse than those of the old naughty boy, because it was he who helped the old naughty boy perfect the secret technique of using elemental body tempering. The advantage of this secret technique is that it can use 7 different elements, and use the other 6 to enhance the body tempering effect of the 7th element. It can directly use the required element to temper the body, but the effect is average. Each additional element will increase the effect of body quenching by 50%, and the corresponding pain will double. If 7 elements are used at the same time, even the old naughty boy can hardly bear the pain. This secret technique is called 7-element body quenching, not because the old naughty boy can only control 7 elements at the same time, but because he can only bear the pain brought by 7 elements. Because the bear man participated in this secret technique, he always advocated that the practice led by the practitioner himself would have the best and most appropriate effect. This kind of body quenching practice that brings severe pain is not suitable for overly fine control. But the old naughty boy wanted to challenge it. As an elemental druid, no matter how severe the pain was, he could not deform his action of controlling the elements. Then he had to lie in the life support device for nearly half a month because the 7 elements hit his internal organs at the same time. At the same time, his glorious deeds were also spread by a big-mouthed druid of the same period. The most prosperous and largest gathering of druids is in the north of the continent. The old naughty boy who always likes to join in the fun would come to open up this forest with a bear man, not because he felt ashamed. Of course, later on, as the old naughty boy practiced a 5-fold rotating body tempering secret art that he left in the natural council, which controlled the 5 elements of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth to temper the body at the same time, it was discovered and practiced by a little transparent person in the elemental school. The old naughty boy's reputation improved. Because some great druids who practiced out of curiosity all had accidents, and vomiting blood to cultivate was the norm. One of them almost went to see the god of nature, the father of oak, Abehe. Only then did they realize that it was not that the old naughty boy was weak, but that the secret art was too strong. Originally, the old naughty boy was ready to pack up and return to his old family to show his godliness, but an unknown druid said something that made him completely autistic. The 5-fold rotating elemental body tempering secret art is so powerful. Why is the old naughty boy who masters the 7-fold elemental body tempering secret art still a great druid? Should he break through the legendary realm? The old naughty boy originally imitated the bear man to develop the painful elemental body tempering secret art. Wasn't it just to break through the legendary barrier? But he has already reached the level of coordinating the 7 elements to temper the body at the same time. Apart from vomiting blood and losing face, he did not gain much. The old naughty boy gradually became open-minded and became the crazy and mad man who plays with the world now, but he is still the elemental archdruid who can calmly control the 7 elements and make fine body tempering in his body. At the same time, he has not forgotten his desire for the legendary realm in his heart. Over the years, he has also understood that it is not that the body tempering secret technique he created is not good. His secret technique is much more sophisticated than that of the bear man, but the biggest problem is that he does not have the tenacious willpower of the bear man. Just like the 7-element body tempering secret technique, the elements gathered after he vomited blood were scattered in the chaos, and the bear man vomited blood 3 times when using this secret technique. But he still stably restricted the 7 elements in his body. His soul has not been tempered to the level of carrying legendary power. His madness is actually partly due to the Emerald Dream. When he was practicing, the evil things in it affected his mind, and he did not recover to his original level after decades of reconciliation. So he needs the soul calming bun, because this magical food can not only repair the damage to his soul, but also give him the possibility of further progress. So Attilan must not know the secret, otherwise Attilan will have to eat him for the rest of his life. The old naughty boy is actually very confused why the originally ordinary magic materials, after being made into soul calming bun, could have the effect of restoring soul trauma and nourishing soul growth. After he was injured, he naturally took the soul potion developed by the Natural Council. But the effect was worse than the scraps he ate today, and later it was ineffective because of drug resistance. But this soul calming bun is different. He ate several of these scraps, and the effect was equally good, without any signs of weakening. Why is this? From the draft recipe provided by Attilan, The old naughty boy can see that this is a magic food full of loopholes, but this food has a magical effect. After eating the soul-calming bun, the resentful souls that were originally as black as ink now turned into the original white color of the soul and stood still in the air, with a face of peace and tranquility. Stop flattering me. Did you know that the soul-calming man would have such an effect? Attilan nodded as a matter of course. Yes, because of time constraints I didn't tell you the story behind the soul-calming bun. Actually, Leopard Girl spoke first. In fact, the prototype of the soul-calming bun was a very outstanding human wizard. In order to repay the monarch he was loyal to, he fought 7 battles to pacify a group of barbarians in the south of the kingdom. After gaining the loyalty of the barbarians, when he was crossing the river on his way back, the resentful souls of the barbarian ancestors were howling in the river, and the boats could not cross. The barbarian king said that as long as they killed some people and threw their heads into the river, they could calm the resentful souls. The wizard didn't do that. Instead, he selected 8 kinds of meat ingredients on the spot, wrapped them in flour to make them look like human heads, and threw them into the river. Sure enough, the resentful souls were calmed down, allowing the army to return. Later generations made more popular and simple food based on the wizard's recipe, but the 4 gods mountains and seas 8 treasures soul-calming buns are different. This is a recipe that has been perfected by generations of magic chefs. Not only does it taste better, but the soul-calming effect is even better. Of course, the original version is called 4 gods seafood 8 treasures soul-calming buns. Attilan's recipe is based on the incomplete recipe in his memory. He designed and optimized it himself. It's good enough to be similar to the recipe that the great wizard came up with in a hurry. The old naughty boy nodded. I understand. Let's go back first. Attilan will stay for a while, replacing the real with the fake, or turning the fake into the real. This is something that only the power of the gods can do. Attilan accidentally copied a miracle. The bear man, Zurin, experienced the changes of the resentful soul eating the soul-calming buns at close range, and knew better than the old naughty boy what deadly thing Attilan had made. The two looked at each other and understood that it was the power of faith, and it was also simply refined through the sacrificial ceremony. The druids present were all participants in the ceremony, and some even provided the materials for making the soul-calming buns. Even the power of faith contained in the soul-calming buns came from them. The reason is that in order to make them cooperate with him to make the soul-calming buns, Attilan told them the story of the soul-calming buns. When they participated in the ritual of purifying the resentful souls in the blood-stained body, they subconsciously thought of the origin story of the soul-soothing buns. Their expectations for the soul-soothing buns and their desire to purify the resentful souls were transformed into the power of faith and integrated into the soul-soothing buns. The ceremony was led by Attilan and maintained by 2 great druids, Fugitive and Old Naughty Boy, which was enough to support the need to gather emotions and thoughts and purify them into the power of faith. Collecting positive emotions such as mortals worship and refining them into pure power of faith through divine fire to absorb and enhance divine power is not only done by gods, but also by all-powerful legends who are eager to be deified. Generally, mages do this, because the method of collecting positive emotions and finding props similar to divine fire to quench the power of faith require repeated research. As for ordinary professions, let alone whether they can perceive these emotions and thoughts, even if they can they study ways to use the power of faith? Impossible. Because they don't have such smart brains. Although gods cannot directly intervene in the affairs of the mortal world, they still have sects and powerful saints, and they set up settings that allow incarnations with divine power and divine power props to appear and play a marginal ball. As long as the consequences are not serious, it will not cause dissatisfaction with the God of creation. Once the God of creation is dissatisfied, what awaits the God will be the deprivation of the godhood and the fall to the mortal world. In short, studying the power of faith is very dangerous. There may be some people who do not want to see another natural demigod behind the incident of Zurin. On the contrary, the natural demigods are always willing to help the younger generation while ensuring their own safety, and even contribute treasures collected for many years to help the younger generation to advance. The main point is to keep warm in a group. Why did the second-generation Alpha ancestor of the School of Life first join a certain pantheon, instead of directly promoting his name to recruit believers and trying to advance to godhood alone? Isn't it because the struggle between gods is much more cruel than that of mortals? Especially when there are idiots among your believers who help you promote some god domains that do not belong to you. The gods in these domains naturally have a legitimate reason to kill you. Devouring other gods is the fastest way for gods to advance. And after being eaten by gods, There is basically no possibility of resurrection. If your domain is swallowed, it means that you have no possibility of resurrection using the immortality of gods. After everyone left, the Fusion released a mist to cover the area, and the bear man told his guess. Attilan's eyes widened immediately. What? This is simply alarmist. The soul-suppressing buns absolutely cannot have the power of faith. His face turned pale. As an ocean dragon, he knew too well how deadly it was when something was related to the power of faith. Because there are guests today, 4,000 will be sent first to ensure full attendance, and the remaining chapter will have to wait until after 12 o'clock. Chapter 102, Flying Bun Cult. The bear man asked back with a mysterious smile, do you think you are right, or are we four great druids right? Can you change the nature of the soul-soothing bun by denying it? Attilan immediately ignored the fierce thunder that was stirring around the bear man, and slid to his knees in front of the bear man and hugged his thighs. Master, save me. Zurin saw this and his mouth twitched. Your apprentice is very good. Just now, he was able to show the excellent temperament of a leader in front of so many young people and lead them to practice seriously. Now facing a life crisis, he can also put down the arrogance of a dragon and ask for help from you, the master. Is this arrogance? This is shameless. The bear man was very unhappy. As his apprentice, Attilan's every move represented his face. Attilan could be shameless, but he also wanted it. Once he slid to his knees, not only Attilan lost his face, but the bear man also lost his face. If it weren't for the comparison between the bear man and Zurin, his old rival, the bear man would have won in all aspects. He really wanted to hang Attilan up and beat him. Zurin continued, what we ate are the leftovers, and the bulk of them are eaten by these resentful souls. None of these resentful souls that have absorbed the power of faith can be let go, and at the same time, in order to prevent the people who are plotting against me from getting suspicious, the resentful souls that have not been purified in my body will carry some information, and some will be released and some will be eliminated at the right time. As for me, the unlucky guy, I will be sealed in the forest by you. When the mastermind shows up to rescue me, he will definitely not give up on me, the reserved Death Knight. At that time, I will trouble you to help me take him down together. The old naughty boy sighed with nostalgia. Speaking of that concentrated training topic, the four of us were assigned to a group to perform the task. At that time, Fusion's face was a little dark, and she looked at him fiercely. Don't say any more. The old naughty boy shrank his neck weakly. From childhood to now, 300 years have passed, and Jaina's personality is still so fierce. I mean, the four of us were able to take first place back then. With our current tacit cooperation, we can kill even the clone of God. Fusion hugged her arms, and her plump white spherical fat was squeezed to bulge deep grooves. Don't brag, can the four of us beat the clone of God? If we really meet, you will be responsible for the main force. Me? Forget about me. Even if Zurin is seriously injured, I am still the weakest among the four of us. No matter how hard I try, it is impossible for me to be the main force. Attilan, who was holding the bear man's thigh, was very nervous. No, why are you guys discussing killing the clone of God? Is this really such a big deal? Didn't he just make a semi-finished bun with a little bit of faith power? As for God sending out a clone to kill him? Wait, this clone of God should be here to catch Zurin. Master, this soul-soothing bun, should I stop making it in the future? The bear man said with a firm look in his eyes. No, you have to continue making it, and you have to guide everyone to contribute more power of faith, at least to help Robert advance to the legendary level, so that the four of us can really fight against the incarnation of God together. After Robert advances to the legendary level, all the soul-soothing buns will be provided to Zurin, so that he can recover his original strength as soon as possible. Only his death blade has the possibility of killing the incarnation of God. Attilan looked at the densely packed white souls on the purple crystal mountain. What should we do with the souls that are stained with the power of faith? We can't send them to the sticks, right? Zurin flatly refused. No, I suspect these resentful souls were sent here from the underworld. The best way to deal with them now is to send them to a specific area of the Emerald Dream and lock them up. Even if we are discovered, they will only think that it is a means prepared by some god who is plotting against the Emerald Dream. They will not suspect us. After all, the biggest advantage of the Emerald Dream is that anyone can enter. The biggest disadvantage is that anyone can enter. The Holy Land that was supposed to continuously cultivate talents for nature and make the world more harmonious has been turned into a place of filth by those with ulterior motives. I have some doubts that my pollution started from the Emerald Dream. Attilan doesn't care about Bloody's story at all now. If God gives him another chance, he will definitely not make any 4 gods mountains and seize 8 treasures soul calming buns. Wouldn't it be better to let Bloody die? Attilan sighed again. Since he had already embarked on the right path in advance, Attilan could only run wildly on this road. Master, how do you think we can enhance the effect of the soul manu as much as possible? Let more druids know the story behind the soul manu. The production process should be more sacred and solemn. It is best to include some ritual skills. And finally, you should liven up the atmosphere as much as possible. Let them contribute more fanatical emotions to the soul manu, which should increase the quantity and quality of the power of faith. Attilan accidentally glanced at the thousands of wronged souls purified by the soul manu, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Master, do you think these wronged souls purified by the soul manu are the believers of the soul manu? If they can contribute the power of faith, even if they are mentally incomplete, the emotional power they can provide is very limited. With such a large number, the power of faith provided is not necessarily worse than that of the 20 or 30 druids in the forest. Right, using these wronged souls to provide the power of faith is indeed a path that the forebears have never imagined, but recruiting believers to collect the power of faith is a clear sign that they want to compete with the gods. Are you sure you want to do this? Once the gods know, you will definitely die. Attilan seemed to have figured it out and let out a long sigh. He said in high spirits, whether it is the druids or this group of souls, they do not believe in me, but the 4 gods mountain and see 8 treasures soul calming buns. We are just stealing the power of faith of this bun god, so if those people want to kill the new gods for the power of faith, then let them kill the bun god. What does it have to do with us druids who worship nature? The old naughty boy patted Attilan's shoulder with a smile. I knew you were full of twisted ideas. I can't wait to see the expressions of those gods who tracked down the power of faith, but found that the gods they believed in were 8 buns. Zurin also nodded repeatedly. Indeed. If the gods tracked down through the great prophecy, the believers they found would only be the 8 buns, not Attilan, the producer. Of course, if the gods use their power to conduct a deeper investigation, they will definitely be able to discover the truth behind the Mantau god, but with the Mantau god in between, it is not so easy to trace without a direct relationship. Compared with gods, mortals are not immortal and do not have the magical effects brought by divine power, but mortals are not useless. Most of the time, gods monitor a material world through clones. The bear man looked at the fusion and said, Jaina, it takes your fairy magic to cut off the connection between the Mantau god and us. It seems that the first batch of divine Mantau will be supplied to you first. Attilan, what do you think? I support it very much. It is my honor to help Aunt Jaina. Now the bear man, Fusion, the old naughty boy, and the bloody can all be regarded as his shields, but the one who has the best relationship with him among the 4 shields is the bear man, followed by Fusion. Even how he brought the bear man and Fusion together, Fusion's favor for him will exceed the relationship between the bear man and his master and apprentice. After all, he has been constantly getting closer to Fusion since he met Fusion. With these power of faith buns, Fusion will be able to enter the realm of natural demigod faster, and it is not impossible to become a level 0 or 1 god of nature, forest, and fairy realm. If the power of faith buns are a strengthening item, Attilan will have to choose between strengthening himself or strengthening one of the 4 shields such as Fusion. Obviously, strengthening the shield will definitely be more profitable at this stage. And who knows if there will be any negative effects if this kind of crude power of faith is absorbed too much? Without the divine fire to filter out impurities, if such power of faith is absorbed too much, it is very likely that he will really become a substitute for the bun god, and become a fool and a madman. I think that even if there is fairy magic to cut off the connection, the disguise of the Mantau god should be improved. How about forming a flying Mantau god cult around the Mantau god? After all, the more perfect the organization is, the more confused the god's clone will be when he finds the souls of the believers hidden in the Mantau god demigod kingdom in the Emerald Dream. It will be more conducive to our hiding. Maybe they will find it ridiculous after finding the flying Mantau god cult and decide not to continue investigating. After all the efforts, I thought I had found an opponent to compete for the power of faith, but it turned out to be the flying Mantau god cult. If you were a god, would you be ashamed to say that you broke up such a pseudo-god sect? Others broke up a pseudo-god sect disguised as an elf or dwarf god, such as the elf sun goddess and the dwarf's hill king. And you? The Mantau god of the flying Mantau god cult, are you ashamed to say it? Don't you feel ashamed to continue to investigate this sect? Do you think a sect that believes in Mantau can become a force to be reckoned with? Although the name is very strange, The four agreed after discussing it. The name Attilan chose is really great. Not to mention that they have to deal with countless gods of false god sects in a day, even they are not interested in dealing with such sects. How can such a sect recruit believers? Can they eat white steamed buns every day if they believe in the steamed bun god? Robert, the task of transforming these souls and making them believe in the flying steamed bun god is given to you. Jaina, you are responsible for hiding his existence and cannot leave any traces that can be traced by the gods. Attilan, you go to prepare the banquet and prove that the faith power steamed buns they need for their actions will be made tomorrow. As for the bear man and blood dye, the purification has not been completed yet, and they can't leave Amethyst Mountain at all. No problem, there is a banquet for the old naughty boy tomorrow, which is just right for making soul-soothing buns. At that time, old naughty boy, you can cooperate with me and let everyone link the success or failure of the soul-soothing buns with whether you agree to teach them elemental body tempering. No problem. The playful old naughty boy couldn't wait to serve as the archbishop of the flying, steamed bun god cult. Even if he died, it would be worth it to be so crazy before he died. Chapter 103 Prelude to the Feast of Elements. Attilan didn't dare to waste a minute now. After discussing with several big guys and getting his mission, he immediately found the Eagle King and Tarzan, who had not gone far. Tarzan saw Attilan waving his hand eagerly. President, what do you think of my thing? Attilan nodded confidently and said, it's basically done. In fact, you should ask the Eagle King why he mentioned the soul-calming bun just now. The most important ingredient is the claw of his storm eagle. Tarzan looked at the Eagle King in shock. Eagle King, since you know the way, why don't you tell me? Even if you don't tell me, at least tell the president, so that the president can better convince the old naughty boy. Tarzan now gives people the feeling that he has a little wisdom, but also lacks a little wisdom. The Eagle King said coldly, why don't you think about why he said that? Attilan smiled and waved his hand. Eagle King, please don't embarrass Taishan. I'll tell him directly. Your behavior just now has told me that the old naughty boy cares a lot about the soul-calming buns, then using the soul-calming buns to convince the old naughty boy is the most correct way for me, but he didn't expect the truth behind the soul-calming buns to be so sensational. Taishan looked at the Eagle King in surprise. Eagle King, how did you find out? I found that the old naughty boy tried all 8 kinds of soul-calming buns with different fillings, and not just one. I thought that the old naughty boy must like this kind of food very much. There's no harm in trying it. If I succeed, I can get training in the 7-element body tempering secret technique. Why not do it? Attilan's eyes sparkled and he slapped the ground heavily. Just now I learned from Aunt Gina that this kind of soul-soothing bun can help Master Bloodstain's injuries, although everyone only saw the tail end of the battle just now, but I think everyone understands that Master Bloodstain is a master who is only slightly inferior to my master. The key point is that Master Bloodstain is involved in a wide range of druid fields. From him, you can get the secret techniques that play a decisive role in everyone's growth. The door to the great druid may be opened by Bloodstain with the help of everyone, so, what we have to do next is to use more outstanding soul-soothing buns to conquer the old boy, and then conquer Bloodstained. The soul-soothing bun is the most powerful aid in our climb to the great druid. Now let's go and notify everyone in the Thunder Mutual Aid Association, and even other druids who rarely interact with everyone, and invite them to attend the meeting together. As long as you cultivate some desirable elemental creatures, or master the techniques and skills of blending elements, you must tell them about the excellent effects of the soul-soothing buns. The big heads will definitely be used to exchange for the secrets of several legendary druids, but the remaining scraps can be enjoyed by ourselves. They are magical dishes that are helpful to legendary druids. I don't think anyone would be unmoved. So, Eagle King, you guys just promote it like this, eat the best soul buns, and become the strongest legendary druid. The Eagle King rolled his eyes at Attilan. Is it really okay for you to deceive everyone into making soul buns for you like this? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Did I eat the soul buns I made? I'm eating the scraps with you. And the big heads were eaten by the 4 senior bosses. If you don't want to eat the scraps, you should work hard to break through the archdruid. The Eagle King looked at Attilan coldly. I mean, the soul mage is really effective for legendary druids. Attilan rolled his eyes at him coldly and asked back, have you been with Tarzan for so long that your wisdom has been assimilated? How long has the old naughty boy been trapped in the archdruid? What he wants most is to break through the legend. If it weren't for this, do you think the Eagle Claw of Challenge Level 3 can impress him? Tarzan was hurt to be mentioned here suddenly. He is just naive. He is not stupid, okay? By the way, the soul mange has an improvement effect on druids of all levels, but Master Jaina analyzed the mechanism of action of the soul mange and told me that low-level druids cannot use too much. It is not conducive to everyone's future growth, but I can be sure that she didn't mean to embezzle this soul mange by saying this. It is really not suitable to eat too much. Forget about a formal soul mange, everyone can only eat the scraps at most. The Eagle King frowned and asked, it seems that I underestimated the effect of the soul mange. Attilan looked at the Eagle King unhappily. This kid was trying to trick him. You kid. I won't bother with you this time. Next time you have a question, just ask directly. Tell everyone that the soul-soothing bun is very important to the masters. You also know that Master Zurin was plotted against by a guy who is good at controlling the undead and is most likely an undead demigod. The other party may lead the undead in the skeleton army to attack the forest. At that time, the soul-soothing bun that can purify the resentful souls will be our trump card. Tell everyone, it's time to serve the forest. Looking at Attilan's righteousness, the Eagle King reluctantly believed him. I will inform everyone. I hope you are telling the truth this time. Attilan stared at the Eagle King with wide eyes. I always tell the truth. When have I ever lied to people? This is called the art of language. He just exaggerated the situation a little, or only told everyone part of the truth. He never lied to people. Sincerity is the greatest killer move. It seems that the Eagle King has a little misunderstanding of him. I can only say that the more druids participate in making the soul-soothing buns, the better the effect will be. After all, there is a sacrificial ceremony for the soul-soothing buns. If there are thousands of druids participating together, that scene is absolutely shocking. The effect of the soul-soothing buns is absolutely amazing. Smelling it makes you feel refreshed, and eating it makes you full of vitality. Taishan immediately made a gurgling sound of swallowing saliva. Stop talking, let's go and notify everyone to bring elemental ingredients to Kingland Town. I can't wait to try the taste and effect of the soul-soothing buns. Just now I could only smell the aroma from the side. I thought I could taste the leftovers, but the old naughty boy ate most of it, and the rest was taken away by Master Jaina. Why don't we make some samples before inviting the old naughty boy to the banquet? We haven't tasted the taste of the soul-soothing buns ourselves. How can we make better soul-soothing buns? In order to eat, Taishan really used all his intelligence. As expected, when hungry, the human brain is the most awake. And wisdom can occupy the high ground. No problem. Just before Attilan left the mist, the old naughty boy gave him a recipe to blend the 5 elements of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth, so that the soul-soothing bun not only nourishes the soul with the power of faith, but also brings a significant increase in elemental power to druids below level 10. The effect of the power of faith is too high-end. Attilan and his friends can only feel that they have gained benefits, but they don't understand what the benefits are. If the benefits are not obvious, they can't fully mobilize the emotional power of druids. The new formula given by the old naughty boy makes the production process very complicated. Attilan estimates that even if dozens of people cooperate, they can't completely replicate the effect of the formula, but the crystallization of wisdom will add luster to the soul-soothing bun. The harder it is for everyone to make it, the higher the quantity and quality of emotions released after success. The old naughty boy also told Attilan that his elemental body tempering secret technique is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is the arrangement and combination of earth, wind, water and fire. The second stage is the rotation of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth. And the third stage involves positive and negative energy. The Titan energy that Taishan practices is a kind of positive energy, and the shadow energy that Leopard Girl urgently trains is a kind of negative energy. Moreover, positive and negative energy are more dangerous, and the corresponding benefits will be higher. There is no obvious distinction between these elements, but it is more difficult to control positive and negative energy. Higher risk and high return. It is easy to be buried in peace if you are not careful. If shadow energy is easy to practice, when Leopard Girl transforms into Shadow Leopard, everyone will not be surprised and admired. If you transform into water or fire element, everyone will only smile and applaud perfunctorily. If it is an elemental giant, then everyone will definitely enthusiastically surround you in the center of the crowd, ask you about the details and techniques of transforming into an elemental giant, and then try to practice according to your ideas to see if you can also transform into an elemental giant. Many small druid gatherings are good to have a 10th level druid presiding. There are almost no cases like the situation of 3 archdruids in the Bear Forest. Generally, Archdruids struggle in the Emerald Dream. Whether it is practicing or purifying polluted areas, it is more meaningful than cultivating younger generations in the material world. The most common phrase of the Druid elders is, "I have left all my knowledge in this forest. If you want to become a great Druid, go find it." But the motivational effect is not very good, because becoming a great Druid is not necessarily the pursuit of young Druids, such as the Flower Girl and the Wine Girl. The dream of the Flower Girl is to cultivate the most beautiful flowers in the world. The goal of the Wine Girl is to have her brood wine appear in the world's top events, such as the Great Druid of the Natural Council, and the legendary Druids gather to drink her brood wine. This is not easy, so their plan is that if they are dying of old age and still cannot achieve their goals, then they will accept a like-minded apprentice. That's right. Most of the Druids who accept apprentices are half-baked Druids like this. In the Druid forest close to human settlements, some families who can't support their children will abandon their children in the forest, because they can only bet that the Druids will be kind and give their children a chance to survive. Some beasts bred by Druids are more spiritual and close to humans. They may also adopt abandoned children, and these children will naturally become Druids when they grow up. In fact, most of the human Druids in the forest are abandoned children of nature. Druids who have not practiced well will adopt children, while archdruids who follow the way of nature will think that this is part of the natural cycle, and the children may not exist. The Flower Girl, the Wine Girl, and the Leopard Girl appeared in Kingland Town talking and laughing. Attilan was waiting at the gate to greet them. Seeing them coming empty-handed, he asked directly, "It is understandable that the Leopard Girl is empty-handed, but tomorrow's grand event cannot be decorated with flowers from the Flower Girl and nourished with fine wine from the Wine Girl. Without your help, can this be considered a high-standard banquet?" Attilan's praise made the Flower Girl and the Wine Girl smile, but the Leopard Girl was unhappy. "They are necessary, so I am dispensable." Attilan looked at Leopard and said, "Of course not, you are indispensable to liven up the atmosphere of the banquet. How about you transform into a Shadow Leopard and perform a Shadow Plane shuttle for everyone?" Leopard rushed over with bared teeth and claws. "What do you mean? What's the difference between this and a lion jumping through a ring of fire? Can I only perform a circus for you? I'll fight you." "Wait a minute, if you really want to prove yourself, I have a formula here, see if you can make it. After all, you are also a master who has mastered the shadow element, I think it will not be difficult for you." Leopard took the bark paper confidently. "What's so difficult, eh?" As soon as Leopard opened it, the bark paper rolled out more than 2 meters away. It was densely written with the coordination steps of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth. There were a total of 120 kinds of transformation combinations, which made Leopard's scalp tingle. "I'm only good at shadow elements. It seems I can't help you." The Flower Girl and the Wine Girl were very curious about what was written on the bark paper, which made the always stubborn Leopard Girl say such a soft word. They came over to take a look and were immediately fascinated. The Wine Girl's eyes were shining. "I didn't expect that the coordination of water and fire elements would be handled in this way. No wonder I always fail. With this, it seems that my water and fire wine can finally be brewed." The Flower Girl pointed to another place. "This is also true. My wind and thunder twin flowers have never bloomed. Forcing them to bloom will cause the flowers to wither. It turns out that there is a problem with my method. I didn't give enough earth elements." The Leopard Girl looked at the Wine Girl in shock, and then at the Flower Girl. "Can you understand it?" The two said in unison without raising their heads. "I can only see a little bit. What am I if I can't understand it at all?" I was still showing off in front of everyone that I mastered the shadow element, so that everyone would not look at her with the old eyes. Now I'm going to be embarrassed. Attilan came to the Leopard Girl with a smile and comforted her. "Don't worry, they won't look down on you just because you are ignorant. People are not friends with you for the purpose of cultivation. You will be the same in the future." Leopard Girl asked in confusion, "Then why do people want to be friends with me? Isn't it because I am an outstanding leader of the younger generation of the animal school?" Attilan's mouth twitched. Although Leopard Girl's animal transformation is indeed good, the leader is a bit shameless. Because you are a happy person, you can always say something that makes everyone smile. Just be yourself. Leopard Girl didn't dwell on this issue. She came here today for no other purpose, just to show off her shadow leopard transformation, and at the same time prepare to eat 10 pounds. Especially the soul-soothing buns. The Flower Girl and the Wine Girl rolled up the bark paper and stuffed it into Attilan. "We have a new idea. The original things are no longer qualified, but we are not sure if we can come back before the banquet starts tomorrow." So the things can only be left to you to arrange. As they said, the two handed a fragrant dimensional bag to Attilan. Dimensional bag? You two are rich ladies, you actually have a rare dimensional bag. Leopard woman picked up the bag hanging from her waist. Is it rare? Are dimensional bags so common? Even leopard woman has one. What do you mean? I'll bite you to death. Leopard woman transformed into shadow leopard and bit Attilan's arm. Then she trembled and let go. Why is it so hard? I'm not in good shape today. I'll make up for the remaining 3,000 tomorrow. Sorry. Chapter 104, Frost, Fire, Wine and Wind and Thunder Lotus. Attilan knew that the secret technique of harmonizing the elements of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth given by the old naughty boy was useful, but he didn't expect it to be so useful. The flower girl and the wine girl only took a look and gained so much. If they took another look, I'm afraid they would explode. Looking at the leopard girl who turned back into human form and covered her mouth, he sighed and said, I told you not to bite. Don't bite. You moved so fast, I didn't have time to dodge. Let me see. My teeth fell out. The leopard girl opened her mouth and her injuries were affected. Her face was deformed in pain, but she still wanted to talk. You did it on purpose. This sentence successfully twisted her face into a ball. Is there a possibility that you can talk after the treatment? Attilan condensed a small ball of water of life and bounced it to the leopard girl's mouth. Wrap it in your mouth. While recovering from the injury, it can also slightly increase the bite force. The leopard girl opened a crack in her mouth and gently sucked the water of life in. Suddenly, he felt less painful, and couldn't wait to say, Gilulu, there's still water in your mouth. Can you be quiet for a while? Let me see what quality props the flower girl and the wine girl have prepared. This banquet is very important. Don't scream at me now. Wait until the banquet is ready, and then you can show off your madness. Attilan opened the flower girl's dimensional bag, which contained roses nurtured by the fire element, daffodils nurtured by the water element, wind lotus nurtured by the wind element, and daylilies nurtured by the earth element. It is difficult to cultivate plants containing a single element, and it takes a considerable level to cultivate the quality in the dimensional bag. Attilan can say that for sure. At least in terms of cultivating elemental flowers, the flower girl is no worse than a level 10 elemental school druid. These flowers are used to decorate the grand banquet for the great druid without losing their grade. Of course, decorating the venue with elemental flowers is not just about placing the flowers in the venue, but using elemental flowers as materials for ritual magic, turning one flower into hundreds of elemental flowers, making the venue sparkle. The rich elemental energy nourishes the body and mind of the participants. The effect is not very great, but it can raise the level of the banquet. This kind of decoration is an indispensable part of a grand event. The four elements of earth, wind, water and fire can decorate the venue in any style you need. With flowers as the carrier, the decoration is very druidic. But this kind of ritual magic has always been done by the flower girl. The flower girl and the wine girl are people who like to attend and hold banquets very much. They go to the gathering of bear people every month, not to learn druid knowledge. It is simply to show their results of the month at the gathering. The number of druids at the gathering is the largest, which is a natural banquet venue. Every time Attilan summons everyone to a meeting, they will definitely respond. But their main purpose is to turn the rigorous and serious gathering into a lively banquet. Holding a banquet once a month is their minimum requirement. Usually, the two of them and the leopard girl, red-haired Shanna and other female druids who were dragged together by them often hold small banquets. The reason why it is called a banquet instead of a tea party is because there are wine girls. The drinks at the banquet will only be fruit wine, at most juice-flavored drinks. Anyway, it is impossible to be completely alcohol-free. Drinking will cause trouble and get drunk. No one wants to happen again when they get carried away and fight the gnolls. The main reason is that the flower girl and the wine girl are auxiliary and logistics druids. Their frontal combat power is not strong. Their quality of withstanding lightning quenching is the worst, even worse than that of social phobia druids such as Shanna, which may make them have some ambition. Just like the elemental flowers such as the flower girl, in addition to being used to decorate the banquet venue, they can also be used as materials to make aromatherapy to assist druids in meditation. In particular, the flower girl also has flower spirits and tree spirits. These flowers can enhance the foundation of the two spirits. Just like in card games, using the collected materials to strengthen and upgrade pets. Of course, if you want to improve the quality of the cards, you can upgrade the 2R level spirit partner cards of the flower girl to SR cards. The flower girl needs to cultivate higher-level elemental flowers. For example, her wind and thunder lotus. Elemental flowers are more suitable for strengthening flower spirits. Originally, it was just a mediocre little flower spirit that mastered the fairy charm magic. At least the flower spirits shaped by the flower girl, collected light spirits, have a slightly poor intelligence. Light spirits are the lowest level of spirits. If light spirits cannot act as a group, a single light spirit cannot survive for too long in the forest. It is better to merge into flower spirits. The source of the secret art of shaping plant spirits mastered by the flower girl is the fairy magic used by the higher level spirits of the fairy wilderness to punish the lower level spirits and humans for the forbidden love. Of course, druids will not persecute the spirits that already have self-awareness. In order to make the school have the characteristics of the fairy school, the fairy school has developed a unique secret art of using ordinary creatures with low spirituality but fairy characteristics, low-level spirits without wisdom, to fuse high-level spirits with cultivation value. If two self-aware spirits are willing to merge actively, then a higher qualified and more intelligent spirit can be created. If the flower girl cultivates the flower spirits and tree spirits to a certain level and chooses to fuse them to pursue the potential of becoming a great druid, she may also be influenced by the thinking of the flower spirits and tree spirits. It is said that in the holy land of the fairy school, there is a powerful fairy, the flower vine tree, which was fused by a legendary druid who created this secret art. Literally, it is a plant hero unit full of flowers and branches covered with vines, which is more powerful than the ancient tree of life. It is difficult to say which legendary druid is integrated with a flower vine tree or dead. The previous route of the fairy school was to use their weak and potential deficient druid bodies as strengthening materials, but with ritual magic as an aid to fuse a fairy with druid consciousness as the main body. It was not until the vine girl communicated with the fairy school that she creatively created a method of shaping 3 fairy clones of flowers, vines, and trees, and in turn using them as strengthening materials to strengthen the druid's own talents. Why did the vine girl let Attilan cultivate the creeping dragon spirit well? It was because the creeping dragon spirit had the potential to be cultivated to challenge level 15. If it could be cultivated, the creeping dragon spirit would be the strengthening material for Attilan to use this secret technique. After reading the materials of the flower girl, it was time for the wine prepared by the wine girl. The wine girl prepared 5 kinds of wine, containing animal and plant materials of the 5 elements of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth. The fusion with her fruit wine made the flavor even better, and after drinking it, it could also gain an hour of practice enhancement effect. Attilan also planned to use some of these flowers and wines to make magic dishes. Our Prime Minister Sheep, part of his hard work and fattening was to serve as the magic chef for Attilan's major banquets. There is no chef who doesn't steal food. Even if the half-goat man only eats a little of the dish to taste the taste, he can eat dozens of dishes to his heart's content. When Attilan returned to Kinkingland town and asked the goat man to prepare magic food, he patted his chest and assured Attilan, "No problem. I have been studying hard every day to fully mobilize the magic power of the raw materials. I feel that even the level of my trickster illusion has improved." Attilan looked at him coldly. "You have been practicing magic food for a month. It's fine that you haven't practiced trickster illusion, but you don't care about the most basic wanderer skills at all, right? Are you sure your Trina will like you?" When Trina was mentioned, the goat man threw down the kitchen knife with a serious face and was about to practice. "You have wasted so many years. You don't need this day, and you don't think you can beat Trina by practicing for a few days? Or listen to my advice." The goat man scratched his face awkwardly. "You say you have always had a lot of tricks. It's right to listen to you. What do you mean by tricks? I am so smart that I am almost a demon. Cook first, and I'll start a devilish training on you tomorrow." After being fooled by Attilan, the goat man cooked magic dishes in the back kitchen for half a day, until Attilan came to him because he had a headache and couldn't use the ritual magic to decorate the banquet. The leopard woman, whose teeth had recovered, became excited when she heard it. "Leave it to me, leave it to me. I have held many banquets with them. I have obviously mastered it, but every time they said that they would let me decorate it next time. As a result, when I arrived, they always had it decorated." "How can you say that their memory is so bad?" Looking at the distressed leopard woman, Attilan really wanted to tell her, "Is there a possibility that they are afraid that you will waste materials and ruin the atmosphere of the banquet?" But what he said was, "They must be afraid that you will steal their limelight, so they don't let you do it. You decorate so beautifully, How can they have the nerve to invite everyone to the party? The leopard woman nodded in agreement. Should I take action today? I remember that the protagonist today is the old naughty boy. He helped me master the shadow element transformation. It's not appropriate for me to steal his limelight, right? Attilan nodded vigorously and praised, Miss Sandry is really smart. Since you have seen through everything, please pay attention to the side for a while, eat some snacks, and wait for your main venue next time, and then you can perform. That's it. The leopard girl ran to the long dining table with a smug look on her face, grabbed some snacks and stuffed them into her mouth, and soon she turned from a forest leopard into a hamster, and her cheeks were completely bulging. It's a good time to test how much level of your trickster spells are left. Let's set up the venue together. Following Attilan, the gold man has more or less grown up. With the dark night stars, the venue is beautifully decorated, and the 4 spirits of the sky are floating in the sky above the venue. After the venue was decorated, the druids came one after another with materials. More than 30 druids came, including some children that Attilan had never seen before. The one who was happily playing with these children was Lulu, who had disappeared for a long time. The old naughty boy didn't see the flower girl and the wine girl, and asked curiously, why is the wine girl not here? What are we drinking today? She read your notes and ran back, saying that's what happened. The old naughty boy's eyes lit up. It seems that I will have frost and fire wine to drink soon. Although I only drank a small gourd, I will never forget the taste. The flower girl is not here either. Will she also go to study the wind and thunder lotus? Chapter 105 The Fairy Scout Who Loves to Grow Mushrooms. Attilan didn't know about frost and fire wine, but he knew about wind and thunder lotus. Because there were many lotuses planted in the waters of the river bay in Kingland Town, they were maintained and bred with the water of life under the hometown sentiment of Attilan. Now there are many lotus leaves and pink and white flowers, exuding bursts of fragrance. The lotus pond and the moonlight seemed to bring Attilan back to the midsummer night with the evening breeze. Because of Attilan's stubbornness, there are lotus flowers blooming quietly in the waters of Kingland Town, and the flower girl often goes to Kingland Town to hold banquets with Attilan. Attilan also asked the fishman to build a room for them. Because Kingland Town grows a variety of flowers, the flower girl likes it very much. She helped Attilan optimize the layout of flowers in Kingland Town, so that the flowers in Kingland Town can bloom and wither with climate change. But at a glance, there will always be flowers in bloom in Kingland Town. In order to make it more beautiful, Attilan also asked the fishman to make wooden boxes filled with soil and lifted them into the air, planting flowers in them, so that the flowers in Kingland Town have a more three-dimensional sense. The flower girl saw the lotus when she was walking by the river. It was originally just an ordinary lotus seed, but under Attilan's unconditional nourishment, the blooming lotus has the ability to accommodate a little water element. This made the flower girl very excited. She was sure that Attilan did not use any special techniques to cultivate the lotus, but the lotus just had the ability to accommodate water elements. This is very valuable for research. It was at that time that Attilan knew that the flower girl was cultivating the wind and thunder lotus. It was a strange plant that the flower girl learned from the bear's mouth. Since she knew it, she had the idea of cultivating the wind and thunder lotus. Because this is an ornamental plant, although it can be used as a strengthening material in practice, compared with the difficulty of cultivating the wind and thunder lotus, its effect is not worth mentioning. Old naughty boy, I don't think this frost fire wine and the wind and thunder lotus are products of this continent. Could it be that my master and you got them when you traveled to other continents? The old naughty boy shook his head and said with a self-deprecating smile, astral travel is not that simple. That happened 100 years ago. A bear man with black and white hair came to the forest smelling of alcohol. Without asking, they picked the plants cultivated by Jaina to make wine, and then they naturally started fighting. Although the bear man was frivolous and talked non-stop, and he ran around in a panic under Jaina's attack, but Jaina couldn't hurt him. In the end, it was Geoj who attacked together to force out the bear man's true strength. He was a monk who used wind and thunder elements to fight. With every sip of wine, his attack power would rise to a higher level. In the end, even Geoj and Jaina combined were no match for him. As a result, when he finished his wine, he didn't want to fight anymore, and he sincerely apologized for stealing Jaina's flowers and fruits. Finally, according to his introduction, he came from a world where warrior monks were popular. Because he wanted to brew wine that could even make gods drunk. He began to travel between various material realms to collect materials. Frostfire wine is the specialty of his hometown that he invited us to drink at that time. and the Wind and Thunder Lotus is a mythological story he told. The protagonist of the story is a prince of a small country. He is not favored by the king, but a master monk admires the prince's talent and takes the prince away for practice. When the prince returned after successful practice, he happened to meet the envoy of the upper country who questioned the king. The prince took action in anger, but the envoy of the upper country, a dragon, was no match for him. But the act of killing the dragon angered the upper country, and the prince could only commit suicide to calm the anger of the upper country and repay his parents' kindness. The master monk took the prince's soul and used the last Wind and Thunder Lotus in the world to reshape the prince's body. A pair of wings shaped by wind and thunder grew from his back, giving the prince the powerful power to control wind and thunder. Attilan couldn't help frowning when he heard this. After returning to the small country, the prince's elder brother succeeded to the throne. The elder brother was also dissatisfied with the brutality of the upper country and the death of his younger brother, and had been working hard to govern the country. After the prince came back, he made up for his lack of strong fighting power. The two brothers joined forces, joined the partners the prince met during his training, and other small countries that were dissatisfied with the brutality of the upper country, and overthrew the upper country together. It was difficult for Attilan to evaluate when Henzi and Nezha merged into one character. This prince is the founder of the martial monk school practiced by the bear people. He is a panda man, not a bear man. Wait a minute, the bear man seems to have always said that the wind and thunder wings are his own unique secret skills. Now it seems that he also plagiarized the creativity of the panda martial monk school. So, my master coveted the powerful effect of the wind and thunder wings, so he stole their knowledge and created this secret technique. Of course not, the real wind and thunder wings have been lost. Without the Wind and Thunder Lotus, you can't practice the Wind and Thunder Wings. I heard from the bear monks that it is a unique skill that can compete with gods. The Wind and Thunder Lotus he brought is just a fake cultivated by later generations. Finding treasures similar to the Wind and Thunder Lotus and practicing the Wind and Thunder Wings is also a pursuit of the bear monks. Attilan said with regret, "It's a pity that I can't meet this master. There is a chance. The master said that he may pass by our continent again in 260 years. At that time, he will come to visit us again, which will be about 10 years later." At this time, the noisy children ran past Attilan. He immediately asked with some annoyance, "Why are there so many children in such an important occasion today?" The old naughty boy looked at him with disdain. "Superficial, do you know that children's hearts are the purest, and the light of their hearts is the most dazzling? The effect of the soul-calming buns can be at least doubled with them. I asked them to come here specially. I mean, where did they come from? Why haven't I seen them before?" It's definitely not because he has a natural dislike for naughty children. They are all children abandoned in the druid forest by the human kingdom in the north. The population of the kingdom is indeed too large, and the several principalities within it are still fighting each other, because weakening the power of the principality is beneficial to maintaining the rule of the royal family. The royal family deliberately chooses to turn a blind eye, making the lives of the lower-level farmers more difficult. The old naughty boy glared at him again. "I don't know whether your bad idea is good for these farmers or will bring them a more painful experience." Attilan could only smile and say, "With the guidance of the druids, they will definitely be fine. At that time, I will also contribute manpower. You can see that in a few years, I will definitely have extra food here. It's no problem to use boats to transport it to the human kingdom along the river." After saying that, he slipped away. "Long time no see Lulu, I'll go talk to her." The little goblin had a lot of fun playing with the little kid, and she was even more of a show-off than Leopard Girl. "Lulu, long time no see, what have you been doing recently?" Lulu sat on the back of the little centaur and rolled her eyes at him. "Didn't you suggest that I go back and see if there are any goblins willing to settle in this forest?" Attilan immediately asked curiously, "Are there any goblins willing to come?" "No one, no goblins, but there is a dragon who is willing." "A dragon? As the saying goes, there is no room for two dragons in one forest. This forest already has him, an ocean sub-dragon, and can't accommodate other dragons." Seeing Attilan's serious expression, Lulu laughed. "You don't think it's a giant dragon, do you? Don't you think there will be giant dragons in the Feywilds? And even if there are giant dragons, they still need to avoid war, it seems so." "So it's a fairy dragon." Attilan was still full of curiosity about the special dragon species of fairy dragons. "Can I see where he is now?" "Here, but he doesn't like crowds very much because his master just died not long ago." "Master?" Facing Attilan's doubts, Lulu said, "The master of the fairy dragon and I are good friends. She is one of the best dragon trainers in the fairy court. She belongs to a special force directly under the fairy court. Their team went out to perform a mission some time ago. The whole army was wiped out. Only a newcomer who had just passed the training and joined the team escaped under the cover of the fairy dragon. I wanted to bring the little guy out with me, but he hid and I couldn't find him. It's really weird. His hiding talent is too strong. My druid spells can't detect his vital signs. No wonder he's the only one who survived. I even think that the fairy dragon survived because of him, not because the fairy dragon took him away. Such a powerful newcomer. Attilan's eyes lit up, and he must invite him to join his team. What's the matter with this boy? Lulu blinked in confusion. Weren't you very interested in the fairy dragon just now? Why did you change suddenly? The fairy dragon is here, and you can see it at any time, but this boy is different. His teammates and captain, who used to talk and laugh with him, all sacrificed themselves to cover his retreat. What a big blow to his young heart. He is in need of love and care. How can you leave him alone? Lulu. You disappoint me so much. Lulu stared at Attilan in a daze. No, are he and I of the same race, or are you and him of the same race? We are both dragons, so shouldn't you care about the fairy dragon whose master has also died? Well, tell me about his situation, and I'll see if I can help you design a set of words to lure him out. The most important thing now is to get him out of this sad place of fairy court. Lulu always felt that something was wrong, but she still followed Attilan's train of thought. His family is a farmer who grows mushrooms in the countryside. He is valued by fairy court not because of his fast running speed and invisibility, but because of his unique fairy magic to cultivate poisonous mushrooms. Hiss. Just now it was just a little bit like him, but now it is very similar. After arriving at the fairy court, he unexpectedly met my friend. With her help, Mushroom had developed two innate magics, swiftness and invisibility. With the poisonous mushrooms he developed later, he successfully joined the Omega team, but on his first mission, he encountered a powerful opponent and was defeated miserably. He is afraid that he will never be able to go to the battlefield again. Chapter 106, The Leader of the Druid Kindergarten. Attilan's intuition tells him that this goblin, who is very similar to a scout captain who has died millions of times in terms of ability and life experience, has great potential. This newcomer, who was sent out by the Omega team at the cost of all his life, will continue to live with the will of others and achieve unprecedented merits for the Omega team. The premise is that he will not be bewitched by Attilan and choose to leave the goblin wilds and come to the bear forest to start a new life. Since he can't go to the battlefield, isn't it just right for him to live in the forest and help me train a wanderer apprentice? Lulu's eyes turned around. Compared with the greedy Oberon, Attilan, the ocean dragon, is indeed a relatively better choice. And who said that you must serve the little dragons in the forest? These monarchs are all black-hearted. Sooner or later, they will be abandoned or exchanged for interests after weighing the pros and cons. Dying an untimely death is the best outcome. Living in pain like Mushroomhead is simply torture. Fairies are indeed more optimistic and open-minded than humans and other intelligent life forms in the material world, but watching their teammates sacrifice one by one in front of them, not to mention Mushroomhead, even Lulu felt uncomfortable after she returned and learned the news. Why did Lulu stay with these children? She wanted to absorb the children's cheerful emotions to dispel the sadness in her heart. Looking at Lulu, who suddenly became a little depressed, Attilan keenly realized that he had said the wrong thing just now. I'm sorry, it's not good to forget that your friends sacrificed you. Don't worry, although my current strength is not strong enough, when I become stronger, I will have the ability to revive your friends. Lulu suddenly returned to her original smiling appearance. Attilan, you underestimate us fairies. We don't need you at all. The souls of fairies will return to the rainbow spring and be reborn as new fairies, but they will lose their memories before death. Well, you fairies still need the resurrection spring? But the resurrection technique developed by the sea dragon recorded in my inherited memory can revive a person even after decades of death as long as his soul is intact. It doesn't matter if there is no body. It will be perfectly adapted to the body created by the soul. Lulu looked at Attilan with shining eyes. How long will it take you to master this resurrection technique? Attilan smiled awkwardly. It will probably take a long time. Mastering this sea dragon soul resurrection technique requires not only a high degree of control over life energy, but also a certain accumulation of soul knowledge. I know nothing about soul knowledge. Even the proficiency of life energy needs to be trained for decades before it can be achieved, including the time required to learn soul knowledge. I estimate that I will be able to master the dragon soul resurrection technique in adulthood, which is 100 years later. This requires me not to sleep like other dragons, but to practice diligently every day like now, practicing for 100 years in a row. Can you persist? Lulu trembled all over when she thought about that kind of day. Although she was practicing seriously now, Lulu strictly practiced the rest time as long as she practiced. Moreover, Lulu pursues high-quality rest. For example, the elemental feast held in Attilan today is great. There are not only various magical dishes, but also a large group of lively children. The positive emotions of these children dissipated Lulu's inner sadness, and the emotions of the children who are also druids are also useful for the practice of fairy druids. The main theme of Attilan's banquet itself is to teach and entertain. Everything involved in the banquet contains druid knowledge. Lulu looked curiously at the food table placed in the center of the banquet venue. Why are there still ingredients? Are you planning to let everyone eat and grill together? Attilan rolled his eyes at Lulu. This is not a self-service barbecue, but the Four Gods Mountain and Sea Treasure's soul-calming buns. You don't know anything, and you are from the fairy wilderness. You are a country bumpkin. Lulu gritted her teeth and looked at Attilan. Who are you calling a bumpkin? It's just a magical dish. You can't even imagine how delicious the food I ate in fairyland was. That was the chef who served the fairy queen. So what? So that's not a delicacy that mortals can taste. The fairy queen is also a god. The food she bestowed upon me contains the power of faith that mortals can't experience at all. Do you know what the power of faith tastes like? You, the bumpkin, don't know anything. Attilan smiled mysteriously. It's just the power of faith. Who hasn't tasted it? If the food containing the power of faith that the fairy queen bestowed upon you was really good, you wouldn't have praised the cooking skills of Mep and me so much. So you can imagine that the fairy queen's chef is only good at blending the power of ingredients to maximize the effect, but the taste. Listening to Attilan's analysis, Lulu's face looked a little ugly. This little dragon's inside is still as good as ever. I think the taste should be not much different from that of magic potions, right? There is really no difference between magic potions and Chinese medicine. The various types of materials found in Chinese medicine are also raw materials for magic potions. For example, the excrement of ocean dragons can actually be used to make some life-related magic potions. I won't go into detail whether it goes into the mouth or not, but those who understand will understand. Of course, professionals with spiritual pursuits will definitely choose relatively clean materials. Attilan has not wasted any dragon manure in the past 6 months. All of it is used to cultivate plants. The dragon manure of ocean dragons containing life energy is mixed with various materials collected from the forest to make life liquid fertilizer. This is the secret of the high yield of the land around Agio town. As for the poor soil in the wasteland, even after various planting techniques have been improved, the halfling's 200 kilograms of seeds per mu can only produce 70 to 80 kilograms per mu at most. There is still a difference. Although it is not very delicious, it is indeed the taste of food, not the taste of potion. The chefs in the fairy court have worked very hard. Their family has served the fairy queen as chefs for generations. Even after Prince Oberon usurped the throne, many positions in the fairy court were replaced by a group of people, but the chefs were still their family. You just keep talking tough. I hope you can still stick to your current position after you get the leftover buns that are distributed to you. Attilan shrugged and looked at the pony whose hooves could no longer hold back. You continue to play with these little brats. Remember to bring them to the cooking show later. Don't blink. A fancy magic show, in addition to being beautiful, can't substantially increase the deliciousness of the food. She would be sick of seeing this kind of evil chef in the fairy court. For chefs and food, deliciousness is the first priority. Why don't these damn guys understand? On a plate, there is a flower, a few grasses, and a pattern smeared with sauce. The most important food, but only a small bite. The group of ladies who tightened their stomachs could not fill their stomachs at the banquet. I hope the food you cook is worthy of your performance. These children are not easy to fool. No matter how beautiful the performance is, they will not support it if it is not delicious. How could Attilan not understand the king's new clothes? If you want to win the light of the children's hearts, the soul-soothing buns must be delicious. Yati borrowed a moose from Dagio and carried a 3-meter-long golden crocodile into the venue. The scales of the golden crocodile shone golden under the energy of the venue, and the children surrounded it instantly. Wow, what a beautiful crocodile, can you not eat it? A little girl stroked the scales of the golden crocodile with a look of regret. Yati smiled and rubbed her head. After the crocodile is processed, I will make you a leather armor with the skin of the golden crocodile, okay?" The little girl's eyes lit up. "Okay." A group of children immediately raised their hands. "I want one too." Okay, everyone gets a share." It's such a big crocodile. As expected, the child's attention was easily diverted. "Why is it a golden crocodile? I remember you didn't breed a platinum crocodile. You remembered it wrong. The platinum crocodile is their father. I am counting on it to breed more golden crocodiles with new characteristics for me. How could I eat it? As for this golden crocodile, its bloodline has the lowest value for inheritance, but because it has been cultivated for a long time, it contains a lot of water elemental power. It should be suitable for making your king long buns, right? Crocodiles are also dragon species, so it is naturally suitable for making king long buns. Just waiting for your crocodile." Then he used charm magic to cover up his dragon power as much as possible, making himself look a little more amiable. "Children, next is the most grand magic cooking performance of this banquet. Don't blink." Lulu rolled her eyes at him and used magic to transmit her voice. "Your voice just now was really disgusting." Leopard woman couldn't help but tremble when she heard Attilan's voice, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. She didn't give Attilan face, and directly shouted, "Hurry up and start. Don't be disgusting. Eat." Attilan glared at Leopard woman fiercely, quickly dealt with a golden crocodile, took out the essence of the crocodile meat, and started making the Four Gods Mountain and Sea Treasure soul-calming buns with other ingredients. As the buns were put into the pot and started to steam, the four spirits in the sky above the banquet began to echo with the Four Gods soul-calming buns. The tiger man, who originally did not intend to attend the banquet, came to the venue quietly after sensing the breath of the white tiger. At this time, Attilan was accepting the praise of the old naughty boy. "I've watched today's process. Your skills are still relatively rusty, and you've lost a lot of elemental power, which makes the goat man's illusion look more attractive. Aren't you curious about why we gathered these little brats together? Now I can tell you that they are almost old enough to receive training as druid apprentices. Originally, they should have been taught by a few older druids on the north side of the river. I would also go to guide them from time to time, but this time, your master decided to give the task of teaching them to you." Attilan was confused. "Let him take care of the children?" "Ah, me." The old naughty boy rubbed his hands in anticipation of the soul-soothing bun, and said without turning his head, "Don't you like being a leader the most? But I'm a child too." Chapter 107. The old naughty boy who was hit. The blue wind, red fire, blue water, and yellow earth, which symbolize the four elements, tumbled in the air, and finally gathered to form the pattern of the four spirits, which flew around the steam-filled soul-soothing buns in the air. Staring at the wind-shaped white tiger in the air, the tiger man couldn't help but clench his fists and asked the half-goat man, "Did you tell the little dragon about the four symbols?" The half-goat man shook his head. "I don't know where he knew it from, probably from his inherited memory. I heard him say that the elemental dragons have a bad relationship with the metal dragons and the color dragons. They often travel to other material worlds through the four elemental realms, so their inherited memories are more extensive than those of the metal dragons and the color dragons. Why don't you go and ask him directly?" The tiger man looked at Attilan, who was talking to the old naughty boy, and didn't want to go over for the time being. She wanted to see how deep Attilan's understanding of the four symbols was before deciding whether to share the information about the wind and thunder wings and the white tiger's Dharma image with Attilan. "We are relieved to leave it to you. It is precisely because you are a child, but you have raised the druid level to level 6 in a short time, so we have to leave it to you." Through this short 1-hour observation, Attilan found that these children were still very simple and it was not difficult to manage them, but he wanted to teach them to become excellent druids. Sorry, he couldn't do it. "Senior, I'm afraid I will mislead the students." The old naughty boy waved his hand casually. "Don't worry, they don't have a master yet, and not every druid can reach level 20 to become a great druid. Below level 10, or even below level 5, is the norm for most druids. You know that your master is a rare legendary druid in the Natural Council. How can you still think that the young druids in the forest are ordinary people? They are actually rare geniuses. It's just that they all have some problems, which is why they are thrown here to learn." Attilan couldn't help but nod. Indeed, the socially phobic, socially arrogant, socially phobic, and lack of nerves, the only normal druid seems to be the Eagle King. Hey, why did the Eagle King come here to practice? With his talent, he practiced in the Natural Council. Shouldn't the archdruid follow the rules? The old naughty boy pointed at himself and said, The Eagle King believes that with his talent, if he follows the most strict Jorgato practice, he may be able to keep his youthful appearance and become an archdruid. Attilan looked at the Eagle King, who was processing the ingredients and preparing the second basket of soul-soothing buns with a smile. I didn't expect that you, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, are actually in narcissistic face control. If you want to stay young forever, you can find me or other means. No, the Eagle King thinks that the appearance and age of a druid to a certain extent represent his talent and hard work. Only a druid who has practiced seriously since childhood can do this. When he obtains the longevity body characteristic at level 18, he has a young appearance of more than 20 years old. The Eagle King is proud. If he uses other means to keep his youthful appearance, he can fool others but not himself. What he pursues is self-satisfaction, not the admiration of others. Attilan nodded in agreement. The Eagle King who pursues is not the man he values. Just agree to it. Hearing what the old naughty boy said, Attilan quickly turned around and said, what did I agree to? I agreed to take care of and train these children. I will send them to Kingland Town tomorrow. No, senior, you can't do that. I will lead them astray. The old naughty boy smiled and said, if they are 1/10 as bad as you are, I won't have to worry about their future. Even if they can't become outstanding druids, they can at least live a carefree life. 1/10? Am I a born bad seed in your mind? Senior, the oldest of them should be 6 or 7 years old, and the youngest is only 4 years old. What do you want me to teach them? You can't start learning to plant trees to balance the natural ecology of the forest at such a young age, right? Planting trees? How can a druid apprentice learn this? What they need to learn is herbal identification, the fields of various gods of the natural pantheon, badges, holy words, observing nature, and cultivating animal companions. When they are older, they can learn to control animal companions to fight, learn arcane knowledge, and prepare for sensing natural magic and obtaining druid spells. Only by understanding enough arcane knowledge in advance can they learn and thoroughly master certain spells besides spell slots. Of course, melee skills also need to be mastered accordingly. This requires at least 3 years, and up to 9 years of apprenticeship education. After they become level 1 druids, they can start to practice balancing nature such as planting trees, breeding animals, restoring the predation chain, etc. Attilan asked ignorantly, do they have to practice for so long to become level 1 druids? Don't they meditate all these years? The old naughty boy asked back unhappily, how can I sense and accumulate natural magic without meditation? Can I become stronger just by breathing? Attilan exhaled a breath of life. Isn't it, you kid? This is the talent of the sea dragon. It can't be counted as a druid practice, Attilan said as a matter of course, but the first time I meditated after accepting the baptism of my master, I absorbed enough natural magic to become a level 1 druid. This can't be the talent of the sea dragon, right? The old naughty boy rolled up his sleeves. Do you think that I am just a level 20 druid and I can't deal with you, a little dragon? You are pretending in front of me. Are you sure that your druid practice has not relied on the talent of the ocean dragon at all? I have a spell here that can seal your ocean dragon talent with a connection between the ocean dragon and the water elemental force, so that you can clearly perceive that you are not relying on the blood of the ocean dragon, how deep your connection with nature is when you meditate to perceive nature, and how powerful the druid spells you cast with this spell slot are, can be used to judge the quality of your talent. Attilan's eyes lit up. This sealing spell developed by the old naughty boy is simply the most suitable for people like Attilan who have a very strong bloodline talent. This kind of way training has no effect on those who do not have special bloodlines. But for Attilan, an ocean dragon, especially a genius among ocean dragons, it is very valuable. It's like relying on bloodlines. Attilan's practice speed is 250. After sealing the blood of the ocean dragon, Attilan may only have 50 left, and his practice speed will definitely slow down. But the difficulty of controlling 250 is completely different from that of controlling 50. Many geniuses with strong talents may waste a lot of time on controlling their own powerful strength. It is difficult for them to control their strength in detail, because there is too much power and it is too much to spend. The only thing that the Tiger Man is better than him is that the Tiger Man has the ultimate control over his body and ki. Attilan is different. Is it really that he doesn't want to exercise? He wants to control his body to the same level of precision as the Tiger Man, which will take much longer than the Tiger Man, so he chooses to focus on other places where he can more easily control it. For example, water elemental power, such as spells. As a newly born dragon, Attilan must have the talent of water elemental power and spellcasting, but his talent has not yet been revealed, so he has an advantage over ordinary people in this regard, but the advantage is not too great. So great that it will affect his own control in turn. The long growth period of dragons, in fact, in addition to slow growth, the most important thing is that dragons need several times or even 10 times more time to control their bodies than other races. This body includes physical body, magic, spells, majestic aura and other soul abilities. For example, a golden dragon may not look good, but it has great charm, because the charm of a golden dragon emanates from the inside out, from the depths of its soul. After listening to Attilan's thoughts, the old naughty boy fell silent. Even if he didn't have the blood of an ocean dragon, just by listening to his introduction, Attilan could think of a way to practice using elemental seals. He is an absolute genius. Look, I said you are a genius. I'm relieved to leave these little bean sprouts to you. As for the training you mentioned, I'll take you to try it if I have the chance. He raised his hand to close Attilan's mouth, and even conjured up a vine with a bow tied on it. Stop talking. I want to be quiet. Looking at the old naughty boy walking to the corner with a slightly lonely look, Attilan shrugged and ignored him. The fragrance of the soul-soothing buns came out, and it was ready to be served after turning off the heat and simmering for another 5 minutes. This first basket is for everyone present. Everyone has contributed. At the same time, I hope that everyone will continue to work hard on the second basket for the masters. After eating the soul-soothing buns, you will be full of energy, show your best performance, let the masters see our seriousness and hard work in practicing, and integrate the natural spirit of druids into the soul-soothing buns. Do you have confidence? Yes, the social-phobic leopard woman screamed the loudest and jumped the highest. Okay, time is almost up. Open the lid. A burst of golden light penetrated the white steam, making the druid's eyes widen, and the children came directly to the steamer. Don't worry, everyone has a share, 8 per person. It was the size of the steamed buns, even a child could eat one in one bite. Of course, this child was a little centaur. He was the oldest and looked a bit like the old centaur. Watching the little centaur eating one in one bite, Attilan walked to the old centaur who was smoking a pipe. Your son, the old centaur smoked directly from his pipe. I'm over 100 years old, how could I have such a young son? This is my grandson's son. This kid must have a good talent for druidism. At such a young age, he can control the war horses raised by the tribe to obey his commands. Attilan asked curiously, war horses? Why do you raise war horses if you are not centaurs? We don't need them, but humans in the north do. Every 2 or 3 years, they have to fight with the grassland orcs further north, and their war horses suffer too much loss when facing the orcs wolves. Every year we provide 100 war horses, and the food we get in return is enough for us to eat for a whole year. Attilan frowned. It's too cheap. There are only more than 300 people in your tribe, and 100 war horses were only exchanged for such a small amount of food. You are so kind. Leave the business of body tempering to me. I guarantee that your profit can be doubled. That's great. At this time Lou urgently found Attilan, pulled him aside, held up the king long bun and asked, why does your soul calming bun give me the feeling that it is so similar to the faith power dish of the fairy court? Attilan smiled and said, it's not similar, it's the same. Lulu's eyes widened immediately. Chapter 108 Star Guardian Lulu. After Lulu came to her senses, she immediately cast a spell to release a circle of pink smoke. She was still worried and continued to cast a spell to strengthen the fairy barrier that blocked her and Attilan. Do you know what kind of existence absorbs and utilizes the power of faith? You don't think that relying on 2 legendary druids, Geoj and Master Jaina, can save you, right? With this soul-soothing bun, there will soon be 5 legendary druids in the forest. By then, even if the incarnation of the gods comes, they will not be able to get any benefit. 5? I know that a legendary druid came to cause trouble the day before yesterday, and was captured by the 3 masters together, but even if you use this soul-soothing bun to restore his strength, let Master Robert rely on the soul-soothing bun to break through to the legendary level. There will only be 4 people. Attilan looked at Lulu with a sharp look. Lulu, have you forgotten that you are also a level 17 druid? You are the most likely genius in this forest to advance to the legendary level. Except for the old naughty boy, me. Lulu shook her head quickly. Although I think I still have some talent for druids, it is impossible for me to become a legendary druid in a short period of time. Compared with Master Robert, I lack the accumulation and foundation necessary for becoming a legendary druid. After all, the master has been stuck at the legendary level 20 for 200 years. Lulu raised her head in disdain. Although your soul-soothing buns contain the power of faith, if compared with the power of faith dishes of the fairy court, the difference is like the campfire in front of you and the fireflies in the distance. They are both light. Do you think they can be compared? Can the forest gather the huge power of faith like the fairy court, and can there be a demigod like Titania, the fairy queen, sitting in charge? When mentioning the fairy court in Titania, Attilan felt something was wrong. Lulu, if the fairy queen is a god with divine power, then why did Oberon's rebellion succeed? Demigods are not half-gods, but gods with divine power from level 1 to 5, called weak divine power, and are obviously weaker than other gods, so they are called demigods. Generally, only those with weak divine powers of level 6 to 10 are qualified to claim that they are qualified gods, have the strength to protect a region, and do not need to rely on the power of other gods to serve as subordinate gods. Lulu said in some horror, "You mean the Queen of Fairies has been plotted against?" Attilan nodded and said, "This is the most likely situation now, but it cannot be denied that Oberon is also secretly accumulating divine power, or using some divine power props to plot against the Queen of Fairies. Most people will not call the names of gods directly, because this will be sensed, but that is the ability of true gods above level 6. Gods with weak divine powers are definitely stronger than legendary professionals of the same level without divine power, or even professionals 10 levels higher, but their ability to respond to believers is not enough, let alone finding the guy who accidentally calls his name. Unless it is with malicious intent. Attilan has no grudges against Titania and Oberon, and he has not yet completed his rule over the continent under his feet, so how could he touch the Feywilds? Attilan still prefers this kind of region with distinct 4 seasons. Even though the forest is like spring all year round, the seasonal changes are not particularly obvious. At most, there is a difference between spring and autumn. Lulu, don't underestimate yourself. In fact, I just learned from the old naughty boy a way to quickly accumulate foundation. Do you want to know? Lulu glared at him unhappily. You are talking nonsense. If you have a way, just tell me. If I become a legend, I can protect you better. If I can really become a legend, I will work for you for as many years as you are promoted in advance. Lulu is a fairy, and this sentence is very consistent with the fairy's value of equal exchange. In short, if Lulu succeeds, it will be a win-win situation for Attilan. Attilan introduced enthusiastically. The old naughty boy has mastered a secret technique that uses elemental force to seal existing power and talent. In theory, the speed of cultivation will be slowed down after being sealed, right? But we change our thinking. If we practice in a sealed state, can we develop hidden talents faster? At the same time, eliminating the interference of existing power, will it be easier to master new power? For example, I am an ocean dragon. If I use the elemental seal to seal my talent for water elemental force, then it will be easier for me to practice fire elemental force and improve affinity. Lulu looked at Attilan with a slightly worried look, as if she was looking at a fool. You don't really want to practice fire elemental force, do you? This is simply a waste of your talent, and the 2 elements of water and fire will explode when they meet in your body. What awaits you by then is a decrease in your affinity talent for water element. Attilan also responded to Lulu with a roll of his eyes. I'm just giving an example. It doesn't mean I will really practice fire elemental power. I just think that if I practice controlling water elemental power after sealing my water elemental power talent, how strong will my water elemental control be after I unlock it? This is actually a kind of weight training and pure training without interference. It's a weight for me, but it's a new possibility for you. I think besides fairy magic, you should also want to try other druid schools, right? As a pixie with fairy energy in her body, Lulu can master the spells of the fairy school relatively easily. Practicing spells of other schools will bring extra interference. That's not right. Why can you master so many elemental druid spells without interference? You are obviously a water elemental dragon. Lulu's tone was full of unwillingness and resentment. Because I'm a dragon. Dragons' talents allow us to naturally control all kinds of energy. As an ocean dragon, I'm just closer to water and life energy. That doesn't mean I'm not close to other elements. Even if it's fire, the power of me at the same level is not weaker than that of Shanna, who specializes in fire, Attilan said as a matter of course, which made Lulu even more angry. Even if the elemental seal can block the interference of fairy energy, Lulu can't carry the seal with her for her whole life, so she must choose a field that is well adapted to fairy energy. In this way, the two energies complement each other, and she can use this to break through the legend. Attilan, which energy do you think I should choose that is suitable for fairy energy? Attilan pointed to the sky without thinking and said, of course, the stars and the moon in the sky. There should be many fairy wizards in the fairy court who are good at this kind of spells, right? Fairies have fairy magic that borrows starlight, and druids also have druid spells that borrow starlight. Maybe you will become a legend in the future, and you can extend another astrology school based on the fairy school. At that time, your name will spread in this world with the astrology school. Lulu curled her lips and shook her head. Starlight magic is notoriously difficult to learn. In addition to a few direct attack magics, the biggest role of starlight magic is positioning, prophecy, teleportation, and healing. Originally, Attilan's suggestion had a little bit of bad taste. He wanted to turn the druid Lulu in front of him into the star guardian Lulu, but after listening to Lulu's words, it seems that compared to the star guardian, after she mastered the starlight magic, she is more like the kind god who wants to save all living beings, Soraka, the son of the stars. Of course, it's just ability. Lulu's personality can't save people like Soraka, but Lulu doesn't mind doing her best to save the forest druids. If Lulu is promoted, the positions of the 5 legendary druids will be Bearman top tank and output, Fusion mid and control, Bloodstain jungle and assassin. As for Old Boy, it is obvious that he is not a shooter in the game. He is just a pure mid lane violent output mage, but because of his level, his output will definitely appear weak. If there is Lulu, who is good at control and blood recovery, then the situation will be much easier. After eating the first basket of soul-soothing buns, the druids present were full of confidence and expectations for the soul-soothing buns. The power of faith contained in the second basket of soul-soothing buns exceeded the imagination of Old Boy and Lulu. Attilan proposed that everyone try the effect of the soul-soothing buns first, increase confidence, and then use the best materials to make the second basket of soul-soothing buns. The plan was a great success. The formula of the first cage was changed to increase the druid's clear perception of the effect of the soul-soothing bun. For example, Tarzan was waving his fists and shouting excitedly in the venue, "My body is full of strength." He looked like a fool. The leopard woman looked at Tarzan with contempt, and she knew how stupid Tarzan's behavior was. The second cage was given to the bear man and Bloody, and the vine girl was to transform those souls into believers of the flying bun cult. After they were transformed and sent to the Emerald Dream, the Archbishop Old Urchin appeared. Therefore, the hit Old Urchin was then pulled by Attilan and Lulu to start practicing the elemental seal. The talent of the body was sealed, and the talent of the soul was fully displayed. Attilan said in surprise, "Can the seal also sharpen the strength of the soul of the sealed person? Is it so powerful?" The Old Urchin finally regained a little confidence after looking at the shocked face. "Of course, I have made many attempts to become a legendary druid." Attilan opened his mouth and then closed it. He was afraid that he could not help asking the old naughty boy, "You have tried so many ways, why haven't you advanced yet?" This completely hit the old naughty boy's mood. Who'll train them? After sealing the blood of the ocean dragon, Attilan felt that it was indeed difficult for him to sense the water element. In the past, when he stood at the entrance of the forest on the side of Kingland Town, he could raise waves from the lake to submerge Kingland Town. Now, even if he soaked in the water, he could not submerge Kingland Town. The water splashed at most filled the ponds opened up by the fishmen. Lulu started a happy life of sleeping during the day, stargazing at night, and absorbing starlight energy. Before she could control the starlight energy in her body to lift the seal and condense into a ball that would not be dispersed by the fairy energy, Lulu needed to maintain the current elemental seal. Attilan was also very considerate and prepared a set of Star Guardian uniforms for Lulu with silk dyed and tender green. In order to make the uniforms have starlight energy, he searched for a long time in his memory before finding a method that he could use now. As for condensing starlight into silk threads to make clothes, he couldn't understand the operation at all. He didn't know how powerful the magician dragon was to come up with such a perverted production method. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Beautiful Young Woman Looking for Her Husband. Energy materialization is a very difficult subject. For example, Attilan recently took the lead and asked the druids in the forest, who are good at controlling the earth element, to study how to use the earth element to increase the fertility of the soil. Because of the problem of bloodstained, the kingdom of the jackals must not be able to fight. If he rashly sends troops, there must be a series of conspiracy traps waiting for him to step on. In the gap of practicing the water element, Attilan also went to see Bloodstained and asked him why he was instructing the half-goat man to let his poor Atlantis kingdom develop towards the south. Is it to make the druids conflict with the water elf kingdom? As a result, Bloodstained said directly, "When did I meet the half-goat man who is good at cooking? And it was in the town of the halflings. I have never been to the halfling town. He came from the human kingdom in the north, but he visited the old naughty boy first." The plan that Attilan knew was either given by his evil thoughts when he was controlled, or it was a plan given by the mastermind pretending to be him. In short, Bloodstained thought there was a pit behind it. At least before his problem is solved, it is best for the forest druids not to leave rashly, especially the dragon druids like Attilan, who are very valuable to control at first glance. Regardless of whether to fight the Null Kingdom or not, or whether to occupy the large unowned land in the north of the Water Elf Kingdom, Attilan must first solve the problem of food. Although the war has to be put on hold for a while, Attilan still used food to buy a batch of equipment from the dwarves, but the 500 sets of horse and horse armor became 300 sets. The iron disc breastplate of the Torn is still 100 sets. The original 200 sets of armor were replaced by Attilan with various farm tools, such as pickaxes. Although the pickaxe is used for farming, it can still be used on the battlefield. It is a dual-purpose iron equipment for soldiers and farmers. It is very practical and can also break armor. Although the poor gnolls are not sure whether they have armor or not. The food is exchanged for equipment, and the high-intensity land reclamation work makes Attilan's dependents have a big appetite. Even if there are more 6,000 acres of black beans, it still can't fill the group of insects. These black beans were planted at the wrong time, and the soil lacked fertility. They were planted right after the land was opened up, and there was no fertilizer such as river silt, bone meal, and plant ash. In other words, the fertilizer was not enough. Even if the limited earth element conversion fertility spells were used, the yield was still less than 80 kilograms per mu on average. 6,000 mu, 480,000 kilograms of black beans. This group of insects originally consumed 3,000 kilograms of black beans, 5,000 kilograms of grass, and 200 kilograms of meat per day, which theoretically could support the next wheat and black beans to mature. But the old horse, who was not a human, lifted him up when he went to the centaur tribe to see the war horses, and stuffed him with a group of centaurs whose farming value was greater than their fighting value. At that time, the old horse excitedly introduced Attilan to another blind old horse, the Old Blind Eye, and portrayed Atlantis as a very powerful country. The most important point in portraying Attilan as a wise and powerful monarch is that Attilan recruited all kinds of dependents who could create value for him. Old Blind is the cousin of Old Horse. This tribe, which was once a member of Thurstus, is best at making bows and arrows and archery. But there is a problem. Swamp Dragon's tribe often fights water battles with the human kingdom and the dwarf kingdom. There are very few tribes fighting on land, and they are basically cannon fodder. For example, the Kingland Town fishermen, who used to be the Marines of the Navy, were annihilated in a landing battle, even with all kinds of monster wizards and shamans who rolled up strong winds and heavy rains. They still lost to the humans and dwarves with strict formations on land. The reason why the centaurs were abandoned was the strong winds and rains. Bows and arrows had no room to play in such weather. If there were no strong winds and rains, other tribes would not be able to go ashore to support the centaurs. So after receiving the messenger from Old Horse, Old Blind decisively resigned to the warlord in charge of the ground forces as he looked at the decreasing number of young and middle-aged tribesmen. Although Thurstus was determined to defeat the last two obstacles, he was facing Jishi in the east and looking at the vast sea, and he could summon his subordinates at will and send them away at will. But he is not an evil dragon, he is a two-way runner. He can abandon these tribes, and the tribes can leave if they are not satisfied with his treatment. Because he thinks these tribes are only worth so much? That's right, he will personally judge the war potential of each tribe. Dragon King, I think you will not refuse my cousin's surrender, right? Don't worry, I know your food is not enough. I will give half of the food from the sale of war horses to my cousin and his people. Attilan's mouth twitched. He promised the old horse to double the income of the war horses. Even if he gave half, The remaining half could still meet the needs of the tribe. With this warhorse trade money, Attilan does not have to worry about a food problem of more than 300 people in a year, and they are good at making bows and arrows, which is exactly the talent Attilan needs. It is really too difficult for aquatic races, such as fish people and crude centaur tribes in the desert, to make high-quality bows and arrows. With these more than 300 people, the number of people under Attilan's command has successfully exceeded 1,000. The most important thing is that although the old blind eye is blind in one eye, he is an excellent management talent. Whether it is the usual territory production or the battle command, it can be handed over to him. As for the fishman fisher and the minotaur list of favored by Attilan, let them learn from the old blind eye and learn how to become a qualified commander. The old blind eye also brought an excellent shock cavalry commander to Attilan. Although the old blind eye's son is in his 40s, he still has a bad temper. He is also a barbarian who likes to charge the enemy with a long knife. He is not good at strategy, but when performing specific cavalry shock tasks, his natural sense of smell can always find the weaknesses of the enemy. Even the most rigorous phalanx of human soldiers has been broken by him several times. The scattered soldiers under Attilan's command are indeed capable. But without the experience of such large-scale combat, charging the enemy is like running around like a headless fly. It is really difficult to hone them. In view of the two talents of the old blind eye and his son, as well as other excellent basic combat and logistics arms, Attilan did not care about the old man roasting him on the rack. It was normal for Old Blind to take over the management of more than 1,000 people. In the past, he had managed more than 2,000 people at most, and there were no major problems. The two brothers, Old Man Centaur took the route of elite soldiers, while Old Blind would take the more the better. Judging from the results, Old Man Centaur won for the time being. But it may not be the case in the future. Even though Old Blind was introduced to Attilan by Old Man Centaur, Old Blind may not have the chance to compete with his cousin again. After a lifetime of fighting, Old Blind was also tired. His biggest wish was to train a suitable successor. But compared with the calm and outstanding horse king of the Old Man Centaur tribe, his hot-tempered and impulsive son seemed to be inferior. He could only place his hopes on his great-grandson. Yes, his grandson was also 20 years old, and he was also a hot-tempered man who liked to fight, but compared with his barbarian father, this guy had a little more brains. He was not a barbarian, but a warrior, proficient in all the weapons used by the Centaur tribe. As for this talent, he was no longer in the tribe. A snow-white mare had taken his soul away. In the middle of the night, they secretly chased the wandering Centaur tribe away. Now, they may have reached the frost forest. At that time, Attilan was heartbroken to know that such a heroic man could not be used for his own benefit. The old blind great-grandson was naturally not the son of the little grandson whose soul was bewitched, but the son of the eldest grandson who died in the battle. The eldest grandson was just like him, brave and resourceful. Unfortunately, he died in the conspiracy of humans and was surrounded and killed by the dwarf griffin knights. The great-grandson lost his parents when he was young and seemed very calm. Attilan saw at a glance that he was a genius who was not inferior to the old man's great-grandson. Of course, he was not a druid, but a warrior. It is said that warriors are not as good as mages, but warriors are still needed to capture cities and plunder. Just as Attilan was practicing while the druids were struggling to deal with the problem of insufficient soil fertility, the goatman found him in a panic. "It's not good." Master Bloodstain's wife came to the door with her children. His wife, the goatman nodded repeatedly. "That's right, I didn't expect his wife to be such a beautiful half-goat." "Half-goat? Why would she go to Kingland Town to find Zurin?" The half-goat shook his head. "She said that she couldn't find Zurin, so she could only follow the guidance of Starlight to find the place where the person who was most likely to lead her to Zurin would appear." "Starlight? He's an astrologer." Attilan returned to Kingland Town with curiosity, thinking about what words he should use to appease her. Attilan really didn't expect that Master Zurin's wife would be so beautiful, especially her temperament, so pitiful, even more pitiful and tender than the snake Princess Apatia. No wonder Zurin, a heartless guy, was melted, and even gave up Jaina, whom she had been pursuing for hundreds of years, and chose to marry her. Jaina is a cold and arrogant queen, and the domineering queen or the bear man can handle it better. Even if Zurin, who is also arrogant, gets together with Jaina, the ending of the two of them is likely to be a breakup. On the contrary, the tiefling with the temperament of a lady in front of him is the most suitable candidate for Zurin's wife. That's right, Bloody's wife is actually a tiefling of devil blood. It's hard to imagine that the adjectives such as gentle and tender, and a lady from a noble family, can be used for a tiefling with the blood of the burning hell in her body. It's not simple. Bloody's wife is not a centaur. Such a simple question, a centaur actually made a wrong judgment, which really disappointed Attilan. Starlight told me that you are the one who can help me find him. Long, may I ask, where's my husband now? This lady tiefling, although the child beside you does have some of the breath of Master Bloody, she should be the master's daughter, but how can you prove that you are his wife? The tiefling said anxiously. You let him come to see me, he will not mistake his wife. Attilan shook his head. I'm sorry, Master Bloody is in seclusion because he has some insights from reminiscing with old friends. I don't think you, madam, want to ruin Master Bloody's good opportunity to upgrade his level. Chapter 110, Against the Devil's Noble Phantasm. Attilan's bewitching words did not convince the gentle young tiefling woman. She always looked at Attilan with a gentle but firm look, and the smile on the corner of her mouth seemed to be a silent mockery of Attilan. Attilan frowned and asked, Madam, I am telling the truth. The tiefling put a strand of messy hair behind her ear. I know what you said is true, but I think my meeting with Bloody will not disturb his practice. I just want to make sure he is safe. I think the wife wants to know the situation of her husband. It should be okay, right? Attilan did not expect that his bewitching words would not work one day, but thinking that he rarely practiced bewitching words, it was normal that it did not work on a race with devil blood-like tieflings. Among the dragons, the chromatic dragons are good at bewitching words, and the best should be the green dragons. The green dragons can use words to make people lose their fighting spirit and eventually sink into the corrupt fog created by the green dragons. But compared with the devils who rely on bewitching words to make a living, the green dragon's tiny bewitching ability is definitely not enough, not to mention Attilan. So after hearing what the tiefling said, Attilan actually felt that what he said made sense. Since the lady brought the child to come to Master Zuran from a long distance, I can tell from the child's appearance that it has not been an easy journey. The child is also hungry. Let's eat something first. If the goat man hadn't spoken, he would have taken the tiefling to find Zuran. Yes, 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 eat first. Attilan took a deep breath. What a powerful bewitching word. He was actually tricked without knowing it. It seems that his practice is not enough. He should use more pain to hone his will. Or let Lulu use the fairy charm magic to train his ability to resist this kind of mental control spell. Facing the tiefling that suddenly appeared alone, Attilan deeply felt that he was nothing in this continent. He was still too poor. He must practice more seriously. After placing the tiefling and the child who had been quietly staying with his mother in the reception room of Kingland Town, Attilan and the goat man came to the kitchen. Attilan relaxed. It was a close call. I almost got controlled by this tiefling, the satyr asked doubtfully. She is obviously a satyr. Didn't you see the fairy starlight on her? Why did you say she was a tiefling? Attilan glared at him and asked back, goat horns, hooves, and fairy starlight, and you think she is also a satyr? It's not that simple. I am a dragon, and I smell a faint scent of sulfur on her, and hidden under the fairy starlight is the devil's burning blood. The satyr's eyes widened immediately. Master Bloodstained is a druid who loves nature. How come he married an evil tiefling and had a child? Attilan shook his head and said, it is the devil bloodline that is evil, not the tiefling. If the tiefling's will can get rid of the influence of the devil bloodline, she can also be kind, but the devil bloodline often hides huge hidden dangers. If this is the bloodline of an ordinary devil, then the tiefling can naturally suppress the power of the bloodline and live freely with his personal will, but there is another problem. How can an ordinary devil have the opportunity to have a tiefling daughter, and his son-in-law happens to be the legendary druid Bloodstained? It just so happens that the son-in-law is controlled by an unknown force. After seeing this tiefling, Attilan intuitively felt that the problem with Bloodstained was related to the lord of a certain layer of the Nine Hells, and even directly related to the lord of the Nine Hells, Asmodeus. The goat man said with a little horror, this tiefling wants to know the situation of Master Bloodstained and then decide the next plan of hell. Attilan shook his head. He didn't think things would be that simple. If Zuran's wife really has a problem, Zuran will not say it after she regains consciousness, unless he is sure to control this tiefling. Let's cook. The two were halfway through preparing when they heard the old naughty boy's giggling voice. Zuran's daughter, you are very beautiful. Come and call uncle. Uncle will give you candy. The little girl still leaned against her mother without saying a word. Why doesn't this little girl speak, sister-in-law? The tiefling smiled and said, you must be Robert. Zuran mentioned you to me, but I remember he told me that you are younger than him. Hannah should call you uncle. Hannah, call uncle. Hannah just raised her head and looked at the old naughty boy with her clear big eyes, her little eyes flickering and adorable. Robert, can you tell me what happened to Zurin? The old naughty boy paused awkwardly, and then said, Zurin said that he has some problems that he has not figured out yet. He wants to be quiet. When he figures it out, he will meet you and your daughter before his problems are solved. You and your daughter will live here first. This is Attilan's property. He will not treat you unfairly. Tieflin burst into tears. What happened to him? In the past 2 years, his attitude towards us has become increasingly cold, and finally he simply did not go home. Does he have another woman outside? I know that there is his most beloved woman in this forest. I can't compete with her, but I hope Zurin can go home to see Hannah from time to time. The old naughty boy coughed awkwardly twice. He was not good at dealing with such things, and he felt that it was better not to talk about such things in front of children. But he could only bite the bullet and continue. Bloodstained and Gina are the past tense. No, he and Gina have never started. Since he married you, there is no possibility between them. Attilan sneaked to the window of the living room to eavesdrop. It sounded as if the tieflings just predicted Bloodstain's situation and brought the child to the door to declare sovereignty. But there was no result early or late. Bloodstain was caught and began to get rid of control. The tieflings predicted the location of Bloodstained. It is hard to say that there is no problem here. I want to see Bloodstained, or let Hannah go to see her father. The pitiful look of the tieflings really broke people's hearts. The old naughty boy smiled stiffly and said, Eat first, the children are hungry, I'll go see how the dishes are cooked. After that, he stood up in a panic and walked towards the kitchen, and walked faster and faster. Tiho almost bumped into Attilan when he went out. He waved to Attilan to follow him. The two came to the kitchen and the old naughty boy took out a small bottle. Mep, add this to the dish. The gold man took it, and Attilan asked curiously, What is this? I made a potion according to the formula given by Zurin. It is colorless and tasteless. It is used to identify whether there is any problem between the mother and daughter. Such a small bottle of potion can detect it. Attilan didn't believe it anyway. This is just a first step. Who told you that we only prepared this? The gold man poured the potion into the finished dish and said in surprise, Why is this potion green? Attilan smiled and looked at the old naughty boy. His eyes seemed to say that this is what you said about colorless and tasteless. The old naughty boy said calmly, Take a look. The gold man widened his eyes. It really has no color, and there is no taste at all. What is the use of this potion? To remove the control effect of the devil's power on the mother and daughter, if there is any. The tone of the old naughty boy was a little heavy. Attilan said anxiously, It's already this time, and Zurin is still wondering whether the tiefling outside is in true love with him? Does Zurin want to see them controlled or not? The old naughty boy said with a complicated look. I asked him the same question, but he didn't answer. Why don't you and Aunt Gina capture her as well, seal the couple together, and let her out after confirming that there is no problem? No, the most important thing now is to delay time. The other party showed up almost a month after Zurin was controlled, which makes us feel very lucky. Zurin's purification has come to an end, although Zurin's power has decreased a lot. As long as the purification is completed, the other party can't use the power of death to control Zurin, and vice versa. As long as it is not completely purified, the other party can control Zurin. Attilan frowned and asked, But Zurin's power has decreased so much, is he still worth controlling? The old naughty boy raised his head and said, What do you know? It is not difficult for legendary professionals to restore strength. The difficulty lies in the fact that you can't infuse strength into someone with a low-level cap. Attilan understood. Even if Bloodstain was washed to a blank slate, as long as his soul quality was still strong, then by infusing it with the power of death, he could create a Death Knight of level 30 or 40. No, she is of devil blood. Why do you want to transform Bloodstained into a Death Knight? Shouldn't you find a way to make Bloodstained fall to the 9 hells and become the lord of a certain layer of hell? The old naughty boy shook his head. I don't know either. While the two were talking, the gold man had already prepared the food and happily brought it to the living room. The chicken soup is here. Try it while it's hot. Look at how thin your little face is. Attilan and the old naughty boy came to the living room and watched silently. Seeing that the tiefling was about to feed his daughter first, the old naughty boy quickly signaled Attilan to deal with it with his eyes. Hannah is so old now. She is already a big child. She should learn to eat by herself. It's just a bowl of chicken soup. Let her drink it by herself. It's hard for you to carry her across mountains and rivers. After all, Your identities walking on the continent are easy to rouse the hostility of some clergy. The tiefling nodded gently. Starlight allowed us to disguise ourselves as satyrs. Although we are both aliens, satyrs are indeed in a much better situation than tieflings, and you are right. Hannah has grown up and should learn to live alone. Hannah, can you drink the soup by yourself? Attilan narrowed his eyes, thinking that there was something wrong with what Tiefling said. Hannah nodded silently, holding the bowl and sipping. Tiefling also served himself a bowl and sipped it elegantly. After waiting for almost a minute, there was no change in the two. Tiefling smiled and asked, "Why are you looking at us?" "Let's drink the soup together." The satyr stood up immediately. "There are dishes in the kitchen. I'll go get them." "I'll go help." Attilan also stood up. The old naughty boy could only awkwardly serve a bowl. Drink soup, drink soup." The goatman prepared a large table of food, and the tieflings were surprised. "I didn't expect to prepare so many dishes in such a short time." "Isn't it too expensive?" "It's okay. The master's wife is our friend. We often hold banquets. This little food can't fill my dragon's stomach, and there are also dependents. The unfinished food can be rewarded to them. The fishman will not care if someone has eaten it." After eating and drinking, Attilan asked the fishman to take the tieflings to prepare accommodation, and the three of them were loudly plotting in the living room. The potion didn't work. They were not controlled by the mastermind, so they were sent by the mastermind? "Can they solve the blood stain?" the goatman asked curiously. Attilan touched his chin and analyzed. 80% of them are like this. If there is nothing wrong with them, Zurin would not refuse to meet them. Even if there is something wrong with them, they are his wife and children. "Isn't Zurin too uncultured?" the old boy said embarrassedly. "Can you show a little respect to the legendary druid?" Attilan said unhappily. "You put such a big mine here, what if it explodes? I have more than 300 dependents here, all of them are high-quality talents. I will be heartbroken for a whole year if they die, and now that she is here, I dare not live here. The production of the soul-soothing buns also needs to be moved to another place. I have a headache now," the old boy just said lightly. Before coming, Georg said that he just needed to tell you that it was his idea to let them live here. When Attilan heard that it was the bear man's idea, he immediately had no problem. Among the 4 great druids in the forest, the bear man was the most reliable. "Old naughty boy, do you think they have any problems?" The old naughty boy stroked his beard and said, "They are all kind people. I don't think anyone can deceive Bloody, especially a tiefling. Okay, I have to adapt to this kind of life with danger around me as soon as possible. The soul bun making ceremony in 3 days will be held in the Oak Hall, the first large-scale ceremony to make soul buns." The old naughty boy judged that the appropriate production cycle was once every 15 days based on everyone's mental state. "No problem, I will stay here to hold them mother and daughter, and Gino will be responsible for covering up the breadth of the ceremony and the power of faith." After settling the tiefling mother and daughter, Attilan began to prepare for the soul bun ceremony. At noon on the day of the ceremony, Attilan, the half-goat man, the leopard woman, the sharp-toothed brothers and others had dinner with the tiefling mother and daughter, and suddenly the old fish man walked in. "Lord Dragon, the Gnolls are here again. Damn Gnolls, I finally decided to let them go. Why are they coming here to die?" Tiefling whispered. "I remember that Gnolls are Yunau's followers in the material world, carrying the demonic power of the bottomless abyss. Not only living Gnolls will cause damage to the environment, after the death of the Gnolls, the toxins in the blood cause even greater damage. One of the tactics of the Gnolls is to use the hyenas with strong reproductive capacity to quickly transform into Gnolls, then use these Gnolls to deliberately die, use blood poison to pollute the enemy's territory, and wait until the enemy loses its combat effectiveness due to a sharp drop in food production. Yunau's fangs will appear with the real elite Gnolls and give a fatal blow. This is the real reason why they are called fangs. Once bitten, it will be fatal." Tiefling smiled slightly. "But it is not difficult to deal with Gnolls and blood poison. Sorry, I am not in good condition today, only 4,000 words." Chapter 111, King of the Jackwalls. Attilan spent 3 days with the mother and daughter of the tiefling, but never saw the tiefling take the initiative to practice. Every day, she took her daughter to Kingland Town to appreciate flowers and play with small animals. He even specially called Lulu, who was devoted to stargazing and practicing, to use starlight magic as a topic to understand the past of the tiefling. She just listened to Lulu's practice experience silently. At most, she pointed out the mistakes and omissions in Lulu's practice, or proposed a more appropriate practice method. Attilan didn't get any of the tiefling's occupation, level, past experience, and work unit. The only thing he knew was that her name was Laloon. As soon as he heard it, he knew that this was a female wizard who was good at using starlight magic. But Attilan and Lulu curiously asked about her level, and the tiefling always smiled and didn't say anything. Today, the gnolls attacked unexpectedly. He didn't expect the tieflings to actually offer to help him repel the gnolls. Attilan immediately asked curiously, "Madam Aloon, why did you offer to help today?" Aloon said softly, "Lulu's starlight magic will not be affected much even without my guidance. But the gnolls are different. I have learned about it from several fishmen and snakemen who are contaminated with the devil's aura in the past few days. Last time, more than 1,000 gnolls raided your territory. Even though the many druids who went into battle tried their best to dispel the demonic power, your territory was still contaminated by the poisonous blood of the gnolls. It's not easy to purify the poisonous blood, right? It's not easy, but it's not difficult either." Under the guidance of the old naughty boy, Attilan blended a variety of herbs, mixed the water of life and the purifying power of lightning breath, and diluted it with lake water containing water elemental power to make the best purifying potion. As long as the followers drink a portion first, they can ensure that they will not be contaminated by the poisonous blood. Then, pouring the potion on the contaminated land can quickly purify it. The fishmen and snakemen that the tieflings asked should have been contaminated with the devil's breath when they poured the potion. Because they drank the potion, they would not be affected by the poisonous blood, leaving only a tiny amount of devil's breath, which ordinary people could not sense at all, except for the tieflings with devil blood. Indeed, in order to prevent the gnolls from affecting my territory, I plan to take the initiative to attack the Gnoll Kingdom. Anyway, the gnolls have lived in that land for a long time. I think it is already full of demonic pollution. When I kill all the gnolls, not only can my territory be prevented from being polluted by the gnolls, but the polluted land can also return to the natural realm." Tiefling frowned slightly and asked, "Have you inquired about the situation of the Gnoll Kingdom and know to what extent it has been polluted by the power of the devil?" Since deciding to attack the Gnoll Kingdom, Attilan and the Eagle King did take the initiative to fly to the desert oasis occupied by the gnolls for high-altitude reconnaissance. In the perception, the oasis was indeed slightly decayed due to the influence of the demonic power, but there was one thing that made them feel strange: the oasis did have the conditions for the growth of plants and animals. Of course, it would definitely be slower than the normal environment, and a large group of gnolls actually settled in the oasis, without destroying the oasis and fleeing to the next place of vitality. There are actually more green plants in the desert oasis than in the desert occupied by Attilan. It is obvious that someone has specially mobilized water elements to produce drinking water, and there is even excess water resources to irrigate the green plants. Lady Aloon, what do you think? Chaotic evil demons only know how to destroy. If the vitality of that oasis is still maintained at normal levels, either the gnolls have a more powerful force as a ceremonial guard besides the power of demons, or the gnolls have grand ambitions, and they have a smart and powerful Gnoll King who restrains the stupid gnolls and uses magic to increase the wisdom of the gnolls. Either of the two situations just now, the Gnoll Kingdom you are facing has both. If you rashly lead people to break into the land of the Gnoll Kingdom, you will most likely be greeted with a disastrous defeat. Have you ever estimated how many gnolls and hyenas are left in the Gnoll Kingdom? According to Attilan's exploration, there are 3 large oases and 4 small oases in the desert territory occupied by the gnolls. There should be 700 or 800 gnolls living in a large oasis, and 300 or 400 in a small oasis. There are also those gnolls who go out to attack other oases to expand their territory and collect food. The remaining number of the entire Gnoll Kingdom is more than 4,000. Moreover, when attacking other oases, the Gnoll Kingdom can expand its territory and obtain food. The corpses of the killed races are used to hold rituals to expand the number of gnolls. Fighting to support fighting, the Gnoll Kingdom has been successful in expanding in the other 3 directions, except for the repeated defeats in the war with the Kingdom of Atlantis. Maybe you can defeat the gnolls the first time, but the toxins they carry will infect the various races in the desert with diseases, and then the gnolls will launch a second attack. Guys who rely on brute force are no match for the gnolls. Madam, do you mean that there is something wrong with the Gnoll King? Tiefling nodded. There must be something wrong with him. Ordinary gnolls are not so smart, and he dares to call himself the King of Gnolls. You must know that the King of Gnolls is the title of Yanogu. Either he's Yanogu, or he has a way to resist Yanogu's control and steal Yanogu's power. Whichever it is, I don't think you can defeat him. You still need time to grow. Just use my starlight purification potion to curb the invasion of gnolls in your territory. I heard Zurin mention the situation in the desert. Gnolls will definitely arouse the vigilance of other forces in the desert. Compared to you, I think it is the Blue Dragon Kingdom that hopes that the Gnoll Kingdom will be destroyed. That is a blue dragon that is almost adult. It is estimated that it has already regarded the entire desert as its territory. Attilan nodded in agreement. Because blue dragons like to live in the desert, Attilan originally planned to conquer the Gnoll Kingdom and transform this area into a forest as quickly as possible, so that the blue dragons would not be interested in this area. But now a tiefling told him that the King of Gnolls was not simple, and that attacking the Gnoll Kingdom should be cautious and defensive. Attilan was indeed a little hesitant. He could run away, but he would bury all the young druids in the forest, and the bear man could break his legs. Madam, is there any way to lure out the King of Gnolls and confirm his strength, so that we can make a plan to kill him? The tiefling said after thinking for a moment. I will make a batch of starlight purification potions, and you can put them in the Gnoll oasis. The gnolls will definitely feel uncomfortable or even die because of the potion, as long as the number of potions is large enough. In order to maintain the number of gnolls under his command, the King of Gnolls will have to show up. Then I'll leave it to you, madam. The tiefling nodded and touched the head of Hannah, who was silently biting the big chicken leg. Then I'll ask you to take care of Hannah for the next 2 days. No problem, stay with me. How can I treat Hannah badly? Those two little fishmen, one will play with her, and the other will protect her. Attilan was talking about the two apprentices of the goat man. Attilan summoned them back from the leopard girl. They definitely can't control the shadow energy yet. Leopard girl has the help of the old naughty boy and can control it in a jumpy way, but they can't. The main reason is that they haven't accumulated enough experience. Otherwise, if leopard girl controls the shadow energy and infuses it into their bodies, it can directly improve their affinity and perception of the shadow energy. The disadvantage is that they are easy to die. The destructive power of the shadow element on life is far stronger than the 4 elements. Careless operation can also cause a big change in temperament and mental disorder. Attilan thought it was most appropriate to give the task of observing the situation of the tiefling mother and daughter to the 2 wanderer apprentices, so he summoned them back. Whether in terms of height or personality, they are the most suitable playmates for Hannah, and the 2 typical guards that the princess needs. Hannah is indeed a little princess, but not speaking is a big problem. After all, they just met, and it was not easy for Attilan to ask. If it was easy to treat, Zurin and Lalun would not be unable to treat it. Lalun was also quite relieved about the 2 little murlocs. The 2 simple-minded little murlocs were definitely a little weak, but they were completely enough to protect Hannah in the safe Kingland town. Do you need me to ask the murlocs to build an alchemy room? No, I plan to go directly to the Star Valley to refine it, and collect herbs in the forest by the way. Only the Star Valley can lead to sufficient starlight energy, and the effect of the potion will be good. Then I'll leave it to you, madam. I'll go to the front line to check the situation first. After leaving Kingland town, Attilan flew towards Bayao town. In less than 10 minutes, he realized something was wrong and immediately took out the communication stone given to him by the old naughty boy. Old naughty boy, I promised her to go to the forest to collect herbs, but she said she would go to Star Valley by herself. I suspect she wants to secretly look for Bloodstained. What should I do now? Besides, the gnolls suddenly attacked, and the timing was too coincidental. She also advised me to be cautious with the king of the gnolls and offered to help. I just reacted now. The old naughty boy on the other side of the communication stone said lazily, don't worry. She will only collect enough herbs and then appear in Star Valley. She can't find Bloodstained. Don't worry about dealing with the gnolls, so powerful. Attilan widened his eyes. Don't underestimate the control of the druids over the forest. The old naughty boy's voice was full of confidence. Attilan rolled his eyes. The powerful ones are the bear people and the vine girls. After all, they are the ones who manage and maintain this forest. The old naughty boy is only responsible for eating, drinking and having fun. Attilan came to the front line and found that the 500 gnolls who appeared this time had been killed by the old blind man. Great, old blind man, I must commend you. 500 gnolls attacked separately, but were discovered in advance by the scouts brought by the old blind man. They killed all of them without missing a single one. The army was accurately commanded to kill them all. Thank you, Dragon Lord. This is what I should do, burn all the bodies. I'll go and see what the gnolls are trying to do. Attilan flew to the desert and found that it was different from what he saw a month ago. Looking at the actions of the Gnoll King, The small oasis became a large oasis, and the 3 large oases were gradually connected by green grass. His idea was the same as Attilan's. It was a very smart approach, but Attilan found it strange. Is this hidden null king a demon warlock or a druid? Chapter 112, Celestial Mage. Attilan wanted to know more and more about the profession, level, and especially the personality of the king of the Nulls. He keenly felt that he had met a powerful opponent. Compared with the stupid and arrogant blue dragon who had lived in the desert for decades and still could not control the entire desert, the king of the Nulls showed the bearing of a true king. Water making is just a small spell for the blue dragon. If the blue dragon is willing to transform the oasis to expand the area, even with the influence of the purgatory dragon's soul, hundreds of thousands of square kilometers of desert. Large and small transformations have created tens of thousands of square kilometers of an environment suitable for production. Attilan does not believe that the blue dragon can't even gather 10,000 troops. Yes, the blue dragon really has less than 10,000 people under his command. Even the most orderly blue dragon among the evil dragons, the kingdom he formed is still based on serving the blue dragon, so the blue dragon has no intention of expanding the power of his kingdom. Using water making to transform the oasis is the master serving the slave. How could the great dragon do such a thing that is beneath his status? Attilan looked at the land of the Null Kingdom again. There were more than 6,000 active Nulls in the oasis. There were also a few puffs of dust in the distance. They should be the Nulls who went out hunting and returned. Attilan approached from the sky. Although there were only more than 300 people left in these teams, Attilan could judge that these teams were 500 people each, just like the Nulls who invaded the wasteland. By this calculation, the number of Nulls would soon exceed 10,000. By then, even if his men could fight 10 to 1, Attilan felt that it would not be easy for him and the forest druid to purify his 2,000 followers. If things went wrong, more than half of them would die or be injured due to diseases. Demons have diseases in their bodies. Demon warlocks can strengthen the diseases carried by demons through some means. If the King of Nulls really prepares a self-destructing army with enhanced viruses, then the tens of thousands of acres of farmland he developed would be destroyed. He immediately returned to Tubao town, found the old blind man and instructed him, "You must arrange more sentries to the west of Tubao town, and remember to use the smoke signals. Even if it is to alert the Nulls and let them escape in advance, don't let them destroy the farmland." "Yes, Dragon Lord." The old blind man first expressed his approval of the Dragon Lord's order, and then asked, "Dragon Lord, I found that there are 2 important checkpoints to the west of Tubao town. If we can build the same city walls as the ones in Tubao town there, we can avoid large-scale invasions by Nulls." Attilan shook his head and said, "First of all, building more city walls will consume a lot of manpower and material resources. Secondly, if we block these 2 roads, won't it be more difficult to find the whereabouts of the Nulls? We are not afraid of the Nulls, but we are afraid of not being able to find the Nulls." "Do you understand?" "I understand, but there is one thing I think Dragon Lord needs to know. According to the feedback from the soldiers, the strength of the Nulls this time is stronger than the last invasion. Last time one of them could beat 10, but this time they can only beat 8. Of course. This is without iron armor. After wearing iron armor, one of them can beat 20. It's not that iron armor is bad, but I don't think archers should wear iron armor, or even rattan armor. I think all they need is flexibility. Just let the shaman bless them with a wind." The old blind man is like this. He only cares about the success or failure of the war, and doesn't care much about the consumption of manpower and horses. Every centaur is important, and every battle will make them grow. Old blind eye. Those who survive 10 battles are indeed strong, but this is a very wasteful way of screening, because those who died are not necessarily weaker. The weak can also become stronger if they don't die. If it still doesn't work after 10 times, then send him to farm and raise sheep. Maybe he will be good at this. It's not that centaurs have no other uses except fighting. Remember, under my command, what you have to do is not to screen out useful people, but to discover the usefulness of all people. Do you understand?" "Yes, Dragon Lord." These words made the old blind eye deeply aware of the difference between Attilan and Cetus. Both dragons were excellent monarchs, but the old blind eye now believed that Attilan was better. "I'll go back and prepare a secret weapon to deal with the Nulls. We may need the centaurs to launch a surprise attack on the Nulls' habitat. You asked them to prepare fodder to fatten the moose. 3 days later, we'll launch a surprise attack. It's not my style to be beaten all the time." "Yes, Dragon Lord," The old blind man's hands were shaking. Although he had to withdraw from the Swamp Dragon Kingdom for the continuation of his tribe, fighting had been engraved into his bones. Only iron and blood could excite him. In the past, Attilan thought that it was enough to have centaurs, and there was no need to raise horses, but after buying iron armor, he found out that he was wrong. He had the bravest centaurs, so he didn't need war horses, but he needed pack horses. Otherwise, he couldn't let the centaurs wear iron armor and run for hundreds of miles. It was estimated that when they arrived at the destination, the centaurs would be so weak that they would lose their fighting power. He understood why the old man's centaur tribe raised horses. He was misled by the centaurs who were responsible for carrying the food when he bought it, and he preconceived that the centaurs could be responsible for carrying the food. However, pack horses could not be trained in a short time, so Attilan could only ask Bighorn for a batch of elks that he had abandoned. The speed of elks was definitely much slower than pack horses. But it was better than transporting by people and horses. Anyway, it was just necessary to ensure the speed of the raid. After saying goodbye to the old blind man, Attilan went directly to the Star Valley where Lulu was practicing, and found that the tiefling had already collected herbs and started to make potions. He did not go in directly, but took out the communication stone to contact the old naughty boy. "Is the tiefling okay?" The old naughty boy replied, "No problem, I used the trees in the forest to keep watching her movements. She just collected some herbs, collected some ores, and then came to the Star Valley. She only went there once, but she was able to remember the route to the Star Valley and accurately reach the destination. Zurin's wife is not an ordinary person. She must be a powerful mage. I'll go down to see the situation and contact me later." Attilan closed the communication stone and landed next to the stunned Lulu. "Why are you so surprised? She is better at controlling starlight energy than you, but you shouldn't be like this, right? No, you don't understand. There is not much starlight magic in this world. Any school has the same or similar techniques, but Lalun's magic techniques are different from any starlight magic in the world. Do you know what this means?" Attilan's eyes became firm in an instant, and he said in a profound tone, "This means that Lalun did not learn starlight magic in this world, so she must have mastered the most important ability in starlight magic, astral teleportation, so, she is from another world." After thinking about this result, Attilan was relieved. This means that Lalun is probably fine, unless he is a vanguard sent by a big boss, but the vanguard should not get married and have children. In any case, the danger of Lalun has decreased a lot. After a round of potion refining, Lulu walked over excitedly. "Madam Lalun, could you please teach me the starlight magic that you use?" Lalun asked doubtfully. "Why? I see that you are using the starlight magic inherited from the Fey Wilds, which is more comprehensive than the magic I master." "I don't think you need to ask me." Lulu shook her head with shining eyes. "You are a great wizard who has traveled in the astral world. I think you must have optimized the structure of the spells you have mastered. The starlight wizards in the Fey Wilderness are unwilling to leave the fairy court. Starlight magic has not made much progress in thousands of years. You must have met many wizards who study starlight in the astral world. You must have gained a lot from communicating with each other. It's a pity that my strength is not enough, otherwise I would also go to the astral world to participate in the Starlight Wizard Exchange meeting," Attilan said leisurely. "Don't be silly, you are a druid, and the wizards may not be willing to take you with them. What's wrong with druids? You are a vulgar sea dragon. You don't know that no matter which world, the most eager to learn is always the wizard and the druid," Attilan nodded. "The profession with a spirit of research is the wizard first, followed by the druid. The two professions have contributed batches of new spells to the spell profession. Of course, the wizard's spells are more universal, while the druid's spells are mostly limited to use within the druid. This is why Attilan thinks Lulu is not welcome. Are you sure that other astral mages can use your spells?" "A crude dragon, with a simple adjustment, a druid can use a mage's spell, and a mage can use a druid's spell. Your practice and spell knowledge is still too shallow, still staying at the most basic level of how to use spells." Seeing that Lalun was nodding, Attilan immediately said, "It seems that I am indeed too shallow. I hope I can also learn spell knowledge from Madam. After all, my goal is to become a spell bomber." "No problem, I can take time to answer your questions after taking care of Hannah." "Madam Lalun, is the astral world interesting?" Lalun smiled and nodded. "Although I didn't stay in the astral world for too long due to personal reasons, the astral world is indeed an interesting place, especially a great mage I know. When your strength reaches the standard, I can give you a spell mark and let you visit him." He is the great mage who is truly good at starlight magic. Some personal reasons? Since Attilan had no major problems, Attilan would not explore her privacy. The potion was refined smoothly. Attilan obtained a total of 500 bottles of starlight purification potion. One bottle of the potion can cover an area of 100 meters in diameter after it explodes. These 500 bottles are enough to clean up the nulls in a large oasis. With the charge of the centaurs, it is enough to clean up the nulls in 3 large oases. But the target of this operation is only 3 oases, 1 large and 2 small, close to the wasteland. The target is to clean up about 2,000 nulls. Originally, Attilan only wanted to lead 1,000 troops to attack, but Lulu, the big mouth, leaked the news to Leopard Girl. Leopard Girl knew about it, and the whole forest knew about it. Attilan was overwhelmed. Chapter 113, Fast as the wind, swift as fire. Leopard Girl widely publicized the news that Attilan was going to strike the Jackwalls. How could Attilan not know what Leopard Girl was thinking? Her purpose was to avoid the training of the old naughty boy in the consolidation of shadow energy control technology. The rough Leopard Girl could endure the intense pain of instilling shadow energy, and even didn't care about the high mortality rate of instilling shadow energy, but she couldn't take any theoretical classes. In order to update the druid spells from generation to generation, the predecessors of the druids always taught the younger generations how to learn and use spells first. Then the mechanism of action and guidance effect of the spells were analyzed, and the evolution process of a spell from its birth to the latest version was understood. Finally, how to optimize the spell structure, achieve the strengthening effect, shorten the casting time, reduce the casting consumption, etc., or all aspects. In this way, your name can be recorded in the druid's inheritance scroll, and the younger druids will always remember it in their hearts. After all, although the druids have longevity and can live for hundreds of years, they will die. The inheritance scroll is different. The special bark paper and ink can last for thousands of years. As long as a new spell structure with enough value is developed, a new scroll will be made. If you want to ensure that your name will not be lost or destroyed in the druid inheritance, then you have to pray that there will be newcomers who will update this spell, so it is best to choose a popular spell. Or create a new spell, but it is basically impossible, because the druid inheritance has been around for so many years, and there is no new thing to develop. Tarzan's Titan transformation, the life fusion of the Fang brothers, and the life rotation of the Horn can only be said to be novel, but similar spells can always be found in the inheritance scroll. So they cannot be used as the head of a new line, but can only be merged into the same category with the spells of the predecessors for future generations to learn and develop. Of course, their secrets are not yet perfect and are not qualified to be recorded in the inheritance scroll. Since it is an inheritance scroll, it is natural to record knowledge with inheritance value. None of them have yet reached level 10 with the secret arts, and generally the descendants have compiled the latest version of the secret arts and recorded them in the scrolls based on the manuscripts left by their predecessors before their death. Unless I have run out of ideas and feel that there is no room for improvement in the secret art, I will not upload the secret art records. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the absolutely confident Zurin, who decisively uploaded several new spells after researching them. He was very confident that the spells he researched were perfect. Anyway, Attilan didn't know the specific spells of Zurin's past that he learned from the old naughty boy, because the spells were too high-end, and the lowest one was also level 5. Attilan couldn't learn those spells at all now, let alone study this spell structure, find the shortcomings and improve them. The old naughty boy briefly told Attilan how to use the level 5 spell, and Attilan understood it, but only a little bit. The result of trying reluctantly was that he was blown up by the uncontrolled energy. Since Tarzan wanted to use the demonic power to stimulate the Titan energy and enhance his perception of the Titan energy, and calling for the Titan energy in the area where the demonic power prevailed could get a stronger response. The heavens have a natural aversion to chaotic demons. Anyone who encounters a demon, as long as there is a channel to communicate with the heavens will not hesitate to invest some Titan energy to help out. So Tarzan went to the kingdom of the wolf people to see if he could use this special environment of the demon land to practice. He didn't want to fight the wolf people, because the wolf people were ugly. He was also poisonous. Tarzan fought with his fists, and he didn't want to kiss the dirty face of the wolf people with his fists. The Fang brothers really wanted to fight, but Attilan was afraid that they would rush too hard and die. Therefore, Attilan wanted to gather more druids to act together, so that they could take care of each other and let him concentrate on leading the troops to slaughter the wolf people. For example, the flower girl and the wine girl, they didn't need them to help the army, they just needed them to keep an eye on the Fang brothers and prevent them from getting too excited and hateful. Moreover, Attilan planned to summon the wind element to increase the speed of the centaurs. He was ready to give up because of the insufficient number of shamans who could summon the wind element. Now there are more than 10 druids. With their help in summoning the wind element, he can be as fast as the wind when raiding the wolf settlement. With so many new centaurs joining one after another, there are not enough totem poles for the centaurs to wave during the totem war dance. This is mainly because there is no quota for cutting trees, and carving totem poles is not easy. Moreover, there is not so much manpower. The manpower of the entire kingdom of Atlantis is concentrated on opening up the land east of the river and sowing black beans. Everyone has no time to practice the totem war dance, not to mention carving totem poles. Therefore, many centaurs have not mastered the wind totem war dance. Those centaurs with bad tempers and who like close combat have taken the initiative to find the goat men and let them teach them the fire totem war dance that increases attack power. They cannot work and eat less, but they can't miss this secret technique that increases combat power. After more than 100 centaurs, led by Old Blind Eye, tried the fire totem war dance, they announced that the fire elephant would be given to them when the 4 elephants totem war dance ceremony was held in the future. As for the dog-headed people, since they can dig the earth, they might as well go to the earth elephant. This statement naturally caused dissatisfaction among the equally irritable minotaurs. If it weren't for Lista suppressing them, the minotaurs would have fought with the centaurs. Although they didn't fight, this incident also reflected a problem. There are too many centaurs. The proportion of minotaurs, fishmen, and snakemen must be increased. Or it's not that there are too many centaurs, but that since Old Blind Eye came, the centaurs are not as obedient as before and have their own ideas. This is not allowed by Attilan. In holding this wind totem war dance ceremony, Attilan requires all centaurs to accept the baptism of the wind element. Even those centaurs who practice the fire totem war dance. At the ceremony today, the more than 100 centaurs rubbed their hooves with a little dissatisfaction. Old Blind Eye, I appointed you as the commander of the centaurs to manage these 1,000 centaurs, not only because you are a level 10 warrior and are capable, but also because I think you can help me manage the centaurs. It will make the centaurs more obedient and easier to command, instead of kicking your ass in front of me like you are doing now. Do you understand? Attilan glared at the Old Blind Eye slightly, and the strong dragon might that came over him made the Old Blind Eye's breathing stagnate. He bowed his head and said respectfully, Dragon Lord, I understand. The Old Blind Eye walked up to his son and whipped him with a whip made of vines that Attilan gave him when he took office as the commander of the centaurs. Be honest and attract the wind element seriously. Do you understand? Attilan flew into the sky and cast a spell to enhance his dragon might. Everyone, the gnolls are still evil and have repeatedly invaded. The weak gnolls want to contaminate our food, so they must die. Today I will lead everyone to go out and kill all the gnolls. The fierce dragon's might made the centaurs feel in awe of the dragon master they had only met a few times. The bewitching words ignited their passion, making their eyes slightly red. Now they just wanted to wield their weapons to slaughter the gnolls. Kill all the gnolls, kill all the gnolls. Very good, start the ceremony. As the druids communicated with the spirit of nature, breezes began to blow, gradually wrapping around the bodies of the centaurs. The strong wind element even formed a faint outline of a wind element giant above the centaurs. With a wind element buff, the centaurs felt their bodies were 3 points lighter. More than half of the more than 100 centaurs who chose to practice the fire totem war dance suddenly felt that the wind element seemed to be more suitable for them than the fire element. After the ceremony, Attilan shouted loudly, March! Old Blind led the team, and 1,000 men and horses were divided into 5 groups and marched towards the oasis of the gnolls. More than 100 moose carried the iron armor of the men and horses and were guided by their bighorns at the end of the team. As for the druids, they rode various animals that were suitable or unsuitable as mounts and followed at the end of the team. Or they transformed into flying animals such as hawks and flew into the sky, and soon passed Old Blind. After a long-distance raid of more than 200 kilometers, they finally arrived at the oasis where the gnolls first lived at dusk. At this moment, there were more than 500 gnolls in the oasis. There were many more than when Attilan came to scout 3 days ago, which was simply shocking. The number of gnolls was increasing too fast, and they had to be suppressed, otherwise the farmland would not be able to be saved next time. Fortunately, he took the initiative to attack. Now, put on your armor. When you see the starlight bursting in the oasis ahead, you, Old Blind Eye, will lead the men to charge in. Attilan was in charge of distributing the starlight purification potion. 5 druids with the ability to fly, each of them distributed 10 potions, which was enough to suppress the fighting power of the gnolls. Yes, Old Blind Eye was still a little confused. How could the starlight burst suddenly? Until he saw the strange light burst into silver-white starlight after falling to the ground, Old Blind Eye understood. He just waved the long knife in his hand. Charge! The group of people and horses was like a ball of fire, quickly devouring the group of gnolls lying on the grass and sleeping without any cover. The blooming blood flowers outlined a beautiful picture on the grass. Attilan keenly noticed that something was wrong. The blood of the gnolls did not make the grass wither. But he had no time to think. The next one was a large oasis, where more than 1,000 gnolls lived from a distance. Eagle King, put 300 potions in the big oasis, so that we can kill 2 more gnoll tribes in the small oasis. The remaining 50 potions can also cover our retreat. The gnolls in the big oasis have been awakened by the fighting and screams in the distance. Their keen sense of smell did not smell the smell of blood, because the wind was on Attilan's side. The big oasis was not sure what happened in the small oasis. They just thought that the gnolls in the small oasis got some big prey and had an internal conflict for food. Until the bloody people appeared in their sight. The demon warlock raised his skull staff. Lazy bugs, get up and meet the enemy. He keenly noticed the strangeness in the sky, looked up and saw clusters of starlight falling and exploding in front of him. The strong starlight stung his eyes. He saw the old blind man rushing over, waving the long knife in his hand. The last picture was a headless gnoll holding a skull staff, standing in the dazzling starlight. Pokemon Dream Maker, written by a friend. You can go and have a look. Chapter 114 The Little Witch makes a scene at the celebration banquet. The area of the big oasis is several times that of the small oasis. There are more than 1,000 gnolls scattered in the oasis. Even if 300 stars are cast, only 2/3 of the gnolls will be affected. There are more than 300 gnolls. After the magic of the demon warlock controlled the fear in their hearts, they held up the simple spears in their hands and lined up in 3 rows to face the direction of the centaurs. Everyone, it's time to show your real skills. Target the gnoll phalanx in front of you, use chain summoning lightning attacks, and cooperate with my lightning breath to break up their formation. Although the Fang brothers would rather ride on mastiffs and charge with centaurs, the flower girl and the wine girl each guard one, tightly restricting them to the druid camp. Fortunately, in order to get along with the group, the 2 brothers also joined the Thunder Mutual Aid Association to practice summoning lightning. Of course, they definitely can't chain cast spells, so they can only summon 2 small thunder clouds alone at the edge of the thunder cloud summoned by the Mutual Aid Association. Cruelly smash the gnolls with thunder. When the lightning attracted the attention of the jackals and demon warlocks, Attilan had already accumulated his lightning breath and used the 2 demon warlocks who controlled the formation as the starting point and the end point. He suddenly swooped down from the air, and the blazing silver-white lightning passed through the jackals, as smooth as a hot knife cutting butter, taking away 2 demon warlocks and more than a dozen jackals among them. Only more than 50 jackals were killed. Without the control of the demon warlocks, the jackals were instantly scattered. Please treat the injured people. You are responsible for the lightly injured, and I will treat the seriously injured. My water of life is effective. Attilan made the soul-soothing buns 3 times, and he and the druids only got a little bit of scraps. The bear man took the soul-soothing buns, but he took out the druid practice materials he collected. The Fusion and the old naughty boy made a suitable potion for Attilan to take regularly. After taking it, Attilan did not practice alone, but the old naughty boy mobilized the 4 elements. Assist him to stimulate the potential of the first life transformation. The life transformation brought by the secret art of life control is not to directly enhance the strength of the druid, but to enhance the level of life, that is, the upper limit of the power. At the same time, slowly increase the speed of practice. The bear man relies on the painful life transformation to gradually change from a waste to a genius, and now even surpasses the original Bloody. The last battle does not represent the true strength of Bloody, because Bloody fights with wisdom, and Bloody had no wisdom last time. Now Bloody's strength has seriously declined, but the bear man thinks he is a difficult opponent. Since Attilan is an amplified version of the ocean dragon, the bear man believes that Attilan now has life energy, from the perspective of quantity, quality, control and other aspects. The bear man believes that Attilan is not qualified and must strengthen the intensity and duration of training. This is also the reason why the old blind eye is valued as soon as he comes. Because Attilan has no time to manage the kingdom, and his prime minister, the half-goat man Mep, will come back to sort out the supplies in addition to regularly trading with a halfling town in the north with the goods produced by the forest and the kingdom. In a month, he spent half a month in the riverside town, or rode aboard chariot to the human village further north to collect intelligence about the northern kingdom, to prepare for the rescue of his Trina. There was no other way. This was what Attilan said when he fooled the goat man. He could only let the goat man go to find out the news of the northern kingdom. Anyway, Attilan planned to take over all the land in the south of the northern kingdom. It was close to the river, with dense water networks, and abundant water resources made the land fertile. In particular, there were some forests where druids lived in seclusion nearby, which were all Attilan's helpers and could help him stabilize the hearts of the people in those human villages. When Attilan treated the third seriously injured person and restored him to the point where he could move freely, the effect of the starlight purification potion began to fade. After seeing the miserable situation of their kind, the remaining jackals retreated under the cover of the poisonous cloud released by the demon warlock. Attilan did not pursue them, but gathered his men and horses to adjust the formation. The injured men and horses were handed over to the druids for treatment. He led the remaining more than 800 men and horses to continue to attack the third oasis. Charge! There were more than 600 gnolls in the third oasis. After running such a long distance, the centaur's condition had begun to decline. Before the assault on the oasis, Attilan rained down the grace. Threads of life energy penetrated into the centaurs' bodies, invigorating their spirits and rejuvenating their bodies. 100 starlights burst out, and the centaurs rushed in and slaughtered again. The dirty corpses of the gnolls were scattered all over the oasis. Retreat, Attilan gave the order. After witnessing the powerful strength displayed by Attilan in this battle, no centaur dared to say no in front of him. Lightning breath can easily burn the bodies of the gnolls, and it can also burn them. Moreover, these gnolls have the power of the demon warlock to increase in command, so they are not easy to kill, especially the demon warlock spells. Even under the influence of the starlight, they still hurt a lot of centaurs. Of course, it was not fatal, because the druid released the healing spell in time. Of course, the power of starlight is huge. This war can control the number of deaths of centaurs to single digits, thanks to the purification potion made by Tiefling. This potion can even inhibit the spellcasting of warlocks who use demonic power as energy. Demonic spells are very powerful, and the effects are all aimed at killing lives. Under normal circumstances, demonic warlocks use gnolls as meat shields, and one can take away at least 7 or 8 centaurs. Now generally only one is taken away, and some even have none. Tarzan is unhappy. The powerful starlight energy covers up and purifies the demonic power, so that his practice of calling on Titan energy is not effective, because in the perception of the Titan spirit, the demon on the opposite side is not strong. Giving so much energy is completely enough. Tarzan thought he could transform into Golden Giant in this war to satisfy his desire to blow up an owl with one punch. But without the assistance of starlight energy, Tarzan is not bold enough to accumulate Titan energy and transform into Titan under the gaze of the demonic warlock, which will definitely be focused by the demonic warlock. Titan energy is sensitive to demonic power, and this sensitivity is mutual. Demon warlocks will also give priority to Titan, a celestial practitioner. With regret in the accumulated Titan energy, Tarzan rode the moose towards the forest. Because he did not use the Titan transformation, all the Titan energy he summoned from the heaven this time was accumulated in his body. He planned to use them to temper his body before this temporary energy dissipated. Therefore, Tarzan, who was riding on the back of the moose, would burst out with a burst of golden light from time to time, and Attilan in the sky could see it clearly. He shook his head helplessly and said to the Eagle King, "Eagle King, let's work together to delay the pursuers and buy time for everyone to retreat." It was only an hour. In such a short time, the king of the gnolls sensed that the number of gnolls he controlled had decreased by nearly 2,000, which made him very angry. Decided to lead the troops in pursuit. In the large oasis in the center, he carefully cultivated 1,000 jackals with black fur and red eyes, riding on huge hyena mounts with big mouths and sharp teeth dripping with fishy saliva. Holding relatively sophisticated iron spears, they chased towards the east. The jackals and hyenas kept howling, summoning the jackals in the surrounding oases to join them in the pursuit. Under the bright moonlight, groups of jackals joined the pursuit. In the sky, Attilan used the moonlight to see the jackals below clearly. The densely packed, more than 3,000 jackals made Attilan feel difficult. Especially the king of jackals. Attilan just glanced at him, and he actually looked up at the sky sharply. Fortunately, Attilan prepared clouds in advance to hide his figure. He and the Eagle King were not exposed. Eagle King, we are no match for the King of Gnolls. If he is not here, we can try to intercept the Gnolls, even if there are twice as many of them. We don't have to be afraid, but it won't work if the King of Gnolls is here. Once he shoots me down, even I may not be able to save my life. The King of Gnolls turned out to be a Gnoll with white fur all over his body. Compared with ordinary Gnolls with hyena appearance, he really looks more like a real wolf. And his mount is not a hyena, but a snow-white warg. No, Eagle King, use your peripheral vision to observe the King of Gnolls. Why do I feel that he is not a Gnoll, but a werewolf? Eagle King said in a deep voice. Yes, I have the same feeling. He is indeed a demon warlock, but he also has the aura of a druid. Could it be that this King of Gnolls is actually a fallen druid? No matter what, we fly forward 100 meters, and then directly drop the remaining 50 potions from this distance. According to my calculations, it should fall right near the King of Gnolls. Attilan's calculations were very accurate. The Starlight Potion fell towards the King of Gnolls at a high speed, but he accurately fired 10 bone spears to detonate all the potions close to him in the air in advance. The purifying power of the starlight had almost no effect on him. He also created a smelly wind to disperse the starlight. The White Wolf King looked up at the sky and saw only 2 small black dots going away. Although the White Wolf King dispersed 10 potions, the remaining 40 still fell into the group of Gnolls, affecting thousands of Gnolls, because their formation was too dense. Even though the White Wolf King quickly dispersed and urged the Gnolls to speed up. But Attilan, who was assisted by more than a dozen druids on the other side, also used spells to speed up. And with the help of 4 hooves, the speed was much faster than the Gnolls. Chasing all the way to the vicinity of Tubao town, looking at the dense figures on the city wall, the White Wolf King raised his hand and waved, suppressing the anger in his heart. Retreat. In total, he had lost 4,000 Gnolls because of the Wasteland Kingdom. Especially this battle made him realize that the Wasteland Kingdom was not easy to mess with, and there were tribes in the other 3 directions that could expand the number of Gnolls. The White Wolf King did not intend to continue to send troops to attack the Wasteland Kingdom and pollute their land for producing food. Because he found that the Wasteland Kingdom had strong combat power, and was better at sneak attacks than the Gnolls under his command, and also had props such as the Starlight Potion that restrained the power of demons. The Wasteland Kingdom was not very aggressive, and it took 3 sneak attacks before it took the initiative to attack. As long as he did not take the initiative to sneak attack next time, the Wasteland Kingdom should not sneak attack him. When the Wasteland Kingdom was paralyzed, he accumulated enough strong Gnolls. The black strong Gnolls as his personal guards had stronger power and wisdom. It would take time for him to transform all the Gnolls into this. When he had 10,000 strong Gnolls, he could provoke even the blue dragon in the south. Of course, that was because the White Wolf King had a secret weapon to deal with the dragon. Attilan was not clear about this. He only knew that the White Wolf King, who was chasing with 3,000 Gnolls, retreated in front of the Earth Fort town. Of course, in order to prevent the Gnolls from attacking, he waited until dawn, and he monitored the Gnolls' movements from afar in the sky. He returned to Tubao town only after confirming that they had really left. Hold a celebration party, let the dog-headed people slaughter 100 sheep and 1,000 rabbits. I want to make sure that all the warriors who survived can eat meat. Lista frowned, clenched his fists and then loosened them. He just walked to Attilan silently. Dragon Lord, can you let us take care of the next raid on the Gnolls? Attilan smiled slightly. Competition is a good thing. Don't worry, I have another task for you. You take 300 minotaurs to the east of the river. 20,000 acres of farmland will soon be opened up. We need more land, and there are 20,000 acres of farmland in the south, but there are some stubborn tribes there. I need you to help me conquer them. Yes, Dragon Lord, just leave it to me. Lista's eyes were enthusiastic. He finally came to work. If he didn't make any more contributions, the tales of this group of people would almost go to the sky. After holding a banquet to entertain the troops who fought bloody battles, Attilan naturally had to prepare a grand banquet to entertain the druids who also participated in the war. The location of this banquet was in Kingland town, mainly because the greatest credit went to Tiefling Laloon, and Attilan naturally had to repay his wife. He couldn't let him meet Zurin, but he could prepare some sumptuous food to entertain her and her daughter. On the way back to Kingland Town, Tarzan's body was still bursting with golden light from time to time. Until the banquet was ready, Tarzan could only watch and couldn't eat, which made Tarzan a little anxious. The two little fishmen and little Hannah also kept curiously circling around the glowing Tarzan. Invisibly, Tarzan became more anxious, so that the energy in his body suddenly went out of control, and a strong golden light burst out from Tarzan's body, covering half of the banquet scene. Just when Attilan wanted to suddenly say that Tarzan's self-control was weak, he suddenly had a creepy feeling, as if a dark force suddenly appeared in the banquet venue, a force that could threaten his life. He looked carefully and saw that the direction of the danger perception was Tarzan, but there were only two little fishmen and Hannah beside Tarzan. Who was the danger coming from? A burst of black light suddenly appeared from Hannah's body. Attilan's face changed, and she dropped the wine glass in her hand and appeared beside Hannah and hugged her. The hazy starlight appeared in her hands. "Hannah, calm down." Hannah raised her head and screamed. The dark energy burst knocked Attilan away, knocked away the table in front of her and the food on the table, and knocked away all the druids and Attilan who were present. Chapter 115 Hell Princess. Attilan didn't understand why Hannah suddenly went berserk. If the Titan energy would stimulate Hannah's devil blood, Attilan would never let Hannah get close to Tarzan. The inky black energy wrapped around Hannah's body and slowly rose, forming a sphere in the air, constantly extracting the golden Titan energy from Tarzan's body. Tarzan's face was in pain, and his ruddy face gradually turned pale, and his shouting began to become weaker. Attilan's face changed, and he shot out more a ball of life water to merge into Tarzan's body. At the same time, he ordered the druids who were wasting around, "Everyone, hurry up and use healing magic to replenish Tarzan's physical strength and energy." Everyone didn't care about the food and dust that were stained on their bodies when Hannah released a violent energy. They took their own staffs to condense balls of life energy to illuminate Tarzan. Attilan asked with a stern face, "Madam Alun, what's wrong with Hannah?" Alun was the closest to Hannah and the farthest distance from her. She staggered to her feet, covering her bleeding forehead. Alun glanced at Attilan, but did not explain anything. She just used starlight to heal the wound on her forehead, and after removing the dizziness in her brain, she gave a simple order. "You maintain Tarzan's life. Disconnecting the link that allows Hannah to absorb Titan's energy will only cause greater stimulation to her. Wait for me to calm Hannah down, the link will naturally be disconnected. I will tell you the details after the matter is resolved." After saying this, Alun put on a layer of starlight shield for herself and approached Hannah, who was constantly releasing strange energy. Although this energy was as dark as ink and had a faint evil breath, in Attilan's perception, Hannah's life breath was actually very pure. It was completely different from the abnormal life breath emitted by the devil's filthy flesh and soul. Hannah didn't look like a tiefling at all. Hannah, who had been baptized by Attilan's starlight for many years, was indeed more like a goat man covered with fairy starlight than a tiefling. She was more like a goat man than the goat man Mep. Mep should have been expelled from the spirit class long ago. He doesn't look like a goat man at all. The pan flute on his waist is just a showpiece, not a pure goat pan flute. It doesn't need to be used to perform the fairy charm music magic. The goat pan flute is not a prop that all goats have. Only outstanding goats can get carefully selected magic wood, made with fairy magic, and imbued with the fairy will of generations of outstanding goats. Only such a goat pan flute can play music with a strong enough charm effect. The pan flute in Mep's hand is indeed made of branches cut from 7 kinds of magic trees carefully cultivated by bear people in the forest. It is a good pan flute, but it does not have enough fairy energy to nourish it, so the effect of the pan flute is not outstanding. It was not until Lulu began to practice starlight magic and learned that starlight energy can strengthen and cleanse the fairy pan flute that Attilan asked the goat man to make a delicate snack for Lulu. Ask Lulu to help clean the pan flute. Because the goat man was Lulu's fairy magic experiment subject, Lulu agreed decisively. Snacks and the like were not important at all. The goat man did not need to deliver them every day. He would deliver them once every 7 days, and the amount delivered each time should be enough for 7 days. Lulu was now staying in the Star Valley and would not come out. She would watch the stars at night to absorb the starlight energy, and absorb as much as she could. During the day, she would meditate to transform the starlight energy into her own magic. Therefore, Lulu did not attend today's banquet. Only the goat man took out the panpipe that Lulu had helped him to clean. The panpipe, which was originally ordinary, shone with starlight as the goat man began to play. The beautiful music like the starry night surrounded Hannah, trying to soothe Hannah's emotions. Attilan sent a bowl of water of life into Tarzan's body, and at the same time he was observing the changes in Hannah's physical condition. He found that after absorbing the Titan energy, the energy reaction in Hannah's body became stronger. He seemed to feel that there was a huge power in Hannah's body, about the level of challenge level 10? But it seemed to be more than that. He found that Hannah's absorption of the Titan energy did not seem to be strengthening her power, but rather breaking the seal. Finally, Attilan walked to Hannah's side, and her hands released soft and dense starlight energy that turned into strands of energy lines, which slowly and firmly penetrated into the energy ball that wrapped Hannah. Just as Attilan tried to strengthen the seal in Hannah's body, Zurin, who was far away in Amethyst Mountain purifying natural magic, changed his face. Jayaj, quickly notify Jaina to help where the devil's force broke out. Or you can release my seal and let me go myself. Looking at Zurin's anxious look, the bear man said calmly, although this devil's force is pure and ancient, its strength is not great, and it is still sealed. Compared with the energy, there is a small problem of the risk of breaking the seal. I think you should think about when to take the initiative to unlock the seal. With your daughter's talent, the seal cannot trap her power for a lifetime, and you can't let her be an ordinary person for the rest of her life, right? Zurin smiled bitterly. Isn't it good to be an ordinary person? It's not bad to be an ordinary person, but you didn't give her the chance to choose to be an ordinary person or a dark wizard. You forced her to choose. I don't think it's right. When she grows up, the devil's breath she leaks will definitely attract the attention of the devil in hell. If she is seduced and corrupted by the devil, the consequences will be even more disastrous. It's the devil, not the devil's force, that's bad. Don't forget that the last history secret lesson the chairman of the parliament once gave us said that the devil and the angel have the same source. Whether your daughter is a devil or an angel is in the hands of you too. Zurin was silent. At this moment, he realized that he was not as good as the bear man. From the moment Attilan took Hannah into the forest, you were observing them. You should have discovered the seal in Hannah's body a long time ago, right? The bear man nodded with deep eyes. You also suspected that your problem might be caused by her. Naturally, I have to observe whether she has any problems. After all, in this forest, I am the person with the strongest observation ability. Zurin looked at his left hand with a dull look. Do you think there's something wrong with Attilan? I can't think about this question at all. When I think about the possibility that she might, my thoughts can't help but jump around. Thinking back on everything we've experienced, I still can't believe that there's something wrong with Attilan. The bear man frowned slightly, took out 2 red apples sent by the vine girl from the basket beside him, wiped them, and threw one to Zurin. Is it possible? Attilan is fine. The crisp sound of the bite made the bear man sort out his thoughts instantly. Yes, although Attilan's devil blood is unusually powerful, I was led onto the path of death harvest. It shouldn't be the devil behind the plot, otherwise I wouldn't have gotten out so easily. The bear man raised his eyebrows. Blood is extraordinary? How is it extraordinary? Zurin said seriously. I suspect that Attilan's father is the incarnation of a certain lord of the 9 hells. The bear man silently stuffed the remaining half of the apple into his mouth. He took back what he said just now. The lord of hell ruled the plane of hell. How could his daughter marry casually? It seems to be free from the control of the devil, but how to be sure that the devil is not playing the long game? If Zurin indulges in the wonderful pleasure of creating death, he will inevitably cause the death of a large number of souls. The devil can only take away the evil souls that have been corrupted and fallen by them. But the process of Zurin creating death will inevitably bring unrest to the continent, allowing the devil to better corrupt mortals. The loss of souls caused by the plan to balance the Northern Kingdom alone can make the Lord of Hell have a good meal. Not to mention, it will take at least 100 years for the corruption to control Zurin. Not to mention that he can use Zurin's position in the Druid group to spread the power and corrupt thoughts of the devil to the Druid group. After all, this is a world that has not been corrupted by the devil on a large scale. All the good and neutral camps resist summoning and using the power of demons and devils. If Hannah is the blood of the Lord of Hell, then the seal cannot be opened. If the blood of the Lord of Hell has such a strong power, why can Attilan suppress the power of blood with starlight? Zurin smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't know. Attilan said that she didn't have such a strong talent as Hannah when she was a child. It can't be because of the collision of my blood with Attilan, and some magical positive changes have occurred. The bear man was silent, feeling that he had been greatly hurt. Hannah was not the kind of child he wanted. Although she was the blood of hell, Hannah completely controlled this power. There is the potential to compete for the Lord of Hell. The strength of each Lord of Hell is equivalent to level 0 quasi-god. The Lord of Hell is linked to the first plane of Hell. If the plane is not broken, they will not die, and they can also draw powerful power from the plane. Of course, this is a weak Lord of Hell. The strength of a strong Lord of Hell can be compared with that of a demigod, and the Lord of the 9 layers of Hell can even compete with a true god. On the other side, the Fujin, who had received a notification from the bear man, teleported to the oak tree in the center of Kingland Town. She waved her hand and released a brilliant rainbow that streaked through the air, landing accurately on Hannah's head, helping Attilan's starlight energy to connect to the seal. The seal that had been broken was repaired by Attilan, and Tarzan finally ended the nightmare of being madly sucked of energy. And Hannah also fell to the ground quietly. Blinking in confusion, it seemed that he didn't understand what had just happened. Astral essence. I feel the breath of astral essence. It was Lulu who was practicing in seclusion riding a fairy dragon who came late. It's just that the breath is a little strange. I didn't have time to distinguish it carefully, so how come it disappeared? Lulu suddenly mentioned the astral essence, and Attilan's inheritance memory was instantly blown out of the relevant information. The astral essence was used by the ancient gods to shape angels, and when the angels fought against the chaotic demons, some angels gradually fell into evil demons. If Attilan and Hannah inherited the blood of fallen angels, then, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Angel of Death. Asmodeus, the Lord of the 9 Hells, is the leader of the fallen angels. He established a current 9 hells with a group of fallen angels. None of the fallen angels who have survived to this day have simple roles. This kind of person has a human offspring, and there must be countless conspiracies and calculations behind it. As a weak and helpless young dragon, Attilan does not want to be associated with Attilan and Hannah. The main reason is that he can't stand the conspiracy and calculations of Hannah's grandfather. Even the bear man and the vine girl, or the whole forest, can't stand it, because the devil will not fight you head-on. Fortunately, according to Attilan's inherited memory and the teachings of the bear man, the devil was rejected by the mainstream good camp, and the wizard and the druid joined forces to strengthen the dimensional wall. One-way communication increases the difficulty of hell in this world. You can corrupt the souls of intelligent life, but you can't transport corrupted souls to hell. No one wants to do this kind of work without getting paid, let alone the sophisticated and selfish devil. Even if people in this world want to communicate with hell, they can't make calls at all. They will only doubt whether the hell scroll they got is actually wrong. Not to mention that communicating with hell will leave traces on the dimensional protection wall built by the mage. After locking the corresponding area, the local church will search and check the water meter on site. This is the foundation to ensure that the world is not shaken by the devil. For the devil, if one world cannot be corrupted and harvested, just change to another world. There is no need to keep fighting with this world. An astral mage, with the blood of ancient and powerful devils and fallen angels, comes to a world with a dimensional wall specifically for devils. What is your first reaction? What is this mage doing? Of course, it is to destroy the dimensional wall. Facing the scrutiny of Attilan, Fujin, and Lulu who gradually reacted, 3 knowledgeable people, as well as the exploratory and curious eyes of other druids. After sighing, Lalun decided to tell her life story. My mother was born in a world where mages prevailed. She was the most outstanding mage of the younger generation, and therefore inherited the guardian power gathered by the 6 great mages of the ancient times. She silently guarded that world in the shadow of the world for 100 years, 200 years. No matter whether it was the devil, the demon, or the celestial race, they could not take that world from her. Hiss, devil, demon, celestial race, these 6 simple words described an epic full of blood and gore. Such an outstanding mother, suspected to be the father of the first generation of fallen angels. Why was the daughter born so mediocre? Until she got tired of this kind of life, she chose to pass on the power of the guardian to the next candidate guardian selected by the Mage Council. Of course, she chose to keep a small part of the guardian's power for herself. This is why I am not affected by the devil's bloodline. Even my father didn't know that my mother secretly kept a part of the guardian's power. My mother left that world and became an astral mage. In a world with beautiful scenery and clear waters, she met a slightly dull and clumsy boy mage. Hiss, an old cow eats young grass. No, Alan's father is an old devil. Although the incarnation is definitely young grass, it is still an old grass in essence. The female mage who has guarded the world for hundreds of years is also an old cow. Attilan shook his head to get rid of his divergent thoughts and continued to listen to Alan's stories about the past. The boy's pure and passionate love moved her, and they soon had me. After I was born, my mother found that my father gradually became different from before. Finally, under the detection effect of the guardian's power, he, who had been disguised for decades, finally revealed his true face, a devil. He has been using the devil's power to activate my blood. Seeing that he was exposed, he wanted to take me away, but even though my mother had lost most of her strength, she still managed to keep him and extracted some information from him. It turned out that he valued my mother's talent and believed that if he had a child with my mother, the child would definitely inherit his and my mother's talents and help him realize his lifelong pursuit. In his long years, my mother was the most outstanding wizard he had ever seen. Before being killed by my mother, he still conspired to infuse all the incarnation of the devil's power into my body. It caused me to change from my original human baby appearance to that of a demon tiefling. Even though my mother tried various methods, she couldn't change me back, but she still found a way to prevent me from falling into devil. Lulu jumped up excitedly. It's a star mage. No, it's the star essence. Hiss. Lulu said this. Attilan also understood. Laloon's father is a fallen angel. The essence is the star essence polluted by the evil breath of the devil's power. So if Laloon swallows a lot of star essence, can she shape herself into a fallen angel? Or even an angel? As long as she keeps absorbing the star essence, she will at least not fall into devil. Laloon smiled and nodded. Yes, it is indeed starlight energy. My mother told me that if I practice seriously, I may transform into an angel and ascend to the seventh heaven one day. Then Attilan thought of a suitable name for the energy in Hannah's body, the dark star essence. The reason for her sudden outburst today was also found, that is, the Titan energy condensed by Tarzan triggered the power of the fallen angel in the seal. No, the energy in Hannah's body is different from Laloon. If Laloon is the ink that keeps adding milk, then Hannah is the bottle of black milk that has something new added. It was Tarzan's Titan transformation that triggered the power in Hannah's body. Titan energy and starlight energy are both powers from heaven. If Titan energy can be triggered, starlight energy should be able to be triggered as well. But last time Hannah also went to Star Valley. When Lulu was practicing, Star Valley was full of starlight, but Hannah didn't react at all at that time. So it must be another kind of energy in Tarzan's Titan transformation that caused Hannah's restlessness. No, it's not life energy. It's a new kind of power that is born from the combination of life energy and Titan energy. It can be called the power of life angels. Of course, Tarzan is still a long way from that realm. By extension, the energy in Hannah's body should also be a new kind of power catalyzed by some kind of energy and starlight energy, a strange angel power. So who brought Hannah this change that was different from her mother? It was bloody. What is this power? It's the power of death. Attilan's sudden voice puzzled everyone present. Leopard Girl frowned, opened her mouth and showed her little fangs, and scolded, "If you keep talking nonsense and interrupting Alan's story, I will bite you." Ow! Leopard Girl's cute actions can't scare Attilan. He showed a confident smile, and he has seen through the essence of the power in Hannah's body. Attilan frowned, and felt that Attilan's words just now were not simple. Attilan, why did you suddenly mention the power of death? Based on your story, madam, I already understand why Tarzan caused the energy riot in Hannah's body, because these two energies are essentially opposite and complementary. Leopard Girl curiously approached Flower Girl and asked quietly in a voice that everyone could hear, is there any relationship between Titan energy and starlight energy? Exposing her ignorance. Both energies come from the heavens. Why do you say they are hedged and complementary? Because the root cause of the riot is the pure life energy and death force differentiated from natural magic. After combining with the energy of the heavens, the characteristics of life and death are infinitely magnified. Tarzan's sudden explosion must have absorbed a part of Hannah who is close to her, and even broke through the seal and touched Hannah's sealed power of the angel of death. Of course this is an exaggeration. If Hannah wants to become an angel of death, she still has a long and arduous road of practice waiting for her. Leopard Woman raised her hand and questioned, is Tarzan really as strong as you say? Can he break through the seal set by Lady Alun and Master Bloodstained? Attilan smiled confidently. Of course not. If it depends on Tarzan alone, he can't do it. He still has a lot of pure life force that I instilled into his body. This is the pure energy from my powerful ocean dragon talent, and the celestial energy he called in the demon land. The amount is not much, but it is not easy for a level 7 druid to control these two energies. Leopard woman raised her hand again. Why did you infuse him with energy? I said that Tarzan was always flashing all the way, and he suddenly stopped flashing after you landed. Was it the energy you infused him with at that time that helped him suppress the Titan energy? Attilan answered with a dark face. Yes, this leopard girl really didn't know how to judge the situation. He finally deduced such a complicated incident and wanted to pretend, but leopard girl jumped out and interrupted him again and again. Attilan gave flower girl a look, and flower girl directly covered leopard girl's mouth and dragged her to the corner, saying in a really quiet voice, "Wait until Attilan finishes talking before you ask questions. If you continue to ask, he will bite you." Leopard girl looked disdainful. As if I'm afraid of him. I am a master of shadow shuttle. Yes, you are the best. Flower girl skillfully coaxed the child. Attilan frowned and asked, "You mean Tarzan used enough pure Titan energy and life energy to try to smelt a higher level of power in his body, and it happened at the noisy environment, it caused him to lose control?" Attilan shook his head and said, "Tarzan should not know that his Titan transformation can smelt new power. He just habitually uses the two energies of Titan and life to practice. It's not because of the noisy environment, but because he can't control this energy that is too high for him. Isn't that right, Tarzan?" Tarzan was very weak. Hearing the leopard woman's contemptuous remarks about him, he would definitely jump up and fight with the leopard woman. Now he was so weak that he could only hit the leopard woman's knees when he jumped up. But that kind of emerald green energy really fascinated him. Yes, it was the power of the angel of life that caused me to lose control. At this time, Hannah pulled the corner of Attilan's clothes and asked in a baby voice, "Mom, am I an angel of death?" What is an angel of death? Chapter 117 Life Starlight Titan Angel Alchemy. Attilan grabbed Hannah's pink and tender little hand. "Hannah, say it again." "Mom didn't hear you clearly." Attilan's voice was trembling, and Hannah tilted her head to look at her mother in confusion. "What is the angel of death?" The leopard girl next to her was excited and waving her fists in front of her chest. "Hua hua, little Hannah's voice is so cute. She is much cuter than the wild monkeys in the forest." The flower girl rolled her eyes at the leopard girl. "Is it possible that you also grew up from the wild monkey stage?" Most children abandoned in the forest have two characteristics, natural wildness and strong curiosity. To sum up, they are tough and noisy. Even the leopard girl can't stand this group of noisy cubs. Originally, this group of monkey children had been sent to Kingland Town, but because of the arrival of Attilan and her daughter, they were urgently transferred to the oak hall in the center of the forest by Attilan. Of course, it is not placed directly in the oak hall. If the bear man returns after curing Bloodstained, he will find that his oak hall is tossed around by a group of monkey children. They will not be scolded. Old Deng has always been the image of a kind elder in front of the children, but Attilan is different. He knows that Old Deng will not retaliate directly. But Attilan really can't stand the devilish intensive training of the bear man. The angel of death is a very powerful angel, more powerful than mom and dad combined. Hannah's eyes lit up. "Then I want to be an angel of death, so that I can protect mom and dad." Attilan wiped away the tears of emotion and rubbed Hannah with her cheek. "Well, our Hannah is the best." Hannah just asked curiously what the angel of death is. Attilan didn't understand why Attilan was so excited that she cried. Hannah yawned. The power of the angel of life that devoured Tarzan seemed to consume a lot of Hannah's physical strength. She rubbed her eyes and fell asleep instantly while holding Attilan. Attilan put Hannah back on the bed, and everyone took this opportunity to summon water elements to remove the stains on their bodies and restore their appearance as druid elites. Only Attilan stood in the middle of the crowd with his head held high. After the leopard woman summoned the water element to wash his face, she saw Attilan pretending to be cool, and asked in surprise, "I remember you were also hit by the splashing soup. Why are you so clean? Tell me. When did you secretly summon the water element to wash?" Attilan said confidently, "My dragon scales have been strengthened and washed with water elements at least 3 times. I don't need to gather elemental particles like you do. I just need to think about it, and water will naturally appear to wash my dragon scales." Strengthened and washed 3 times, no wonder she couldn't bite it last time. Leopard woman felt her teeth start to hurt again. This damn little dragon. After taking out the spear from the dimensional bag and comparing which one was harder, The obsidian spearhead or the dragon scales of Attilan. Leopard girl reluctantly put the spear back and made up her mind to go through the forest to collect the best materials to make a magic weapon that could pierce the dragon scales. She also wanted to learn how to strengthen her body from Tarzan. Maybe she could break through the dragon scale defense of Attilan with her claws next time. Seeing the look in leopard girl's eyes and her restless claws, Attilan knew what she was thinking, and immediately smiled and said to leopard girl, "Baptizing dragon scales 3 times is just the beginning. As my control over the water elemental force increases, the number of times I cleanse dragon scales will continue to increase. Using your little claws to break dragon scales is just a dream after all. No matter how powerful the shadow leopard is, it can't be compared with a dragon after all, unless you can improve your control over shadow energy to the extreme and find the shadow dragons living in the shadow plane as a template. Develop your own shadow dragon form. With such a powerful form as the shadow dragon, you can easily break my dragon scales." Leopard girl's eyes lit up. Really? Attilan looked at leopard girl with a smile. He knew that leopard girl was a guy who ate and drank from him and was rebellious. She had never forgotten the revenge of the teeth. At this time, Attilan happened to come over and heard what Attilan said to leopard girl. "Don't listen to him. Few people can fight against the shadow dragon in the Shadowfall. If you really go to the Shadowfall to study the shadow dragon, the result will only be that you will become the shadow dragon's food. If you want to develop a dragon form based on the shadow element, I suggest you train your control of the shadow element to level 20, and then use Attilan as a template to understand the body structure of the ocean dragon. It is more appropriate to create a shadow ocean dragon form." Attilan looked at the leopard woman with burning eyes and raised his claws to stop her from approaching. "When the time comes, you don't need to study it. I will directly send you part of the information I collected during the body tempering." Only part of it was sent to leopard woman to understand the body structure of the ocean dragon. As for the complete Attilan's physical report, Attilan would not record such things on paper. Any outstanding mage, ranger, or warrior who got Attilan's detailed information could design a set of effective dragon-slaying plans for him. Not giving it to leopard woman was because he was worried that the heartless leopard woman would leak it to him. "You still have some conscience. I planted grass along the southwest river and helped you transplant trees to consolidate this oil and retain water. It was very hard work. Taking a little information from you is not worth my hard work." Attilan rolled his eyes at her. "You need life energy to nourish your body. I can provide you with life crystals, right? Of course, there's only concentrated water of life now. Life crystals may have to wait for me to practice for a while. At first, mages used special techniques to crystallize and preserve rare magic energy. Later, this technique gradually spread and finally became a method for magic professionals to practice skills. Attilan was able to crystallize water elements, which really relied on the affinity of the ocean dragon's water element. After he was sealed with the elemental seal of the ocean dragon bloodline, he could not do it. The water of life, life breath, and life energy field could not be used. Lightning breath and acid mist breath could still be used, but the special life solidification and life corruption effects were gone. Because these are the abilities of the ocean dragon bloodline, Attilan has not yet completely transformed the bloodline abilities into his own things. Through the elemental seal, Attilan had a clearer understanding of his own situation, and he could also carry out the basic druid practice more specifically. Did he say that he wanted to transform the Rain of Grace into a druid spell? Then he must first have a comprehensive and clear understanding of the water of life spawned by the blood of the ocean dragon, a special energy that is based on the fusion and sublimation of life energy and water elements. Therefore, the practice of crystallization of water elements and life energy crystallization is essential. Attilan walked to Tarzan, and the strands of magic outlined a star array to accommodate her and Tarzan, calling for the starlight energy to be continuously infused into Tarzan's body. Within 5 minutes, Tarzan became lively again. "Taishan, how do you feel now?" "I feel that the embryonic form of the special life angel power seems to have swallowed up a lot of the starlight energy that you, madam, sent to me." Hannah's act of extracting energy stimulated this energy, allowing it to undergo a deeper transformation on its own. "I can't understand this energy, but it feels more than 10 times higher than the Titan energy I practiced before." All the druids widened their eyes. "Is it so exaggerated?" Larlo nodded and said, "Sure enough, it's just as I thought. With Taishan's level, he can't accommodate so much starlight energy." "Taishan, can you let me see your Titan transformation secret technique? It's about Hannah, I must pay attention to it." At the beginning, I sealed the devil blood that was gradually expanding in Hannah's body, but I didn't expect Hannah to lose the ability to speak because of it. Although Hannah has regained the ability to speak now, if the devil blood continues to expand, I can only seal it again. I don't want Hannah to lose the ability to speak again. Attilan frowned and asked, should it be the blood of the fallen angel? Laloon shook her head bitterly. If I could become a legendary celestial mage, my devil blood would return to the level of a fallen angel after being baptized by enough celestial essence, but I didn't. On the day I gave birth to Hannah, I understood why my mother warned me before she left that it would be best not to have children before my strength reached that of a legendary celestial mage. Leopard girl asked curiously, what level are you now, madam? I am now an 11th level mage and a 10th level celestial mage. After becoming a 10th level celestial mage, I realized that my foundation was lacking, so I went back to study basic mage skills. Finally, I broke through the legendary realm. Attilan was refreshed. With another legendary mage standing on their side, he was more confident in making the soul-soothing buns. After hearing that Alun was a legendary mage, Tarzan took out a bark paper that recorded the evolution of the Titan transformation secret technique over the years without saying a word and handed it to Alun. It's all above. My ability to deduce the mystic arts is not strong, so the prototype of the power of the angel of life should not be born. Laloon looked at the mystic scroll. It cannot be said that it is worthless, but it can only be said that she could not find any connection with the power of the angel of life. The problem should be with my life energy and the Titan energy that Tarzan received. I can provide the life energy, but where can I get the Titan energy? Besides, Mount Heaven is divided into 7 levels. Who knows which level's energy Tarzan received? Laloon said calmly, no. As a pretty good astral mage, I can naturally tell that Tarzan received the Titan energy of the 2nd level of Golden Heaven, and the energy of the Silver Sea of the 1st level of Silver Heaven during normal practice. I took a quick look. This secret technique can be improved by adding starlight energy, with Titan energy as bones, starlight energy as flesh, and life energy as blood. If it can be finally perfected, Tarzan may indeed become a life angel, or a life Titan. So I will use this new secret technique that I have simply deduced. It's called the Life Starlight Titan Angel Alchemy Technique. Chapter 118 Starlight Spider. Starlight energy danced with Alun's fingers, and the slightly burning energy outlined beautiful druid fonts on the remaining lower half of the bark paper. Alun also thoughtfully left a magic circle to guide the starlight energy and the 2nd layer of Mount Heaven, as well as the ultimate magic circle that simultaneously stimulated the 3 energies of life, starlight, and Titan to shape the Titan Angel. From the time she started reading Tarzan's secret scroll to the time she said these words and wrote down a new and complete method of practicing the Life Starlight Titan Angel Alchemy, it took less than 10 minutes in total. Alun returned the scroll to Tarzan, and Attilan and Tarzan got together to carefully read the new practice method. Finally, the two looked at each other, and there was nothing but admiration in their eyes. Dejao and Yaja also stepped forward. The two of them also exchanged practice secrets with Tarzan and practiced a Titan transformation, so they could barely see some of the tricks. It's amazing. Although I'm not sure if this secret technique can break through to the legendary level, but if you practice according to the above method, Tarzan's physique, energy, and spellcasting ability will be greatly improved. Tarzan's camp will be fixed in the heavens, and he likes to live in an environment with plenty of sunshine, and it's best if he can be exposed to sunlight all the time. This may not be liked by most druids. The Eagle King smiled and patted Tarzan on the shoulder. When I was training the storm eagles, I found a magical mountain in the forest. Its top is exposed to sunlight for nearly 12 hours. It should be the most suitable place for you to live and practice. I'll take you there tomorrow. Tarzan blinked ignorantly. It doesn't matter where you are to attract Titan energy and starlight energy, right? I don't need to move to the top of the mountain, right? I like my current residence and I don't have the habit of moving, Bighorn said sullenly. No, I tried to attract Titan energy at night, on cloudy days, and on sunny days, and found that the amount of Titan energy attracted on sunny days is the largest. I attract the corresponding energy in the right environment. This is a compulsory course for druids. Tarzan, you have to move. Don't worry, we will help you. Tarzan lowered his head bitterly. Okay, Attilan bumped Tarzan's shoulder and comforted him with a smile. Have you ever thought that your slow progress and transformation to Titan over the years might be because you are receiving Titan energy in the wrong place? Tarzan scratched his head and asked uncertainly, is that really the case? Looking around, everyone nodded and said, yes, that's right. Otherwise, why would everyone carefully select and transform their living environment? Even the leopard girl patted Tarzan's arm. The main reason was that after Tarzan had the power of the angel of life in his body became larger again, and his height was now over 2 meters. This is a secret practice method and array constructed based on my current level of knowledge. It can be further optimized based on your feedback and my practice in the future, but I also suggest that you move to the top of that mountain to live, which will be more conducive to your transformation into an angel. When you practice wings, you don't have to worry about the distance and the inconvenience of communicating with friends. When Tarzan asked this question, everyone looked at Attilan curiously. Did they practice to grow angel wings? In fact, Attilan didn't know whether she could grow wings like angels by practicing according to this method. From a starlight angel with 1 pair of wings to a seraph with 3 pairs of wings, each upgrade adds 1 more pair of wings. It seems that it should be possible, right? Besides, even if you can't become an angel with this method, at least you can become a titan, so you won't lose out no matter how you look at it. Attilan cleverly answered everyone's questions, and Tarzan said happily, compared to going to Heaven Mountain to be an angel, I prefer to stay in the forest and eat, drink, play, and have fun with everyone. Anyway, for me, titans are better than angels. The version that belongs to titans has passed. In this version, angels active in the 7th Heaven Mountain are definitely more popular. Heaven Mountain is full of good people, and it may not be worse than the Bear Forest. Speaking of eating, drinking and having fun, it's getting late. Let's rest today. Tomorrow, we will hold a banquet to celebrate Hannah's recovery of the ability to speak and Tarzan's acquisition of the power of the angel of life. Leopard woman jumped up excitedly. Okay, tomorrow we'll go back and get some more ingredients and hold a bigger banquet. After running so far to attack the gnolls, they simply rested for 2 or 3 hours. Hannah did this again at the banquet, and the strong energy pressure she emitted really made everyone feel exhausted. The increasingly expanded Kingland town has reserved rooms for each druid. People like the flower girl and the wine girl also brought some things to decorate their rooms. The flower girl helped Kingland town cultivate fruits and vegetables, and the wine girl guided the wine making, which really satisfied their characteristics of being teachers. Some small fishmen were directly inspired by them to become gardeners and fruit farmers. I believe that in a few years, there will be many fish shamans or fish druids in Kingland town. Everyone went back, but Attilan, Laloon, and Lulu stayed in the open-air venue and did not leave. Madam, did you keep us here so that we can help you solve Hannah's problem? Attilan shook her head and said, my mother once told me that the gods use the essence of the astral realm to create angels, but the essence of the astral realm is just the raw material for creating angels. With the essence of the astral realm, I can at most refine the devil's bloodline to the level of a fallen angel. She said that when she gets the secret technique of the gods to create angels, or when she analyzes enough angel samples, she will create a secret technique that will allow me to completely cut off my connection with my father and transform into an angel. Attilan's eyes widened. What arrogant words, analyzing angels. If you want to analyze angels, you have to imprison them. Imprisoning one angel is nothing, but Alun's mother's words clearly mean that she wants to imprison most types of angels so that she can study a plan to save her daughter. Of course, it was just a side job. Her main task was to make things difficult for my father. By constantly disrupting my father's plan to harvest souls in the material world, she kept him from bothering me. At the same time, she was looking for his true identity. Although my mother intercepted enough hell essence with soul breath before his incarnation exploded, he did a good job of hiding his identity. Attilan was moved. He kept provoking the Lord of Hell. Lalan's mother was indeed not an ordinary person. May I ask what level of mage is Madam's mother? Lalan shook her head and said, I don't know now. Anyway, after I became a level 10 mage, she asked me to learn knowledge related to the celestial mage. After I became a level 1 celestial mage, she left home to find trouble with my father. I remember that at that time, she seemed to be a level 20 mage, a level 20 arcane mage. In order to teach me and suppress my devil blood, she also studied the 5th level of the celestial mage, a level 45 mage professional. Is the next step to try to promote to a mage quasi-god? Lulu widened her eyes. It's amazing. If I could have such an amazing mage to guide my practice, I can't imagine how fast my starlight magic would improve. Laloon smiled bitterly. My mother's talent is too high. She is not a good teacher. It is precisely because of the loopholes in her teaching that I overlooked the importance of the basics of mages, because she made me an 11th level mage. just to give me the knowledge and ability to collect starlight energy and astral essence by myself, and she can take revenge seriously. Sure enough, in her heart, I am not as important as my father. Are you sure your mother's behavior of hunting down your father is out of love? Isn't it because a proud person is angry after being deceived? A level 45 mage? No wonder the Lord of Hell values her talent. I believe that with her talent and strength, she can fight against the ancient dragon and get away unscathed. By the way, I know your next goal is to deal with the Kingdom of Nulls. You want to restrain their demonic power. I actually have a kind of auxiliary prop here. Laloon took out a few golden insect eggs from her pocket and handed them to Attilan. This is the egg of the starlight spider. The spider silk spit out by the starlight spider naturally has the effect of purifying starlight energy and restraining the power of demons. I also have a method of weaving a starlight scroll. Use the scroll to store a large amount of starlight energy, and release it in the form of a magic circle to create a starlight field, which can suppress the power of the demons to less than half. Then you can easily destroy the Null Kingdom entrenched in the desert. Thank you, Mom. Starlight energy is a very practical energy. The healing effect is no worse than natural magic, and it is profitable to extract as much energy from the starry sky. Unlike natural magic, extracting too much natural magic will cause environmental desertification. Although the starlight spider is a creature of the celestial world, it is also a spider in theory. Since it is a spider, it is definitely right to find evilly. I'll go take care of Hannah first. Lulu approached Attilan with shining eyes. Attilan, how do you think I treat you? Very good, but if you want the starlight spider, forget it. When the starlight spider is larger, I can give you two. Lulu waved her staff excitedly. Tell me yourself, is there any place in the whole forest more suitable for hatching starlight spiders than my Star Valley? Attilan said as a matter of course. Yes, you only see the starlight, but I see spiders. Come with me. I want to see what good place you can find. Humph. Attilan did not leave directly, but went to the kitchen to process some semi-finished ingredients into delicacies, and then took Lulu straight to the Black Forest. I'm here to see you. As soon as Attilan shouted, he suddenly felt that the spiders around him suddenly became agitated, as if they would jump up and attack him in the next second. The dense spiders really made people's scalps numb. The staff in Lulu's hand had gathered starlight, and the fairy dragon had accumulated rainbow energy in its mouth. Don't worry, my friend will take care of it. Evilly came out with messy hair, riding a big spider, and asked murderously, do you know that it's just dawn now? I haven't gotten up yet. Why are you visiting at this time? Chapter 119 The Thread of Destiny. Attilan knew how angry Evilly was now by looking at her messy hair and her red eyes. This fair-skinned and beautiful girl had only two hobbies in her life, sleeping in and enjoying delicious food. Since Attilan had disturbed Evilly's sleep, the only thing that could calm her anger was delicious food. This is the food I brought for you. It's a full crocodile feast made with the golden crocodiles that Brother Yat has carefully nurtured. Do you want to eat it? The first dish is fried crocodile legs that are coated with flour and fried until golden and crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The second dish is the grilled crocodile tail. I specially used fruit charcoal to give the grilled crocodile tail a light fruity aroma. The third dish is braised crocodile meat. Look at the aroma of this roasted crocodile meat, which is crystal clear. The fourth dish is stir-fried crocodile meat slices, which are very spicy but also very fragrant. The last dish is stewed with native chickens, and the clear soup is used to boil hand-beaten crocodile balls. These crocodile balls are chewy and chewy. One bite of fish balls and one bite of chicken soup. It's the ultimate enjoyment in the world. Attilan himself was almost drooling. Evilly decisively shot a ball of spider silk at Attilan, who was chattering. Stop talking, I want to eat. Lulu also showed her desire for food and wiped the corners of her mouth. With so many good things, why don't you cook them for everyone? Attilan looked at Lulu and said calmly, is there a possibility that there were similar dishes at the banquet last night, but before you had time to taste all the dishes, the table was overturned by Hannah? Lulu immediately rode the fairy dragon to catch up with Evilly, who was riding the big spider. Miss Evilly, do you mind if I taste these delicacies with you? Of course, delicacies are only fun to share with good friends. After all, Attilan made so much, I can't finish it all by myself. Really? I don't believe it. Attilan remembered that the amount of food he brought last time was twice as much as today, and he didn't move much, but Evilly ate it all by herself. At this time, Evilly, who was riding on the back of the big spider, suddenly turned around and looked at Attilan with a threatening look. as if to say that if Attilan talked nonsense, he would never see the sun tomorrow. Attilan nodded heavily, and assured Evely that he would keep his mouth shut. Arriving at Evely's table, she and Lulu quickly tasted every dish. This dish coated with flour and fried tastes like chicken, very tender, plump and juicy. The rich juice spreads in the mouth after a bite. It's delicious, Evely gave a thumbs up. This braised crocodile steak is a bit like pork chop. It has a strong wildness. The moment I bit it, I seemed to see a giant crocodile opening its big mouth full of fangs and pouncing on me. Lulu picked up another piece of soft and boneless crocodile meat and stuffed it into her mouth. She slurped and separated the bones and meat. The perfect collision of black beans, soy sauce and crocodile meat made her unable to stop. The grilled crocodile tail was split into two, and Evely and Lulu each held half and started to chew. The golden crocodile came late today, so I don't know much about this ingredient. I just heard that crocodile meat tastes like fish when roasted, pork when stewed, and chicken when fried. Wait until I try a perfect method to fully stimulate and integrate the flavor of the crocodile, and reach the realm of the best taste in the world. This charcoal roasted crocodile tail smells so good, I taste the taste of apples. There are many apple trees in the forest, but for some reason, the apples from the apple trees he transplanted to Kingland Town are not as sweet as those in the forest, even if he uses seeds to cultivate a new batch of apple trees. As a result, the apples produced by the seeds are still not delicious, and then these apple trees are turned into apple charcoal by Attilan. He doesn't understand. The apple trees in the forest are all varieties carefully cultivated by the bear people. Whether they are transplanted or apple seeds, they should produce sweet and delicious apples. However, they are not, so Attilan seriously suspects that these apple trees are cultivated by the bear people using some kind of druid knowledge or secret technique that has not been taught to him yet. If they are not cultivated in this way, the apples produced will not be delicious. But the bear man just smiled and kept silent about what method he used. He looked like he could only understand it, not explain it in words. He really understood it without saying anything. This made Attilan feel a little upset. The bear man's expression made Attilan more certain that the bear man had used a secret recipe on the apple tree. But the bear man didn't say it because he hoped that Attilan would discover the unusualness of the apple tree through the druid's perception and the natural knowledge taught by the bear man. Lulu accidentally slipped while holding the crocodile meatball, and the meatball fell on the table, and then touched the ground and got stained with mud. Lulu sighed. It can't be eaten. It's such a waste. Attilan picked up the meatball with the magician's hand and said with a smile, although the meatball can't be eaten, I can let you watch a show. Attilan threw the meatball to the big tree in the distance. The meatball hit the big tree and bounced back and forth between several trees for several times. After landing, it bounced several times again. Are these crocodile meatballs so elastic? Lulu and Evely opened their mouths in surprise, and then quickly picked up a meatball and stuffed it into their mouths. The amazing elasticity of the meatballs exploded in their mouths, especially the sweet juice contained in the meatballs, which was so delicious that they almost chewed their tongues and swallowed them. After tasting each dish, Evely and Lulu began to shop like crazy. In less than half an hour, a large table of dishes was filled into their stomachs. Looking at their still fair and slender waists, Attilan was very curious about the dishes in these bowls, which were as big as wash basins and as small as 30 centimeters wide. Why didn't they change it all? This digestive ability is comparable to that of a dragon. Evely conjured up some clean water to wash her face, and tidied her messy hair. She finally regained her iceberg beauty. Okay, I'm full. Now you can tell me what you want to see me so early. For the sake of delicious food, I can forgive you for disturbing my sleep. It's this. I got a few starlight spider eggs. I want you to help cultivate them and expand the population of starlight spiders so that they can spit out enough spider silk to make magic scrolls that carry starlight. Starlight energy is very useful. With a starlight scroll that stores enough energy, my army can purify negative states, heal injuries, and even increase combat effectiveness. Evely took the starlight spider eggs, glanced at Attilan and said, although I have raised a lot of spiders, it doesn't mean that I can raise all kinds of spiders. Look at the spiders around you, gray, black, purple. Are there any spiders as golden as the starlight eggs you gave me? Attilan frowned, looked at the little spiders around him, and found that it was really like this. By the way, isn't there Arachne? Where's Arachne? She's different from these little spiders. These little spiders are all poison, shadow, and acid spiders, but Arachne is a fairy spider, and she's quite intelligent. I think she should have a way. Why don't we ask her out to ask about the situation? No problem, Arachne, come out to work. With a rustling sound, Arachne, whose spider legs are thicker than Lulu's, came out from the back of the house, scaring Lulu so much that she wanted to jump on the back of the fairy dragon's offspring to escape. Maybe because she ate too much just now, Lulu jumped a little, but didn't jump on. Don't worry, Arachne doesn't eat people, Evilly smiled. Her flaming red lips looked particularly bright in the sun. It's not lipstick, it's the effect of chili oil. Evilly handed the insect eggs to Arachne, and she wrapped them with spider silk to carefully sense the situation of the starlight spider eggs, and finally nodded. The rustling spider language, except for Evilly, there may be no one else in this world who can understand it. Arachne said that these starlight spiders are well nurtured and not difficult to hatch. After hatching, they will grow to the point where they can spin silk quickly. They just need a magic circle to guide the starlight to assist Arachne. Arachne also said that according to legend, the goddess of fate uses the silk thread of a spider to weave fate. That spider lives in the starry sky and relies on spider silk to capture the energy of the stars to survive. Of course, the one assisting the goddess of fate is a spider as big as a star. You should be the descendant of the fate spider for who knows how many generations. The ability to weave fate in the silk thread has been lost, but you can weave spider silk into the thread of fate, so as to make a web to spy on the possibility of fate. Spy on fate? Attilan shook his head. He had heard that those who play with fate will eventually be played by fate. The fate you know is often the result of your knowing fate. So even if it can be woven into the thread of fate, Attilan doesn't want to touch it casually. It's better to consult experts and masters who are good at spying on fate and confirm that there is no problem before going. Now, let's wait until the starlight spiders hatch and grow up. Evelyn, how long does it take for a starlight spider to grow to the point where it can spin silk? Is a year enough? Evilly snorted coldly, looked at Attilan with disdain and said, do you think a starlight spider is an ordinary creature? If it is so easy to hatch, why would your friends send the eggs to you? Isn't it better to hatch them yourself? Lulu asked curiously. So how long does it take exactly? How do you know it was sent by a friend? How about sending it to my star valley to hatch? You don't have the ability to teleport to the astral realm, so how can you get the eggs of this astral creature? Arachne said that she can indeed speed up the hatching of starlight spiders, but it also takes a year to hatch. For the long life of a starlight spider, this hatching speed is already very fast. After hatching, the little spiders are sent to the star valley with abundant starlight energy, and they should be able to grow normally. After all, the most suitable environment for starlight spiders is the astral realm. Arachne doesn't know much about starlight. She can hatch them, but she can't help the little spiders grow. No research? A dragon, can change his job to a druid, so why can't the fairy spider change his job to a starlight mage? Chapter 120, Let's Farm, Young Man. Attilan came up to Evilly with a smile on his face. Evilly, look at Arachne following you. Apart from sleeping, she can only spin silk and weave cloth to pass the time. Her life is so boring. Why not let her go on a business trip to Star Valley? Lulu is a fairy, and so is Arachne. Lulu can practice starlight magic, so there is no reason why Arachne can't. I think Arachne is so smart, maybe Arachne can become an excellent spider starlight mage? Lulu, what do you think? Me? I think I can give it a try. With Arachne's powerful magic, it must be easier for her to mobilize starlight energy than me. She can simply use starlight energy and spider silk for astrology. I think her practice speed must be faster than mine, right? Lulu was a little confused when Attilan suddenly brought this to her side. Although she didn't understand why Attilan wanted Arachne to change her job to a starlight mage, she must have a purpose for Attilan. Besides, if Arachne went to Star Valley and absorbed enough starlight energy, wouldn't Arachne be a powerful starlight spider? At that time, using Arachne's spider silk to weave the thread of fate might have the effect of weaving fate. At that time, Lulu could know what happened in the whole continent without leaving Star Valley, and push fate in the direction she hoped. She is a professional astrologer. If she gets the thread of fate, she should control it. Attilan looked at the smile on Lulu's face. How could he not understand what Lulu was thinking? It's a pity that Lulu forgot that there is an astrologer who is 10 times more professional than her in the forest. If there is a thread of fate, it should be given to Alun to use. Why don't you just let Arachne come with us to live in Star Valley? You don't have to worry about her food problem. Lulu and I will take care of her. Or you can move to Star Valley with us. It's boring to live alone in the Black Forest. Once Arachne leaves, you won't even have anyone to talk to. Besides, Star Valley is much closer to Kingland Town than the Black Forest. You can go to Kingland Town for 3 meals a day. The most outstanding fishman chef has half the skills of me and the Goat Man. Even if the Goat Man and I are not here, you can still eat delicious food that satisfies your taste buds and spiritual needs. The fishman who has learned 50% of the cooking skills is the disciple of the old fishman, the future first shaman of the fishman tribe, and the fishman thrall who Attilan has high hopes for. The shaman has to perform a sacrifice. According to the experience of the old fishman, if some delicious dishes are prepared to sacrifice to the spirit of nature, more feedback will be obtained. Of course, the spirit of nature is not eating the taste, but the spiritual will that the shaman with active spiritual energy puts into making this dish. The more sincere you are, the better the effect of the sacrifice will be. Then Thrall joined the kitchen of Kingland Town and began to practice cooking. Thrall's favorite is the dishes with complex production processes. The more complex it is, the better the taste is, and the more effort is invested. Just like when Attilan bribed people with food, he always took the most serious day to make dishes, so he got satisfactory feedback from the Bear Man, the Vine Girl, the old naughty boy, and Evely. It was the problem encountered by Kingland Town in cultivating fruits independently. The Bear Man never told him what the solution was. Attilan could only analyze it from the aspects of soil, sunlight, fertility, etc. As a result, nothing was obtained. The fruit trees he transplanted were not as good as those in the place of origin. Many fruit trees that stayed in the original place, the fruits they produced this year have a hint of magic contained in them, and the wine girl also said that the yield of magic fruit is higher than last year. The natural force fruit wine brewed this year can increase its efficacy by another 3 points. This kind of force fruit wine is the result of the wine girl's 10 years of research on using druid knowledge to make wine. It uses magic fruits and herbs to mix, and gathers natural magic through the branches of specific types of trees. It takes 3 years to brew successfully. Because the natural magic that can be gathered in an area is limited, the output of force fruit wine is not very high, but within 10 days after drinking the fruit wine, it is helpful for the druid's practice in all aspects. After drinking, it can directly enhance the druid's physique and magic, which is simply a blessing for druids like Leopard Girl who neglect to practice. Every year when the fruit harvest season comes, Leopard Girl and Bear Man are the most serious in helping the wine girl pick magic fruits. Who doesn't like this kind of magic potion that is delicious and can enhance strength? This is no longer wine, but a treasure of natural knowledge. Every year, the position of these fruit trees in the forest will change slightly. Even for druids living in the forest, if they don't go out often. Maybe 3 months later, you don't know how to go in the forest. So even if the sloth has been indulging in the practice of sleep meditation, he will still get up once a month to communicate with the surrounding environment and understand the changes and growth of the forest. By the way, he will get together with old friends. The sloth has mastered the technique of growing fresh and fragrant mushrooms on his body. Now he produces 1 mushroom a month stably. This can be regarded as a byproduct of his practice, a kind of magical mushroom. After eating, it is very helpful for everyone's spiritual power to grow. The disadvantage is that it is easy to get sleepy and want to sleep after eating. Seeing that Evely was a little tempted, but not very tempted, Attilan could only take out this killer. In fact, under my guidance, everyone has been consciously cultivating some rare ingredients, such as sloth mushrooms. Not only are they delicious, but eating them can also make you have a good dream, but you and the sloth, and everyone are not familiar with each other, and the mushrooms are so big, I'm afraid I can't get them for you. It doesn't matter whether someone is talking or not. The key is not to disturb her sleep. For the sake of food, she can give up a little sleep quality, live in the forest, use spider silk to block outsiders from approaching, and then use spider silk with good sound insulation to build a house. Evely thought she should be able to get a good sleep quality. Okay, it's not for food, it's mainly because I heard that Sandry has mastered the shadow energy, and I also want to see how much she has expanded now. Are you familiar with Leopard Girl? It's okay. Black Panther started to become a shadow because he ate too many shadow spiders. When I lived in the forest, those spiders caused a lot of trouble for everyone. Then I simply moved to the north bank of the river and lived alone. Attilan asked in confusion, didn't you actively cultivate spiders? Evely shrugged. No, they were all summoned by me. Of course some of them were cultivated by me. After all, The little spiders summoned passively are not obedient. I can only cultivate some spiders and use spiders to eliminate spiders. Lulu's eyes lit up and said, you can let Madame Laloon help you apply a starlight seal to seal your summoning ability, and then wait for the starlight spiders to spin silk, and then weave a star-threaded dress that can suppress your ability. Attilan shook his head. If it was really that simple, why didn't the old naughty boy apply his elemental seal to Evely? Evely smiled self-deprecatingly. This is not an ability, but a curse that I carry. Starlight can't solve it, unless you can weave the thread of fate, that Arachne said. Maybe you can find out my curse? Yes. Then Arachne and you should move there. Arachne can definitely change her job to become a starlight mage and weave the thread of fate that you need. Don't worry, Evely, we will all stand by you and accompany you through the difficulties. Attilan's words did touch Evely's cold heart a little, but it was not as heartwarming as the crocodile meatballs and chicken soup just now. If you have time to accompany me, you might as well cook a few more dishes for me before I die. Why die? Remember, I'm here. Even if you die and only your soul is left, don't give up. Even if it's the most dangerous Styx, I will definitely find a way to get you back. I say what I say. Okay, I'll pack up and move to Star Valley as soon as possible. You go back first. Lulu rode the fairy dragon and suddenly fell into deep thought on the way back. Lulu, what are you thinking about? I always feel that the big spider Arachne gives me a faint sense of familiarity, but I can't remember where I have seen her. But in my memory, I don't seem to have seen such a big spider. Maybe it's not a spider, but some other animal. Don't think about it. You should study your starlight magic seriously, so that you won't be defeated by Arachne. Lulu glanced at the river below and said confidently, if I can't beat Arachne, I will jump into the river from here. That will be too embarrassing. Unexpectedly, when they returned to Kingland Town, Attilan saw the bear man walking around anxiously in the central square. Did I ask you to watch over those monkey kids? Why are you here? It's those monkey kids. They actually went hunting and barbecuing secretly, and ended up setting fire to the tiger people's training ground. Now they are being held there by the tiger people, waiting for us to redeem them. I went there, and besides being beaten up, I didn't get a monkey kid back. Attilan glared at the bear man angrily. Did I ask you to keep an eye on them? Why did they run away? I can't keep them in the school to read books all the time. They can't even recognize a few words. How can they have the patience to study? And in order to cultivate their wildness, they should really be allowed to move around in the wild more, otherwise they won't sleep at night. They'll have to toss and turn during the day, and they'll have to toss and turn at night. I'm about to get dark circles under my eyes. Attilan narrowed his eyes, revealing a murderous aura. Since they are so energetic, let them work hard. If they don't do their job well, don't give them food and see if they will make trouble. The bear man hurriedly persuaded, don't, they are just children and can't stand the hardship. Just educate them. No. Since the old naughty boy handed them over to me, I must teach them how to be an upright druid. After redeeming them, send them directly to Dajio town. Don't they like to make trouble? There are enough wastelands there waiting for people to open up, and they are just right. Go and farm. It happens that 1,000 acres of black beans will be ripe soon. Little people with small hands are just suitable for harvesting black beans. Chapter 121 Prototype Obsidian Oak Heart Construct Type 1. From the bottom of his heart, Attilan actually hopes more than anyone else that these little kids that the old naughty boy has left for him to take care of can become useful, but whether they can become druids is actually a metaphysical matter. Some children who are not suitable to become druids, even if Attilan forces them to use natural magic and water of life to nourish their bodies every day, change their perception of the spirit of nature, and let them become druids reluctantly, their subsequent growth will not be good. Instead of spending so much effort to barely toss out a 4th or 5th level low-level druid, it is better to let them try professions such as warriors, mages, monks, and rangers. Maybe among them there will be a 9th or 10th level intermediate professional, or even a 16th level top professional. These children are just the first batch. The old naughty boy means that the movement of the School of Withering is a bit wrong. In addition to the School of Withering, the Northern Kingdom seems to have other forces ready to move. From what he said, it seems that the plan of the School of Withering to promote the cleansing of the Northern Kingdom is not simply because the Northern Kingdom has destroyed the balance of nature, but may be bewitched by other factors. For example, bloodstained, he has now transformed himself into the head of the School of Withering. As the head of the school, he was bewitched by the mastermind to practice the power of death and lost his mind, So the situation of the members of the School of Withering is really worrying. Because the things done by the School of Withering are more hated, the forces provoked are all over the elves, dwarves, humans, gnomes, and even some forces established by centaurs, orcs, and murlocs are all within their control. It is precisely because things are getting bigger and bigger that the School of Withering is no longer purely druids. There are also some superiors of the School of Withering, rangers, warriors, wanderers, and even barbarians, warlocks, and mages trained by top druids. And it is Bloodstained who promotes this diffuse talent training plan. The knowledge involved in the extremely talented Bloodstained is much wider than that of the Bear people, if it were not for the fact that Bloodstained was an orphan raised by nature. Bloodstained was inspired by the spirit of nature to become a druid, but in fact, the mage is the most suitable path for Bloodstained. He just integrated the cultivation secrets of other professions collected by the Natural Council and the School of Withering, and added some of the key points of professional cultivation told by his friends who he met during his more than 100 years of traveling around the continent, and summarized a good systematic cultivation volume. For professions like rangers that are naturally close to druids, Zurin can even guide them to practice to level 20, and can provide valuable reference opinions for rangers to break through legends. So not only is Zurin resentful of the love rival of the Bear Man, but the Bear Man also feels that Zurin puts a lot of pressure on him. Rather than saying that they are rivals in love, it is better to say that they are more like rivals. The connection is no longer about who is with a vine girl, but who has a higher level and a deeper understanding of the druid profession. From time to time, the old naughty boy would ask Attilan to make some food, and he would bring it to the Bear Man and Zurin. The three of them ate while talking about the past, and then the Bear Man and Zurin would unconsciously compete with each other to see who has a higher realm. The old naughty boy was eating melons silently on the side. These were when the old naughty boy and Attilan were having dinner together. Attilan poured the old naughty boy a few sips of wine. The old naughty boy was so happy that he blurted out everything. Zurin had trained so many professionals, and Attilan wanted to replicate Zurin's skills on these orphans, so he wanted to ask the old naughty boy to get him a copy of Zurin's professional training secrets. Then he needed to take good care of these children first, and then let the old naughty boy ask Zurin for them on the grounds that they were old friends for the sake of the children's better growth. As long as the old naughty boy asked, Zurin would definitely not mind giving them to the old naughty boy for some insignificant cultivation secrets to educate the children. The Bear Man looked at Attilan with a serious face and a cold sweat. Not really. Are you really going to let these children under the age of 7 do farm work? The environment in the wasteland is so harsh. I'm afraid they will get sick because of the unfamiliar climate and water before they even start working. How about change the punishment? For example, there is a large piece of grassland in the southwest of Kingland Town that is about to mature. Let them go to cut grass. Aren't you planning to expand the scale of the fish pond? Attilan shook his head calmly and said, You don't really think they can do much farm work, do you? The harsh climate is the punishment. You didn't take good care of them, and when they get sick, the task of curing them will be handed over to you. The Bear Man was stunned for a moment, and said with a sad face, Why am I so unlucky? It's all the fault of the leopard woman. If she hadn't taken these monkey children running around in the forest before, they wouldn't be so crazy. The first druid who volunteered to take care of the children was the leopard woman. Of course, Attilan was not at ease with the leopard woman taking care of them alone, so he arranged for the flower girl and the wine girl to take turns accompanying the leopard woman to take care of the children. But these monkey children are too young to learn the druid language, and the older ones have only learned part of it. The first task of the flower girl and the wine girl is to teach them to read. But they may be too gentle and have no pressure on these monkey children. Attilan's ideal teachers are the Eagle King and Evely. They have a more serious temperament and naturally have a sense of oppression on children. In fact, if the leopard girl who studies the shadow element is not so funny, she can actually exude this kind of cold upper predator temperament, but her intelligence and personality determine that she is actually very suitable for fairy magic. Leopard girl, wine girl, flower girl, the three of them actually have a bit of a chaotic neutral feeling, otherwise they would not be good friends. Attilan looked at the Bear Man coldly. If you take the job of looking after the children seriously from the beginning, they will not disrespect you as a teacher. If you don't value them, they will naturally not respect you. The Bear Man rubbed his face, adjusted himself to a serious look and said, It's not too late now. After I redeem them, I will scare them well and see if they dare to disrespect me as a teacher. My Earth Demon Bear is not as good as the Storm Eagle of the Eagle King, But I can still calm these children. The bear man likes to be lazy and take shortcuts, but it doesn't mean he is not capable. Among the younger generation, he is the strongest except for the Eagle King. Although he is cunning and slippery, he and the Eagle King are the only two young druids who are wholeheartedly engaged in combat power. The others are all thinking about eating, drinking, having fun, and doing research. Anyway, druids are long-lived. It is normal for a group of young people around 20 years old not to focus on combat power. It is not too late to start working on combat power when they are a little older. Attilan was like a catfish that had mixed into a school of sardines, and he brought the catfish effect into full play. First, he led the small circle of people who participated in the Druid seminar to practice seriously. Later, he even set up the Thunder Mutual Aid Association to fully stimulate everyone's enthusiasm for improving their strength. He worked on combat power on one hand and held banquets on the other hand, and they were having a lot of fun. For this reason, the bear people could accept that he had a large piece of farmland in the southwest of Kingland Town to plant wheat and black beans, as well as orchards and rammy fields for producing linen cloth. If the research plants of other druids were destroyed, Attilan could mediate, but the people they offended were the tiger people who were at odds with Attilan. Which equipment of the tiger people did they destroy? I asked the fish people to prepare the materials, and we will make a better one and return it to the tiger people as an apology. To be honest, Attilan had long felt that the tiger people's simple use of the natural hardness of firewood in the forest to make equipment could not meet the training needs of an 11th level monk. After all, the tiger man is the most talented and combat-capable young man in the forest. Although Attilan has defeated the tiger man twice, it is undeniable that the tiger man is indeed a good whetstone. Attilan felt that he still needed to strengthen the tiger man, otherwise the younger generation would have no opponent. He couldn't go to the bear man to practice with him, right? Unless Attilan felt that life was too bland and wanted to find some excitement, he would have to wait until he reached adolescence and the challenge level was raised to level 14 before he would consider training with a bear man. It was definitely not because by that time, the bear man might not be able to beat him. The plum blossom pile and an oak training dummy were burned by the monkey child. It's simple. I will directly use oak mixed with obsidian powder to make a construct training wooden man for the tiger man. Obsidian powder can increase the hardness of the wooden man, and then carve solid runes, as long as she doesn't use penetration to destroy the magic channel inside the construct. The wooden man will not be damaged after a year of continuous attack. Although I haven't fully mastered the construction technology of the construct, I can still achieve slow recovery. The bear man widened his eyes. Is it so powerful? Can I have one too? What do you want this for? I need to exercise, too, the bear man said confidently. Why do you want to exercise? Just fight Tarzan. Don't waste my hard-earned magic wood. Go and inform Tarzan that you need his help to build a construct. I'll deal with the materials first, and we can start working when you come back. Making constructs requires Titan energy, because the first to build this kind of smart figure was the ancient Titan, and then many intelligent races discovered ancient constructs that lost their energy and studied them. This technology gradually spread, and Attilan's inherited memory had some knowledge in this area. In fact, constructs can be made entirely of obsidian. But that would require a lot of Titan energy. Attilan did not have the materials to build a magic circle to extract enough Titan energy from the astral plane, so it could only use oak as the main material and use natural magic instead of Titan energy as the energy source to support the activity of the construct. Although this construct was used to apologize, Attilan had already planned to make a construct. He had already drawn the blueprint. After all, who could refuse a construct? Tarzan had not yet moved, or rather, he was now living in two different places. He went up the mountain to practice during the day and came down to sleep at night. He said that going up and down the mountain was very helpful for physical exercise. Tarzan ran over excitedly and asked, "You are finally going to make a construct? After you finish the tiger man, can you make one for me? I also need such a sparring partner." "No problem, here are the blueprints." Tarzan took the blueprints and opened them. He was stunned. "Try to make a black obsidian oak heart construct. Use the method you taught me to mix oak and obsidian to enhance physical defense, and this perfect energy channel, unless the operation of the construct is destroyed instantly, this construct will quickly absorb natural magic to repair the oak body, but without obsidian, the defense will definitely decrease. How do you plan to solve this defect?" Chapter 122 Today I know the power of Ocean Dragon. Attilan just smiled faintly. After being refined, the defense of obsidian will be stronger than the original state. After being made into a construct, the energy pathway will also form a layer of transparent energy shield. The defense is not strong, but it is enough to weaken the attack power. Penetrating 3 layers of defense will cause enough damage to the construct. Even if the obsidian is lost and only the oak body is left, how much physical strength do you think the opponent will have left? Of course, this is only the first step. When designing the second type, I plan to add a magic circle to absorb obsidian and reconstruct the surface armor. Naturally, it will not have more defense than being mixed with oak, but being able to reuse the fallen obsidian is also in line with the characteristics of the construct I designed, which is endless. Because this construct is used for training, we will not release the toxin for the time being. Tarzan raised his head, his eyes full of confusion. Training? The function of constructs is to guard and attack. This is the first time I heard of someone using constructs for training. Most constructs are not smart enough. At least we can't make the smartest constructs. Hitting a construct is not much different from hitting a wooden stake, right? The bear man was drooling as he listened to this. He also looked at the design drawing of this type of construct. The cost was not high, and the tall and majestic appearance made him very excited. Attilan smiled and said, "That's right, but we can install a simple control system on the head of the construct, so that it can be controlled by a small intelligent life form such as a halfling with weak combat power or a dog-headed man. Will it be intelligent?" Tarzan's brows were still frowning. Will the head of the construct become the biggest weakness in that case? As long as it can't be seen from the outside, we can set the energy core on the chest and make some guiding designs. Everyone will regard the chest as the weakness of the construct and make it the first target of attack. This also means that the person who controls the construct to fight must not be afraid of death. At most, this design is only used on training aircraft, and fighters should still study how to improve the wisdom of the construct. Tarzan asked a fatal question. "But you said so much, but it is not reflected in this drawing at all. Moreover, I think the oak may not be able to bear such a powerful and complete energy pathway. The result of forced operation will only be the collapse of the construct. This energy pathway, you directly moved it from a powerful construct, right?" Attilan's eyes widened when he heard it. When did Tarzan become so smart? Could it be because of the absorption of starlight energy? How do you know? Because I have seen the same energy pathway. The first druid mentor I followed lived in the forest where forest gnomes lived, and he preferred gnome technology. I saw the design drawing of the Titan construct when he was chatting with a gnome engineer. I could hardly understand it at the time, but I was attracted by the domineering appearance of the construct. After all, the iron golem made of astral gold is shining all over. Who wouldn't be tempted? By the way, can we make the surface of our obsidian smoother? It can't be shining, but at least it should be reflective, so that the enemy will have to bear the damage to their eyes when fighting the obsidian occult construct in a place with strong light. Attilan scratched his chin. It's definitely not possible to make it reflective all over. The production process takes too long. We can make this kind of reflector design in specific parts, as long as it can interrupt the opponent's fighting rhythm. Seeing that the two people were discussing more and more excited, the bear man had to wave his hand to interrupt them. "You two, is there a possibility that there are still a group of monkey children being held captive by the tiger people waiting for us to rescue them? No hurry, let them suffer a little, so that they can know what to do and what not to do, and the energy pathways need to be adjusted, otherwise the construct cannot be made. Then what can we use to make amends?" After perfunctorily answering the bear man, Attilan pointed at the energy pathways and asked, "Which pathways do you think should be deleted?" Tarzan picked up a pen and kept crossing out the drawings. "All of these need to be deleted, and it's okay to maintain basic operation. It's better to add some steel gear drives inside, and make the body smaller. Anyway, it's for tiger people to train. Let me see. 2.5 meters is enough, and it can't be made any smaller. The construct is not made too big because the family is poor and there is not enough material to worry about waste, and it is not made too small because Tarzan and Attilan do not have the technology. Most things are easier to make big and more difficult to make small. Would 2.5 meters be too high? How about 2.8 meters, which would be easier and look less imposing as a construct?" Tarzan nodded in agreement with Attilan's idea. "Let's get started. I'll polish the obsidian and mix it with the wood, and then assemble it to make the main body. We'll work on the energy pathway together. Have you finished the energy core?" "Not quite there yet. I'll use this temporarily. When the tiger man breaks it, I'll quietly replace the energy core during repair." Attilan took out a dim green crystal. The crystal was a crystal of natural magic power, and it was the result of Attilan's hard work for so long. But this quality of crystal was obviously not qualified to be used as the energy core of the construct. Tarzan looked at Attilan with a complicated expression. Are you sure it won't explode the moment you carve the runes and connect the pathway? Attilan slapped the ground with his claws. What are you talking about? I spent a whole month polishing this natural crystal. As long as the output power is small enough, the crystal will not break. If this lasts for 2 months, I will be able to condense a more solid natural crystal. The longer the time, the more familiar I am with natural magic. After half a year, the crystal I produce will last for 2 years. When the time comes, I will carve a magic circle to absorb natural magic so that the core can absorb energy and repair itself, and there will be no problem of core damage. Tarzan silently gave Attilan a thumbs up. It's still you. Start making it. There were many small problems encountered during the production process, but Attilan and Tarzan overcame them one by one. As a result, under the repeated compression of Attilan and Tarzan, the actual performance of this construct is estimated to be only 1/10 of what Attilan and the Bear Man boasted. Anyway, the Bear Man watched the production process throughout, and even helped polish the obsidian. He had no idea about this prototype. How heavy is the Tiger Man's fist? How could he not know after experiencing it personally? Your construct is so powerful that she can't block the wind and thunder with her full strength punch. I think you should add a shield. Attilan and Tarzan looked at each other and said in tacit understanding, good idea. It's not just one shield. The construct has an extra shield on both arms, and there are also 2 spare shields hanging on the back. The inside of the shield is engraved with runes of strength and energy resistance. It is the first time that the Bear Man knows that Attilan's rune engraving skills are so strong. I heard that the dragon has an advanced profession of carved skin dragon, which can carve magic circles on dragon scales to enhance various abilities. Is Attilan planning to advance to this profession? The dragon already has the strongest talent in the world, and Attilan is getting stronger day by day. What qualifications does he have to give up? He has decided that he will practice seriously from tomorrow. In addition to training constructs, Attilan also made a training wooden man with oak and iron sheets. Following the slowly advancing prototype obsidian oak heart construct type 1, the 3 slowly came to the Tiger Man's training ground. The Bear Man scratched his hair and said a little manically, we are finally here. We walked from the afternoon until the sun went down. Next time, can you strengthen the construct's mobility a little bit, or directly transport it to the destination and activate it? Attilan smiled and said calmly, this is not a test. I can't give a useless construct to the Tiger Man. The Tiger Man jumped up, stepped on the wind and thunder, and flew to the treetops. Looking at the 3 Attilans on the path, he sneered and said, I have been waiting for a day and you are finally here. I thought you didn't want these children anymore. How can I not want them? They are a little too naughty. It's just right for you to help us educate them. Did I ask the fish man to send food to apologize to you first? Attilan patted the construct next to him. This is a prepared apology, but if you want to get it, you need to compete with me first, otherwise you will only have this Iron Man. The Tiger Man narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing his infinite fighting spirit. What are we competing for? Energy field. We release energy fields 100 meters apart to see whose energy field can cover the others, and whoever wins. The white tiger Dharma you practice also has an energy field, and it accounts for a high proportion. This competition is about the energy control ability used. I won't take advantage of you. I won't use the life energy field, I will use the water element energy field. The Bear Man widened his eyes and bumped Taishan's shoulder. Water element energy field. When did he master this skill, Taishan? Do you know? Taishan shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, he often sealed his ocean dragon bloodline this month to train the water element control ability, and he should have mastered it in this process. The Tiger Man clenched his fists and jumped directly to the center of the training ground. No problem. Attilan and the Tiger Man stood in the center of the training ground, 100 meters apart. Attilan also chose the side away from the lake, fully demonstrating his confidence. He asked lazily, are you ready? The Tiger Man directly summoned the wind and thunder wings. Let's start. Attilan's dragon body lit up with a glittering green light, and the natural magic pulled the water element towards his body, and soon formed a blue vortex to push towards the Tiger Man. The Tiger Man's wind and thunder wings attracted the wind and thunder elements in the sky. The cyan wind element and the silver white thunder element intertwined into vortex, crackling and approaching Attilan. Judging from the speed of energy propulsion, Attilan is better for the time being. The bear man said seriously, it is already a difficult task to propel the energy 200 meters away. The two of them have to fight. Judging from the speed of the water element energy field propulsion, Attilan is really powerful. The ocean dragon is really not simple. It has advanced 20 meters in less than a minute. I can already faintly hear the sound of the sea tide. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Give the Halflings a Little Attilan Shock. Tasha nodded heavily and said, 800 meters is too far. Even if I accidentally condense the rudiments of the power of the Angel of Life, I can't reach such a long distance even if I burst out the energy wave with all my strength. The bear man smiled and patted Tasha's arm and said, is there a possibility that you are not good at energy attacks, so it is normal that you can't reach 100 meters away, but these two are different. They are best at controlling all kinds of energy to deal fatal blows to the enemy. The scene of their fight last time was probably the height I could reach in my lifetime. I didn't expect it to be even more exaggerated this time. Controlling the energy to collide dozens of meters away, you have to crush the opponent's energy field to win. In the end, it is probably going to depend on willpower. After all, if you want to cover the opponent's energy field from hundreds of meters away, the biggest possibility is that the opponent can't maintain the energy field. It is indeed a confrontation of willpower. The mental power consumed by operating the energy field is very terrifying. After the energy fields collide, it will consume a huge amount of mental power to maintain the energy field from collapsing. When the mental power is exhausted, it becomes a confrontation of willpower. Moreover, it is not necessarily a good thing for the energy field to extend quickly. On the contrary, a loose energy field is more likely to collapse faster when it collides. As soon as Tashan finished speaking, Attilan's water element energy field, which had advanced to 50 meters, stopped moving. The speed of the vortex became faster, and the sound of the rising and falling tide became more obvious. The light blue water element energy field began to darken, which was a manifestation of the increase in the concentration of water elements, which meant that the structure of the energy field would be more stable. At the same time, the consumption of maintaining the energy field would be greater. The Tiger Man on the opposite side was different. Every step was steady and steady. The color of the energy field would darken as it advanced 1 meter. At this moment, it had only advanced to 40 meters. Now it depended on whether Attilan, who had advanced to 50 meters in advance, would first accumulate energy to the limit of the 50-meter energy field, or whether the Tiger Man, who accumulated energy to the limit of each meter before advancing, would advance to 50 meters first. Whoever finished first would have the advantage in the next collision. Although the two were competing in a forest filled with natural magic, the energy composition of the training ground has changed slightly because the Tiger Man has often attracted wind and thunder elements in the training ground in the past 2 months. Specific elemental environments can change local creatures, and powerful elemental creatures can also change the environment of their habitats. The original Tiger Man was yellow-haired and black-striped, but she received the thunder and tempered her body in the purple crystal mountain and practiced a thunder-roaring body forging method that the bear man repeatedly corrected, and has completely transformed into a white Tiger Man with white hair and blue stripes. Because the Tiger Man is not a druid like the bear man, she cannot hide the changes in her body shape brought about by the thunder. In the future, she can only be a white tiger. Of course, the bear man is purely accustomed to hiding his shortcomings and is always ready to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. It didn't make Tashan and the bear man wait too long. Even though the Tiger Man's skill in controlling energy is slightly better, after all, her time in contact with the wind and thunder elements is still too short. Attilan still accumulated a 50-meter energy field in advance and began to move forward slowly. This move undoubtedly caused great psychological pressure on the Tiger Man. By comparing the performance when accumulating energy, the natural magic and water elements contained in Attilan's energy field per unit area are more than the wind and thunder elements of the Tiger Man. The situation of the Tiger Man is not good. It seems that Attilan will win this competition. Attilan has a very big advantage over the Tiger Man, that is, his tolerance and recovery ability to the fatigue caused by training. He is a dragon, and the Tiger Man's life level is completely incomparable to him. Just like the bear man and others absorb energy through meditation for a maximum of 2 hours, they will reach the limit of their body's tolerance, and then recover for 8 hours before they can meditate again. But Attilan is different. He can meditate continuously for 4 hours, and the recovery time is also 4 hours. Of course, the level of the druid does not depend entirely on the accumulated magic value. In terms of spell training that consumes mental and brain power, Attilan's dragon body still stably exerts a strong recovery ability. He is an ocean dragon, and his best feature is vitality and recovery. Protracted warfare is the classic tactic of ocean dragons. A famous captain once said that if he can fight you for a whole day, then an adult ocean dragon can fight you for a month. Just like what Tarzan and the bear man said, the energy field collision is not only about energy control, but more importantly, endurance. Can the tiger man outlast him? Attilan stood calmly in the energy field. He had been sealing his bloodline for a month in order to better control the ocean dragon bloodline. A month ago, he could easily build a 50-meter energy field in 10 minutes. Especially not far away, there was a tiger man mobilizing the wind and thunder elements to interfere. It must be said that the tiger man's talent is really strong. No wonder the bear man tailored the white tiger dharma image for her and gave the tiger man the idea of the martial monk natural sect he founded to perfect. It is said that the bear man will also be a founding master in the future. The founder of the martial monk school is actually a druid. There is an inexplicable sense of humor. Seeing Attilan's deep blue energy field slowly expand, the tiger man took a deep breath and concentrated. Since she had lost the initiative, she had to abandon the current safe way of playing. It is unlikely to win now, and the tiger man plans to force a draw. The tiger man directly called for excessive winds and thunder energy to be superimposed in the energy field, causing her winds and thunder energy field to expand faster than Attilan, but maintaining strong stability, and quickly approaching the water energy field. Who knew that Attilan stopped the expansion of the energy field after seeing the tiger man's operation, and took the opposite operation of the tiger man, compressing the energy field. He knew that the tiger man wanted to superimpose excessive energy, and when the collision occurred, the energy field would pour the wind and thunder energy towards him. In this way, the stable circulation state of the wind and thunder energy field can be restored, and the wind and thunder energy can be poured out to disrupt the operation of his energy field, but after he compressed the water energy field, the wind and thunder energy could not be poured in. The bear man widened his eyes in shock. After the energy field expands to the limit, one increases the unit load and the other compresses the unit energy particle density. If I had their ability, I would have been a level 11 druid long ago. The two energy fields finally collided 48 meters away from the tiger man, and the pouring wind and thunder hit the surface of the water vortex, but it could not be poured in at all. Attilan controlled the huge water flow to continuously impact the tiger man's wind and thunder, and successively defeated several layers of the tiger man's energy field. The powerful energy vibration made the tiger man bleed from all 7 orifices. The tiger man decisively abandoned the outer layer of energy and quickly adjusted the structure of the energy field to shrink to 40 meters to take a defensive position. The price was that Attilan took the opportunity to launch an attack, like 80 hammers constantly hitting the tiger man's chest. After stabilizing the energy field, the tiger man directly vomited a large mouthful of blood. Vomiting blood. The last series of spell bombardments didn't make the tiger man vomit so much blood. Tarzan slapped the bear man on the shoulder, and the huge force almost made the bear man kiss the ground with his face. Attilan did not chase an attack fiercely, but steadily pushed forward the energy field and began to constantly wear down the tiger man's will and physical strength. Till, it seems that your wind and thunder wings are just so-so. I only trained the water element energy field for a month, and I can easily defeat you. It seems that my construct cannot be sent out. The tiger man did not speak, but silently circulated his true energy to heal his wounds, preparing for a protracted battle. The energy fields collided and the energy was out of control, and a wave of wind and thunder rushed towards Attilan and the bear man. The bear man's face changed, and he immediately put his hands on the ground to raise a layer of yellow barrier. Attilan, help! Attilan twisted his neck and jumped out directly. I've been wanting to move for a long time. With the golden light all over his body, Attilan actually smashed the wave with one punch, and his back figure that kept swinging his fist made the children look at him in admiration. Wow, Uncle Attilan is so handsome. I'm only 20 years old, call me brother. Only his voice was heard, but he was not seen, and Attilan still kept his fist swinging posture unchanged. The bear man noticed that something was wrong with Taishan, and walked out of the barrier and came to Taishan. What's going on? The water is too cold, the thunder is too numb, I can't move. For the sake of the Thunder Mutual Aid Association, please help me and give me a hand. Don't let me lose face in front of these little brats. No problem. The bear man put his hand on Tarzan's arm, and a magical power full of the breath of the earth flowed into Tarzan's body. He immediately felt the power flowing into his body from the earth. What kind of secret technique is this? Why haven't I seen you use it before? These are all suggestions from Attilan. It's just a prototype. I will show it to the brothers after it is fully developed. It's really useful. I will exchange it with you for Titan transformation, the new one. No need, you can just take it directly. I really hope that one of my friends can be a Titan angel. When the time comes, don't forget to give me a hand. Tarzan smiled honestly. How is it possible? Just as Attilan was fighting with the tiger man, a halfling rode on his beloved mastiff, waded through mountains and rivers, and came to the gatehouse of Kingland Town through the tree-lined path. It's really a garden town. I saw so many kinds of flowers just after I arrived at the gate. Two fishermen wearing exquisite rattan armor and holding obsidian spears suddenly rushed out, pointing their sharp spears at the halfling. Who are you? What do you do? The halfling raised his hands to show his innocence. I'm an adventurer. I heard that there is a town full of flowers in the forest and has mastered the methods of making novel delicacies. I came here to see it. I have a letter of introduction in my arms. Show it to me. The halfling came to explore Kingland Town because he had just explored the Dwarf Kingdom and returned to his hometown and had a meal at the newly opened Black Bull Mill. Bean curd balls, soy milk, fried dough sticks, a simple and plain breakfast instantly conquered the halfling's taste buds. After the owner Black Bull told him that his cooking skills were nothing and that Kingland Town had real delicacies, he packed his bags and headed for the forest. The halfling is not only an adventurer, but also a gourmet. He honestly took out the letter of introduction and hung it on the fishman's spear. The fishman took it and opened it. It was Haney who really introduced him. Let's take him in for dinner. The halfling was secretly delighted. He didn't expect to be able to taste the local delicacies as soon as he arrived. When he entered Kingland Town, the halfling was shocked by the completely different architectural style here. After seeing the fishman's dinner, the halfling's eyes widened. You're having this for dinner? The fishman glanced at him indifferently. These are the only ones left in the kitchen. It's your fault for arriving so late, and the Dragon Lord is not here. The specific specifications of the reception will be decided by the elders, but you must pay. No problem. I brought enough money, the halfling said, raising his purse, making a crisp metal collision sound. Just eat it, there will be delicious food tomorrow, the halfling asked with wide eyes. Aren't these delicious? Chapter 124. What? Soy sauce is black gold? Looking at the two white breads, 3 grilled soy with fruity wood aroma, and a large glass of wine with pure aroma and bright color in front of him, the halfling could hardly imagine that these were just casual meals. How delicious would the carefully prepared food taste? He could not think about it anymore. The halfling grabbed a soy and took a bite. The fish skin was golden and crispy, and the inside was tender and sweet fish meat mixed with the aroma of applewood. It was amazing. The halfling finished the soy in his hand as quickly as possible, even putting the fish head without meat into his mouth to chew. The fishman guard frowned at the way he devoured the food. Because he recalled that before the Dragon Lord blessed them, they lived a life of hunger, and they ate like this when they finally got food. Wait here, I'll get you some vegetarian dishes to fill your stomach. Thank you so much. The halfling was so moved that he almost cried. If he had eaten such a meal outside, although it would not fill his stomach, the deliciousness would be worth 7 or 8 silver coins. Try the taste of the white bread again. He took a bite and it was very soft, as light as a cloud. The halfling's eyes widened immediately. Why is it so much fluffier than the bread made by Aunt Mary? And I seem to taste the taste of black beans. How can bread made from black beans ground into powder be so fluffy? The halfling seemed to recall a nightmare. He once ate a kind of black bread made from various miscellaneous materials ground into powder in a human town. The main ingredient was black beans, which still made him feel like a thorn in his throat. He couldn't swallow it at all. It was the first time he knew there was such a bad-tasting bread. After returning home, he tried to improve the black bean bread, but he failed as expected. The black bean bread he made was slightly softer than that made by humans. But it tasted like chewing wax and could not be compared with white bread made from wheat. Black bread refers to unfermented bread that is as hard as obsidian, while white bread is carefully selected flour and fermented to make soft bread like clouds. When the fishman brought the bread to him, he poked it and found it was very soft, which meant it was white bread. Treating people with white bread was already a luxury. The halflings used mastiffs to grind flour for white bread, which was not easy. In addition to the first grinding by mastiffs, the halflings would also push a small hand mill for secondary grinding. In fact, halflings did not often eat white bread. They also ate gray bread between white flour and black flour, which was soft but not soft enough, but at least not unpalatable. But just now, when he walked through Kingland Town and came to this canteen, he roughly observed and calculated the population of Kingland Town. Based on the appetites of the fishmen, snakemen, minotaurs, and centaurs, the amount of white bread consumed every day would not be small. Making so many white breads that needed to be finely ground would consume a lot of manpower. Recalling the astonishing number of halflings queuing up outside the Black Bull mill to grind flour, and the centaurs who did not feel tired after pulling the millstone all day, the halfling seemed to understand why. Just at this time, the fishman came in with a basin of fresh grass, and then brought him a bowl of soy sauce. I don't know how to cook, so I just boiled it in water. This vegetable is very tender and tastes a little sweet. It tastes very good when dipped in soy sauce. Looking at the big bowl of soy sauce in front of him, the halfling stared at the soy sauce with his eyes. Is this for me? Yes, such a big bowl of soy sauce. Yes, a whole basin of vegetables can be eaten with soy sauce, thank you. This is the second time I have eaten soy sauce. I am so touched. Then you are lucky. You can eat soy sauce every day in the future. There are many low-level soy sauces like this. As long as you work hard, everyone can get a big jar. I have tasted higher-level soy sauces. That is the real delicacy. I am just a guard. The contribution value is not enough, so I can only get some of my cousin's intermediate soy sauce. I heard that there is also high-level soy sauce, but that is the soy sauce used by the Dragon Lord when entertaining guests. I am afraid that only the chefs in the kitchen can eat it. Unfortunately, the chefs dare not bring the soy sauce out. Chef? The halfling's eyes lit up. I'm the chef. Can I stay here and work? The fishman looked at him suspiciously. You're so small, what can you do? I'm a chef. The halfling's face was full of pride. That's fine. I'll take you to see the elders tomorrow and ask the elders to arrange for you to take the kitchen assessment. If you pass, don't forget me. Let me taste the taste of high-quality soy sauce when I have the chance. The fishman was also happy. He knew that the Dragon Lord would not value the halfling in vain. He heard from his cousin, and his cousin heard from Commander Fisher, and the commander heard from the elders that the reason why the Dragon Lord valued the halfling was because of his good cooking skills. Don't lie to me. If you don't know how to cook, you can buy high-quality soy sauce with gold coins, but you lied to me. Be careful not to lose your life when you go to the elders tomorrow. The halfling waved his hand confidently and pulled out a knife from the side of his backpack. This is the chef's knife I asked a dwarf blacksmith to make 3 years ago. It has been with me for 3 years. I have processed countless ingredients and made countless delicacies with it. I will definitely have no problem with tomorrow's assessment. That's good. The cafeteria is closed. If you want to sleep after dinner, go to the hotel across the street. Remember, don't provoke the hotel owner. I'm leaving first. Got it. He put the green vegetables into his mouth with soy sauce. It was indeed lighter than the soy sauce he had last time, but the aroma was more mellow. It seemed that the technology of making soy sauce was still improving. He stuffed the green vegetables, celery, and white bread into his stomach, took a sip of wine, and the halfling couldn't bear to continue drinking. He drank all the wine in his wine jug in one breath. He then cleaned the wine jug with clean water and put the wine in it. He was ready to taste such a good wine slowly in his dreams. After eating and drinking, the halfling walked to the hotel across the street with a bulging belly. Although they were all built in the same architectural style, the inn was much more refined than other buildings, especially the cloud pattern on the eaves, which the halfling thought was very artistic. Pushing the door open and entering, the halfling saw that there was no one there, so he shouted, "Boss lady, I need a room." A snake man swam over with a cold face and a snake tail. "Boss lady is asleep. If you come to the inn late at night next time, remember to be quiet, or I will cut off your tongue." Even though the snake man was very beautiful, the halfling had no idea at all. The upper room is 1 gold coin per night, the middle room is 5 silver coins per night, And the lower room is 1 copper coin per night. The lower room is so cheap. The cold and beautiful snake man glanced at him. Okay, a lower room? No, no, no. I just want to ask why the lower room is so cheap. The middle room? I want the middle room. 5 silver coins. The snake man looked at him coldly, as if he regarded him as prey. The halfling sweated on his back and quickly took out 5 silver coins and gently placed them on the table. The snake man swept the silver coins into the drawer. The first room on the 2nd floor. Go by yourself. Where's the key? If you don't have the key, you can lock the door from the inside. As for you going out, remember to take your valuables with you. If you lose them, our store is not responsible, but if you find the thief, our store can take action to deal with it. Hearing the tone of the snake man, the halfling felt that she might like the job of trapping people more than the waiter of the hotel. Just as the halfling stepped onto the stairs, a stunning beauty walked in from the back door of the hotel. It was the snake princess Attilan in a purple brocade dress. Are there any guests? Yes, princess, princess. The proprietress of the hotel is actually a snake princess? No wonder the fishman brother told him not to mess with a princess. It is worthy of being the territory of the dragon. Sure enough, everyone is extraordinary. I told you not to call me princess. Since the dragon lord has entrusted us with the management of the inn, we must be serious. At least in the inn, you must call me the boss lady. Do you understand? Yes, princess, forget it, you go down first. Attilan waved the fan in her hand casually, and then smiled at the halfling. This guest, is there anything else you need help with? The halfling waved his hand quickly. No, no. Then he ran into his room as fast as he could. Looking at the simple design behind the door, as a qualified wanderer, the halfling first inserted the bolt. He picked up a wooden stick beside him and propped it on the door. This kind of bolt design was the first time the halfling had seen it. It was indeed the territory of the dragon, with new things everywhere. The bed was not soft, but the wine was enough. The halfling slept until dawn. When he opened the window, he saw the Kingland town residents walking out of the room one after another to eat in the cafeteria. Rubbing his stomach, the halfling decided to go to the cafeteria to have breakfast first. As a result, when he went downstairs, he found that the proprietress from last night was already waiting for him at the counter. Sir, do you need breakfast? No, I'll just go to the cafeteria. The cafeteria doesn't serve outsiders. Yesterday was just an exception. The place where outsiders eat is my hotel. As you can see, there are many tables and chairs here, so, sir, just order whatever you want. Attilan handed a menu to the halfling. Charcoal grilled pork chops, 1 gold. Braised pig's trotters and sauce, 1 gold, 1 gold. 1 gold. Don't you have any other price range dishes? The halfling asked with a forced smile. He felt like his wallet was about to cry. The other price range dishes are on the back. The halfling turned over the menu and looked at Attilan bitterly. So, 1 gold coin is already the cheapest dish, Attilan said with a smile. It doesn't matter. If you can't afford it, you can turn right and go hunting in the forest. Customers can handle it themselves, or we can process it for you. We have the most professional chefs here. 1 portion of this white bread, and 1 soy sauce chicken, just these 2 things. Madam Boss, I'm also a chef. I wonder if you are still hiring here? How much is the salary? The chef's salary comes from some ingredients, drinks, and soy sauce. It depends on the chef's needs. On the contrary, gold coins are not often used here. Then can I specify high-grade soy sauce? Attilan asked curiously. Isn't it enough to have enough soy sauce? Why do you want soy sauce for everything? The halfling explained. Soy sauce is worth a lot of money in my town. After soy sauce is transported to the human kingdom for sale, it is called black gold by the nobles. Some nobles are even willing to buy it with gold coins of the same weight as soy sauce. In addition to eating it myself, I also want to make a little money. Attilan covered her mouth with a fan. Is soy sauce so valuable outside? Should I suggest that the Dragon Lord transport more high-quality soy sauce to sell outside? At this time, the fishman hurried to the hotel. I just received a notice that the Dragon Lord came back and heard that a halfling came to Kingland town. He wants to see you. Come with me quickly. Ah. The Dragon Lord wants to see me? This. This? Attilan covered her mouth with a fan and smiled. Don't worry, the Dragon Lord doesn't eat people. Chapter 125, The Snake Princess Feather Dance. Attilan's words that the Dragon Lord doesn't eat humans immediately frightened the halfling so much that his face turned pale. Everyone knew that such words were not true. A dragon that said it didn't eat humans might eat more than anyone else. The halfling swallowed nervously. Can I not go? The fishman patted the obsidian sword at his waist and looked at him with burning eyes. Do you want to test whether the sword in my hand is sharp? No, I can go, but I must first state that liking cooking is a very subjective thing. The Dragon Lord will not just dislike my cooking, just burn me to death with a breath of dragon breath. The fishman waved his hand casually. No, the Dragon Lord rarely uses dragon breath to execute people, usually we do it for him. The halfling had finally breathed a sigh of relief, but when he heard this, he stood up straight instantly and said with a sad face, I just wanted to earn some high-end soy sauce to eat. Why did I lose my life? The fishman said cheerfully. I treated you to a meal last night. Was it just to chop off your head today? Hurry up and pack your things. The Dragon Lord will see you after dinner. If you let the Dragon Lord wait for you, I'm not sure if I can keep my head. Let's go now. The halfling ran directly to the stable to lead his mastiff, and just saw the mastiff leisurely eating bean flour porridge in a broken bowl with wild vegetables. He smiled and walked up to rub the mastiff's head. Old buddy, I didn't expect you to have breakfast before me. The food is pretty good. Eat quickly, we're going to set off. After thinking about it, he stood up again. Take your time to eat. I won't take you with me today. Stay here and wait for me to come back. If he really offended the Dragon Lord, the mastiff could still save his life if he stayed here. If he went to see the Dragon Lord, he would lose his head with him. The mastiff raised his head to look at his strange master, and soon lowered his head to continue enjoying the delicious porridge. Following the halfling to travel around the country, the mastiff hadn't eaten such a good meal for a long time. Now eating was much more important than caring about the halfling. Saying goodbye to his beloved mastiff, the halfling followed the fishman to the dragon god altar with a fearless attitude. In the banquet hall next to it, Attilan was feasting. On the side was a row of fishmen and snakemen chefs cooking for the Dragon Lord. The grand scene made the halfling's eyes widen, because the Dragon Lord was so extravagant that he used magicians to process the ingredients. After the energy field competition with the Tiger Man, Attilan was very tired and hungry. He needed a lot of food to replenish his energy. The 300 kilograms of wild boars the fishman had killed 5. Although clean water is usually added to the wild boar's diet to remove the fishy smell of wild boar meat, these wild boars have not been cultivated for enough time, and the dragons have very keen 5 senses, especially Attilan is a gourmet. The requirements for food quality are more stringent, so 7 fishman chefs and 2 snakeman chefs who have just finished their studies cooperated to make Attilan's breakfast under the command of Thrall. A pig was quickly and accurately cut into several large pieces such as pig head, pig legs, pork chops, and pig back by a fishman holding a knife. Thrall controlled the water element to clean it and blanch it to remove most of the fishy smell. Then it was handed over to other chefs to start cooking. Braised, stewed, grilled, pan-fried, and a variety of cooking methods were displayed directly in front of the halflings. In particular, there were many spices in front of the chefs that the halflings had never seen before. Seeing the chefs' cooking methods and the various spices they used, the halfling knew that he was no match for them. The only thing he could show off was the cooking method. Having been camped outdoors for many years, the halfling had mastered a good barbecue technique, but he only had one seasoning, rock salt from his hometown. He could tell the salt required for various foods he had eaten, but the food he cooked was only suitable for himself. The specific amount of salt he should put in depended on the taste of the diners. The right amount, a little, or a little more, was the essence of the halfling's cooking skills. It depended on the taste of the Dragon Lord. However, when it came to understanding the taste of the Dragon Lord, these fishmen were definitely better than him. He could not compare with them in terms of knife skills, cooking methods, and seasoning. The halfling suddenly felt that he was going to die soon. Watching Attilan tear a whole dark red braised pig leg clean in just a few bites, he threw the pig leg bones aside and began to taste a whole side of charcoal grilled pork chops. The halfling was so hungry that he couldn't stop drooling when he saw Attilan eating 3 big wild boars. I'm full, let the halfling come over. It was a double blessing. Not only did he defeat the Tiger Man again, but the black bull he sent out finally tricked the halfling over. Looking at the trembling halfling, Attilan smiled and asked, "What do you think of Kingland Town?" The halfling stuttered and answered, "Very, very good, don't be afraid, I'm full." Attilan smiled and made a joke, but his mouth full of fangs brought a strong deterrent to the halfling, especially when he just burst out his energy field with all his strength. and the overflowing spiritual power formed a strong and majestic aura. The halfling couldn't stop it at all, and the fear in his heart naturally couldn't be suppressed. Looking at the timid halfling, Attilan waved his hand with a lack of interest. "Go down," he waved to the snake princess Apatia not far away. "Help me keep an eye on him and see what he does in Kingland Town. It would be best if we could find a way to make him fall in love with this place and plan to stay and work." Apatia smiled brightly. "No need to think of a way. He has already fallen in love with this place and plans to stay and work. If he hadn't been called by the Dragon Lord, he would have applied for the job of chef at the inn." "Really? What attracted him?" "Soy sauce. He wants to make money by reselling soy sauce." Attilan tilted his head in confusion. "Soy sauce? I remember that the goats transported a batch of it to Viscount in the Northern Kingdom to sell it. The price was really high. Tell him that as long as he can convince 10 halfling chefs to work in Kingland Town, I will reward him with a can of high-quality soy sauce." Apatia's eyes were lively. She leaned on Attilan to wipe the grease on his mouth and whispered, "He said that soy sauce is praised by humans as black gold. Human nobles are even willing to exchange it with gold coins of equal weight." Attilan snorted disdainfully. "Soy sauce is black gold, so what is oil? Oil can breed mold, can soy sauce? That's just the nobles showing off their wealth. The intermediate soy sauce brought by the goat man is not worth the price. But since those nobles are so fond of intermediate soy sauce, why not rush to promote the high-grade soy sauce? Wait until humans are tired of intermediate soy sauce and can't make money, then launch the high-grade soy sauce and try to empty all the gold coins in the pockets of these guys who maintain the dignity of the nobles." No one is wiser than the Dragon Lord. After meeting the Dragon Lord, the halfling found that his back was already wet. But the meat cleaver used by the chef just now, the iron plate for frying meat, the iron pot, the casserole for stewing meat, the various spices, and most importantly, the magic for processing ingredients. The halfling was deeply engraved in his mind. Even if there was a terrible dragon, the halfling was still determined to stay. "Then I will take my leave first. Dragon Lord, leave it to me. I will tame this halfling." As she said this, Apatia covered half of her face with a fan and laughed like a silver bell. Halfway through the walk, Apatia suddenly turned around and said, "I have trained all the musicians and dancers that the Dragon Lord asked me to train. I hope the Dragon Lord can come to the hotel tonight to watch and guide our colorful feathered robe dance." Attilan was in high spirits, and he played the colorful feathered robe with a light pluck, a twist, and a pluck. At first, it was colorful feathered robe, and after Apatia came, Attilan taught Apatia the production methods of traditional musical instruments that he knew. In the past, he could only listen to colorful feathered robe on the internet. Now that he has become a giant dragon, Attilan also plans to have his own song and dance troupe, perform for himself, and show off when entertaining friends. Attilan has been away from home for a long time, and he really wants to hear some hometown accents. "I will be there on time." After Apatia left, the tiger man, who was tearing a pig leg bit by bit, said coldly, "With so many people cooking for you, and making it so exquisite, can you still calm down when practicing? Aren't you eating happily too? Sometimes I really doubt whether you are a tiger. Why do you eat so slowly?" He really met a tiger man who was said to eat voraciously and chew slowly. Counting it up, it seemed that this was the first time he had a meal with a tiger man. Because the two of them were in a stalemate, the competition was delayed until the sky began to dawn and the tiger man fell to the ground due to exhaustion. At that time, the bear man had taken the children back to the oak hall to rest. Attilan couldn't just leave the tiger man who fell to the ground alone, so he asked Tarzan, who persisted until the end of the game and slept soundly against a big tree, to carry the tiger man back. When the tiger man woke up, he invited him to eat together. The tiger man just glared at him and ate the pork leg silently. "And don't you think it's nice to eat such a big pork leg after practicing so hard?" The tiger man replied coldly. "No, monks hone their spirits and bodies through hardships, which allows us to better control the true ki in our bodies and sense the various vital energies between heaven and earth to enhance our practice. I won't stop you from becoming an ascetic monk. But I can't live that kind of life anyway. Thrall, go prepare a basket of steamed buns for the tiger fairy and let her take it back and slowly roast it and eat it. Don't worry, a basket of steamed buns is definitely enough for you to practice so hard for a month." Thrall immediately went to the kitchen to start making dough and made it according to the tiger man's 1-month quantity. "You guys eat slowly, I'm going to sleep." "Tarzan, remember to ask everyone to come and see the show tonight." "Yeah, Tarzan, with his mouth full of meat, replied vaguely. After that, Attilan flew into the sky and soon plunged into the lake, returning to the dragon's nest to absorb the water element to restore the consumption of last night's confrontation. As night fell, Attilan broke out of the water again, flew directly to the hotel and landed on a large open space in the backyard. Apatia and the dancers stood in the center of the stage. The musicians tuned their instruments. The druids sat in their seats and tasted the fruit wine, waiting for Attilan. Attilan glanced around. It seems that I am still late. Why didn't I see the leopard girl? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.